Chapter 3164. Upon hearing Yun Yan's words, the members of the Demon Cloud Mansion were shocked. Wan Qingqing joined forces with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion? Yun Yan, are you referring to Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion? Yun Yan smiled wryly. Apart from Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion, there's no one else like Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who's capable of defeating me by joining forces with Wan Qingqing. The eyes of the members of the Demon Cloud Mansion widened when they heard Yun Yan's words. They could not help but gasp. Wan Qingqing actually joined forces with Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. Rumor has it that Duan Lingtian is capable of breaching Hung Feng's defenses despite his slow speed. In the past, Hung Feng's defenses could only be considered second tier in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, now that he has comprehended the law of Earth's defense profundity, his defenses can be considered first tier in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even so, Duan Lingtian still breached Hung Feng's defenses. Wan Qingqing made up for Duan Lingtian's shortcomings, while Duan Lingtian made up for Wan Qingqing's shortcomings. If they joined forces, they might be able to pose a threat to those 6 people. When the elders and disciples of the Demon Cloud Mansion regained their senses, they turned to look at the top 6 people on the scoreboard. In recent years, those 6 people had occupied the top 6 spots on the scoreboard without exception. Previously, some people had tried to join forces with others to pull them down from the top 6, but all of them had failed. Now that Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing had joined forces, would they be able to break the 6 people's records? Although they were looking forward to it, they did not hold out much hope. After all, those 6 people were not only powerful, but mysterious as well. However, I'm curious. Wan Qingqing is from the Martial Battle Mansion, while Duan Lingtian is from the profound Nether Mansion. Why are they together? What do you mean by hooking up? I'm just teaming up. Didn't you say that Wan Qingqing teamed up with Hung Feng and encountered Duan Lingtian? Hung Feng was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, and Wan Qingqing successfully escaped? Could it be that they had joined forces at that time? I don't think so. Duan Lingtian went to stop the people from the Fire Glaze Manor, but I didn't hear that Wan Qingqing was there as well. They must have met again later on and started to work together. I think so too. The news of Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing joining forces spread throughout the Demon Cloud Mansion and the other immortal mansions. The 6 people in the top 6 of the rankings also received a message from the higher-ups of their respective immortal mansions. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, on top of a steep mountain peak, a lone figure stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing teamed up? The proud and aloof figure was a tall young man with a handsome appearance. He wore a crimson robe that fluttered in the wind, as if a bloody fire was burning fiercely. Interesting. The corners of the young man's lips curled up slightly as his eyes glinted. Boom! A figure broke out of a calm lake, causing water to splash everywhere. Then a thin figure appeared in the air above the lake. The figure was a young man dressed like a scholar. He had delicate features and looked like a scholar. Duan Lingtian? Wan Qingqing? I hope I'll be surprised when I meet them. The young man smiled before he turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance. King Tai, I admit defeat. At this moment, a figure who looked like a deity appeared above a forest. King Tai was so frightened that his face turned pale as he hurriedly admitted defeat. Crack! As soon as he admitted defeat, he crushed his accumulative point jade and withdrew from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The figure bathed in flames raised an eyebrow. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice. Junior sister Qingqing has teamed up with Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. Based on the words of the person who crushed his accumulative point jade, it was obvious the person was none other than King Tai from the Martial Battle Mansion. Within the vast gorge, A figure was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed in a depression on the walls of the gorge. He seemed to be waiting for something. The figure was dressed in a long, gray robe. He had the youthful appearance of a young man, but his hair and eyebrows were white. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. Ding! A crisp sound rang in the air as the gray-clad young man opened his eyes. A copper coin had appeared in his hand before he flicked it up. A moment later, the copper coin fell, accurately landing in his palm. "It seems like I won't be able to meet Duan Lingtian this month," the gray-clad young man said with a sigh. The gray-robed young man sighed. Then he closed his eyes and rested. He didn't seem to want to leave the canyon for a long time. It was as if he was waiting for something. The profound Nether Mansion's disciple who killed Gong Sunjing has teamed up with Wan Qing Qing from the Martial Battle Mansion? In the sky above an ice field in the biting cold wind, a figure flitted through the air and suddenly stopped in midair. The reason why he stopped was because he had just received a message. "Humph. Even if you've teamed up with Wan Qing Qing, you'll still die if I meet you." A young man dressed in a long, black robe scoffed as he narrowed his eyes. "I heard the profound Nether Mansion sees Duan Lingtian as their only hope. This time I will crush their hopes." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved again. A bloodthirsty killing intent appeared in the eyes of the black-robed youth, as if he was about to devour someone. "It'll be great if I can meet Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing this month. That way, I won't be bored anymore." In the sky above a lofty mountain range, a figure that was swiftly flying past received a message and suddenly slowed down. At the same time, his eyes lit up. "It's pointless even if I meet those 5 fellows. They can't eliminate me, and I can't eliminate them as well. Usually, those 5 fellows are the only ones worthy of me fighting with my full strength. If I meet Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing this month, I might be able to fight them to my heart's content as well. I can't wait to meet them." In the profound Nether Mansion's 3 transporting sites in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, many people exchanged a look when they heard about Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing joining forces. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing joined forces. Moreover, they eliminated Yunyan from the Magic Cloud Mansion together. However, why did Duan Lingtian give Yunyan's points to Wan Qing Qing? I was wondering why Duan Lingtian's points didn't increase in the past 2 days. As it turns out, he's with Wan Qing Qing. Moreover, it's obvious he's giving in to Wan Qing Qing. Even a hero can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman. It seems like even Duan Lingtian can't break this curse. The elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion sighed. They thought Duan Lingtian was a hero who could not resist the charms of a beautiful woman and was willing to be used by Wan Qing Qing. Although they were speechless, it was inappropriate for them to voice their opinions. After all, it was Duan Lingtian's decision. Moreover, based on Duan Lingtian's current results, even if he gave all his points to Wan Qing Qing, it would still bring glory to the profound Nether Mansion. Don't tell me that Brat is infatuated with Wan Qing Qing from the Martial Battle Mansion? Qi Tianming, the inspector of the profound Nether Mansion, was exasperated when he heard the news. He immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian. "Brat, don't forget about the test the Imperial Tutor Pavilion gave you. Moreover, Wan Qing Qing isn't human at all. Since she's not from the Martial Battle Mansion, she's definitely not human. It's best if you keep your distance from her. Otherwise, you won't even know you're being sold out. Don't foolishly give her the majority of your points again." Qi Tianming sent more than 10 messages to Duan Lingtian. Most of them were to persuade Duan Lingtian not to be obsessed with Wan Qing Qing's beauty. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Elder Qi Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he received Qi Tianming's messages. However, he quickly regained his senses and shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Elder Qi was unaware that he had joined forces with Wan Qing Qing. He was also unaware that he owed Wan Qing Qing a favor from Tan Yuan. the disciple of the Fire Glaze Mansion. If he had not attacked Tan Yuan outside the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, he might not have been able to eliminate Tan Yuan even if Tan Yuan had been careless. The only reason he was able to attack Tan Yuan outside the Fire Glaze Mansion was because of Wan Qingqing. After Duan Lingtian gave Yunyan's points to Wan Qingqing, he no longer felt like he owed Wan Qingqing a favor. Naturally, he would be able to distribute his points as per normal. News of us joining forces has already spread outside. Wan Qingqing's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing did not usually travel together. Although they were separated by a large distance, they could still sense each other's presence with their divine consciousness. As long as one of them encountered an enemy, the other would immediately rush over to help. That's within my expectations. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. As soon as Duan Lingtian replied to Wan Qingqing through voice transmission, he seemed to have sensed something. His eyes narrowed as he looked in front of him. Swoosh! A figure, shrouded in green energy, appeared in front of him. Initially, he was heading in another direction. However, as soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he began to charge in Duan Lingtian's direction. Duan Lingtian. As the figure charged toward Duan Lingtian, he shouted coldly. His voice was so cold that it seemed as though it could freeze the air. Although the figure was not as fast as Wan Qingqing, he was much faster than Duan Lingtian. In terms of speed, he could be considered as one of the second-tier powerhouses in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. His speed was comparable to Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion and Yun Yan from the Magic Cloud Mansion. After a while, the figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and blocked his path. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you ambushed me last month and eliminated me. This month, I, Lu Ji, will kill you to avenge myself. Chapter 3165. Lu Ji. As soon as the newcomer appeared, Duan Lingtian recognized him. It was none other than Lu Ji, whom he had eliminated last month. However, Duan Lingtian did not rely on the 5 divine elements when he eliminated Lu Ji last month. Instead, he relied on his own strength to eliminate Lu Ji. Moreover, the entire process was extremely fast. Naturally, Lu Ji had been careless in eliminating Lu Ji last month. By the time Lu Ji discovered Duan Lingtian's strength, it was already too late. He did not even have the time to dodge Duan Lingtian's attack. Lu Ji. As soon as Duan Lingtian came to a halt, Wan Qingqing came to a halt as well. Since she was quite a distance away from Duan Lingtian, and Lu Ji did not look in her direction, he did not notice her presence. Although she was far away, with her hearing, she could still clearly hear Lu Ji's words. You want to kill Duan Lingtian. Lu Ji's words rendered Wan Qingqing speechless. After all, Lu Ji's strength was not even comparable to hers. Even she did not dare to say she could kill Duan Lingtian. If she had the ability to kill Duan Lingtian, Hung Feng would not have been eliminated by Duan Lingtian. It seems like the rumors are true. Lu Ji's character is not good, and he's not well liked in the Hanqing Mansion. The news of us joining forces and how you eliminated Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion and Yun Yan from the Magic Cloud Mansion has spread like wildfire. However, it's obvious he doesn't know about it. Wan Qingqing sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. She had her reasons for thinking this way. After all, if Lu Ji knew about this, he would not have acted so arrogantly in front of Duan Lingtian. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me. Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever as he faced Lu Ji, who was filled with killing intent. However, Lu Ji was even more furious when he saw Duan Lingtian's nonchalant expression. You won't be as lucky as you were last month. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ji pounced towards Duan Lingtian like an eagle. At the same time, Green gales raged all over his body, causing waves of crisp wind sounds to resound in the void, followed by faintly discernible wind blades. Wong, 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 wong. Lu Ji rushed towards Duan Lingtian like a ghost, followed by a sky full of wind blades that were no slower than Lu Ji's movement speed. They gathered together like raindrops falling from the sky, enveloping Duan Lingtian and penetrating every inch of his body. As soon as Lu Ji made his move, he used almost all the profundities of the law of wind that he had comprehended. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian calmly raised his hand and waved it through the air. The next moment, rip, a spatial crack appeared in the path of the wind blades. Hum! After the spatial crack, the gray blade light whizzed out and circled around Duan Lingtian's body. During this process, the gray saber light was like an inflated balloon rapidly expanding. At the same time, wisps of golden flames raged on the surface of the gray blade light and enveloped it in the blink of an eye. Wong, 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 wong. At this moment, the sky full of wind blades that were less than 10 meters away from Duan Lingtian directly charged into Duan Lingtian's space territory. Although Duan Lingtian's space territory contained the distorting profundities of the law of space, it still could not withstand Lu Ji's storm-like wind blade attacks. Under the direct attack of the wind blades, Duan Lingtian was steadily losing ground. Lu Ji, who had sensed this, flew out with the wind blades with a smug smile on his face. At this moment, Lu Ji felt as though he could already see Duan Lingtian dying in front of him. Go. However, even though the wind blades that filled the sky had the upper hand and were about to land on him, Duan Lingtian still waved his hand calmly. In the next moment, the gray blade light that was circling around him shot out like a bolt of gray lightning. Wong. The gray lightning swept across the void and circled around. The gray blade light with golden flames raged on, forming a powerful offensive attack that met the wind blades in the sky. The two of them held on for a while. The golden flames around the gray blade light dimmed completely as though they would be extinguished at any time. The wind blades that filled the sky were also annihilated. Upon seeing this, Lu Ji's eyes widened. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. He could not help but exclaim, "No, impossible." However, when the gray blade light charged at him like a bolt of lightning, Lu Ji had no choice but to accept it. His celestial origin energy that had merged with the wind elemental profundity erupted as he dodged the gray blade light's attack. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Lu Ji's body swayed like a gust of wind as he narrowly dodged the gray blade light. Swoosh! After dodging the fatal blade light, Lu Ji's expression changed again before he could even catch his breath. This was because when Lu Ji came to a halt a few dozen meters away, a figure appeared in the void not far away from him. It was none other than Duan Lingtian who had teleported to Lu Ji's side. Shackle! Before Lu Ji could react, Duan Lingtian had cast the shackle profundity from the law of space to shackle the space around Lu Ji. Do you think you can trap me? How laughable! Although Lu Ji was shackled by Duan Lingtian, he quickly regained his composure. Then he sneered as green energy surged out of his body and formed hundreds and thousands of wind blades. As the wind blades swept out of Lu Ji's body, the outline of the space around Lu Ji was shackled by a layer of golden flames, revealing the outline of the space shackle. A cuboid burning with golden flames trapped Lu Ji inside. At this moment, although there was a layer of golden flame between Lu Ji and Duan Lingtian, the golden flame was translucent. Through it, Duan Lingtian and Lu Ji could still see each other. It's over. When the golden flames ignited in the space shackle that trapped Lu Ji, Wan Qingqing walked out and stood next to Duan Lingtian. Wan Qingqing! Lu Ji saw Wan Qingqing appear before the wind blades swept out. She did not attack Duan Lingtian. Instead, she stood next to Duan Lingtian. Lu Ji's expression changed immediately. As long as he was not stupid, it was not difficult for him to guess what this meant. Chi, 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 chi. At the same time, Lu Ji discovered that no matter how hard he tried to destroy the space shackle, he could not break it. Even when he attacked with all his might, the space shackle did not show any signs of collapsing. How's this possible? This Duan Ling Tian. How is he so strong? Lu Ji's expression changed again and again. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. If he had known earlier that Duan Ling Tian possessed such strength, no matter how much he hated Duan Ling Tian for catching him off guard last month, he wouldn't have dared to be arrogant in front of Duan Ling Tian when he encountered him this month. In fact, he would have buried this hatred deep in his heart. Even Tan Yuan from the Fire Glaze Mansion couldn't break my space shackle. Do you think your attack is stronger than his? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as he glanced at Lu Ji. Tan Yuan? Lu Ji's body stiffened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Why you? Did you eliminate Tan Yuan? Tan Yuan, the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciple, was one of the top 10 disciples in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Lu Ji had encountered Tan Yuan a few times, but Tan Yuan had eliminated him every time. Although Lu Ji's speed was on par with Tan Yuan's overall strength was far superior to Lu Ji's. Are you so uninformed? I'm sure there are many people outside who are paying attention to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm sure there's no one who doesn't know about me eliminating Tan Yuan, right? Didn't anyone tell you about this through voice transmission? Duan Ling Tian feigned surprise. You. Don't tell me you don't know that I'm ranked 8th on the scoreboard and have more than 300 points? Lu Ji's expression darkened as Duan Ling Tian continued to speak. In the end, his attacks on the space around him began to weaken. Duan Ling Tian is currently ranked 8th, and I'm ranked 7th. It's all thanks to him that I managed to eliminate Yun Yan from the Magic Cloud Mansion. At this moment, Wan Qingqing, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, chimed in. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard Wan Qingqing's words. After spending some time together, Duan Ling Tian had learned a lot about Wan Qingqing. He knew she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He did not expect her to say something like this. This did not seem like Wan Qingqing at all. Upon hearing Wan Qingqing's words, Lu Ji finally stopped attacking and brought out his accumulative point jade at lightning speed. Just as Lu Ji was about to crush his accumulative point jade to leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, swoosh! A frighteningly fast cyan silhouette streaked across the void. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Then, before Lu Ji could crush the accumulative point jade, the cyan silhouette snatched the accumulative point jade away. Swoosh! Wan Qingqing's silhouette did not disappear before it reappeared. At the same time, a accumulative point jade appeared in her hand. It was none other than Lu Ji's accumulative point jade. Before Wan Qingqing appeared, Duan Ling Tian had already told her to keep an eye on Lu Ji. If Lu Ji tried to crush his accumulative point jade, she had to snatch it from him. Wan Qingqing was not confident she could snatch Lu Ji's accumulative point jade from such a distance. For this reason, she decided to appear next to Duan Ling Tian. At this distance, she was confident she could snatch Lu Ji's accumulative point jade. Chapter 3166. With his accumulative points jade taken away, Lu Ji could no longer leave through the transportation formation in the accumulative points jade. He could only rely on himself to return to the Celestial Mansion's camp and leave through the transportation formation there. However, Lu Ji was currently trapped in the confinement space by Duan Ling Tian. Since he could not break out of the confinement space, it was obvious he could not return to the Hanqing Mansion's camp on his own. Moreover, with Wan Qingqing around, even if Duan Ling Tian did not restrain him, he would not have a chance to return to the Hanqing Mansion's camp. Although he was fast, Wan Qingqing was faster than him. Whoosh! Lu Ji's expression changed drastically when Wan Qingqing took his accumulative points jade away. His eyes widened in horror. Even his body began to tremble violently at this moment due to the excessive shock and fright he felt. "Let me give you a piece of advice." Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Ji calmly and said unhurriedly, "In your next life, if you want to seek revenge again, it's best if you investigate the background of your enemy before you decide what to do next. Otherwise, you might be killed instead of avenging yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a cold arc buzz. The gray saber light swept past, killing Lu Ji just as he was about to kneel and beg for mercy after experiencing the terror and torment of life and death. When Lu Ji died, his eyes were wide open and his mouth was agape. His expression was one of horror. As soon as Lu Ji was killed, Wan Qingqing threw the accumulative point jade in her hand to Duan Lingtian and took a step back. In the next moment, the accumulative points jade shattered, and all of Lu Ji's points were taken by Duan Lingtian. Lu Ji still has more than 60 points? After killing Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian looked at his accumulative points jade and discovered his points had increased to 387. It was obvious Lu Ji had given him 65 points. This was because he originally only had 322 points. This Lu Ji is digging his own grave. Wan Qingqing coldly glanced at Lu Ji's corpse and thought to herself. Along the way, she and Duan Lingtian had met people who didn't want to kill them. Therefore, when they eliminated those people, they didn't kill them. Furthermore, even when Duan Lingtian had gone to the Fire Glaze Manor's camp, Duan Lingtian had not killed a single person from the Fire Glaze Manor. At that time, it was clear that Duan Lingtian was not a person who killed indiscriminately. This time, although Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Ji, she could completely understand why he had done so. She knew very well in her heart. Today, if Lu Ji was stronger than Duan Lingtian, the one to die would be Duan Lingtian. "Let's go." After taking Lu Ji's storage ring, Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Wan Qingqing before continuing onward with her. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had been in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for almost 5 days, while Wan Qingqing had been in the middle realm for almost 7 days. "I just hope I'll be able to meet one of the 6 people before she leaves," Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In 3 days, Wan Qingqing would be forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At that time, without Wan Qingqing's help, he would not be able to eliminate any of the 6 people. Duan Lingtian. Wan Qingqing looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him, although Lu Ji isn't very popular in the Hanqing Mansion, the Hanqing Mansion won't let this matter rest after you've killed an inner court disciple of the Hanqing Mansion. When I, Duan Lingtian, do things, I seek to have a clear conscience. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. From the beginning until the end, he did not seem to be affected at all. It was as though the Hanqing Mansion was just a paper tiger. Wan Qingqing, naturally, could tell Duan Lingtian was not putting on an act. For a moment, her opinion of Duan Lingtian rose slightly. Meanwhile, at the transporting formations in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the elders and disciples of the various celestial mansions saw Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was pushed to the 8th place by Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, suddenly gained a huge boost in his points. Wan Qingqing was pushed to the 8th place. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian regained the 7th place. Duan Lingtian's points suddenly increased to 65 points. Who did he eliminate? Look, Hanqing Manor's Lu Ji's name has disappeared from the rankings. Lu Ji again. I remember Lu Ji was eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month, right? That's right. Lu Ji was eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. Lu Ji is really unlucky this time. He encountered Duan Lingtian again. Moreover, he encountered Duan Lingtian, who has Wan Qingqing's help this time. Most people in the major celestial mansions had heard about Lu Ji being eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. Naturally, they knew Lu Ji was dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's result. Lu Ji had even vowed to seek revenge the next time he encountered Duan Lingtian. This month, Lu Ji met Duan Lingtian as he had wished. However, the outcome was the same as the previous month. He was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. I just received news from the Hanqing mansion. Not only was Lu Ji eliminated by Duan Lingtian, but he was also killed by Duan Lingtian. It did not take long before news of Lu Ji being killed by Duan Lingtian spread in the major celestial mansions. Lu Ji was the second person Duan Lingtian had killed in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I remember Duan Lingtian didn't kill anyone when he went to the Fire Glaze Mansion's base, right? No, he didn't. Before Lu Ji, Duan Lingtian had only killed one person. However, that person was from the Azure Green Mansion. The people from the Azure Green Mansion and the Profound Nether Mansion are like fire and water. When they encounter each other in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they'll fight to the death. Lu Ji is naturally ruthless. He must have viewed Duan Lingtian as his enemy since he was eliminated by Duan Lingtian last month. This time, he must have wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. That's why Duan Lingtian decided to kill him. Isn't it obvious? Duan Lingtian didn't kill Lu Ji when he eliminated Lu Ji last month, and yet Lu Ji killed Lu Ji this month. If Lu Ji wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, would Duan Lingtian kill Lu Ji? Although the people from the major celestial mansions did not know Duan Lingtian, it was not difficult for them to deduce Duan Lingtian was not a bloodthirsty person based on Duan Lingtian's behavior. Even the people from Hanqing residence, where Lu Ji lived, had the same thought. However, since Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Ji, it meant Duan Lingtian had become an enemy of the Hanqing mansion. Even if they did not fight to the death, they would not treat Duan Lingtian amicably. As time passed, the names on the scoreboard continued to change. Even the names in the top 10, such as the 10th and 9th places, were constantly changing. Only the names in the top 8 did not change. It was as though they had taken root in the top 8. Duan Lingtian was still in 7th place. Wan Qingqing was still in 8th place. However, as time passed, their points continued to increase. Although the increase was slow, it did not take long for the gap between them to widen. The difference between the 8th and 9th place was close to 100 points. It was a dividing line. The difference between 7th and 6th place was nearly 200 points, which was also a dividing line. Duan Lingtian, the gap between you and the person who's ranked ahead of you is widening. I can only stay in the middle realm for one more day. If we don't encounter anyone who's ranked ahead of you, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to advance any further. Wan Qingqing said to Wan Qingqing. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, she told Duan Lingtian. It had been 2 days since Duan Lingtian killed Lu Ji, and Wan Qingqing had spent 9 days in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even if Wan Qingqing and Wan Qingqing did not leave the middle realm, they would still be forcefully sent out of the middle realm. Although Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian had encountered a few people over the past 2 days, none of them were ranked on the top of the middle realm. However, none of those people were ranked at the top of the rankings. Not even one of them was ranked in the top 50. Currently, there's a difference of 196 points between you and the person who's ranked 6th. Since Wan Qingqing was constantly informed about the changes on the scoreboard through voice transmission, she knew the difference between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. 196 points. Duan Lingtian frowned. Now, after 2 days of accumulation, his points had increased from 380 plus to 435 plus points. But even so, there was still a difference of 196 points between him and the person ranked 6th on the scoreboard. However, You're the only one with a huge gap between you and the person ranked 6th on the scoreboard. That person's gap with the 5 people in front of him isn't huge. Even the person ranked 1st on the scoreboard has only 266 points more than you. Right now, the rankings of the top 6 are constantly changing, and this has been the norm for the past few years. Any one of those 6 people might be able to get first place. Their final ranking is more dependent on luck. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's a difference of 196 points between me and the person who's ranked 6th. There's a difference of 266 points between me and the person who's ranked 1st. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself. It seemed like luck was the only thing he could do to improve his ranking. If he was unlucky and did not encounter anyone with a higher number of points, he might end up ranked 7th. Wan Qing Qing. A voice rang in the air as Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing passed through a hill. The voice was getting closer and closer to them. So you're Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing came to a halt and looked in the direction of the voice. A figure could be seen flying toward them from afar. It seems like we're quite lucky. He's Shimin Haoxian, a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion. Chapter 31:67. At this moment, a figure hovered in the air above a hill, blocking Duan Lingtian and Wan Qing Qing's path. He studied Duan Lingtian curiously. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could sense the person in front of him using his divine consciousness to scan his surroundings. You're really not even 100 years old. Duan Lingtian, are you really from the Southern Heaven Territory? The handsome young man in green first exclaimed in surprise, and then he couldn't help but ask curiously. Sort of. Duan Lingtian replied. Sort of. The green-clad young man, Shimin Haoxian, a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion, frowned slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The curiosity in the depths of his eyes grew even more intense. Explain yourself. Shimin Haoxian said solemnly. Sure, you can crush your accumulative point jade and leave. Once you're out of here, come to the profound nether mansion and I'll tell you. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Impossible. Shimin Haoxian shook his head. If you want my points, you'll have to join forces with Wan Qing Qing. Duan Lingtian was just casually asking. Naturally, he knew Shimin Haoxian would not take the initiative to give up the points he had accumulated for so many days just because he wanted to know something. Therefore, as soon as Shimin Haoxian finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene became a little solemn again. Duan Lingtian, Shimin Haoxian, hasn't comprehended the law of the 5 elements, the law of ice, the law of thunder, and the law of ice. Moreover, he hasn't comprehended the 4 supreme laws. At this moment, Wan Qing Qing's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. The law of destruction. Upon hearing Wan Qing Qing's voice transmission, Duan Lingtian knew Shimin Haoxian had comprehended the law of destruction that was not related to the 5 elements or the supreme laws. The law of destruction was a very special law. It was not derived from the law of the 5 elements, and it had nothing to do with the supreme laws. It could not be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities like the law of the 5 elements. It had to be comprehended on its own. However, the speed of comprehension was much faster than the 4 supreme laws. In fact, it was not slower than comprehending the law of the 5 elements. In terms of strength, it was even stronger than the law of the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, only the law of thunder and the law of ice were derived from the law of the 5 elements could compare to the law of destruction. Everyone knew the laws of lightning and the laws of ice originated from the laws of the 5 elements. However, if one were to look at them from all aspects, they would be the laws of the 5 elements. Based on the law of destruction, the law of destruction was comparable to the law of destruction. The law of destruction, Duan Celestial, who had comprehended the law of the celestial, would have comprehended it. When the celestial sword, celestial sword, and the sword, sabers when sword, sword, sabers, sword cultivators, saber cultivators, spear cultivators, rod cultivators, and so on. They'll be able to comprehend the law of destruction after they've comprehended it to a certain extent. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned solemn as he looked at Shimin Haxian. After all, those who are able to comprehend the law of destruction and specialize in one offensive technique had to be strong-willed. Such a person was not to be trifled with. Duan Lingtian, why don't we make a bet? Shimin Haoxian suddenly said. While Duan Lingtian, Wan Qingqing, and Shimin Haoxian were arguing with each other, he proposed to make a bet with Duan Lingtian. What's the bet? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as his eyes flashed. If I eliminate you and Wan Qingqing today, you'll have to tell me your origin. If I'm eliminated, I'll give you a floating image pearl that records the battle between two celestial kings who have comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space. What do you think? Not only did Shimin Haoxian mention the price Duan Lingtian had to pay if he lost, but he also mentioned the price he was willing to pay if he lost. A floating image pearl that records the battle between two celestial kings who have comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space? As soon as Shimin Haoxian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. If he could obtain such a floating image pearl, it would greatly help him comprehend the transportation profundity and the other 2 profundities from the law of space. Sure, for this reason, Duan Lingtian readily agreed to the bet. Good, that's great. Shimin Haoxian laughed heartily when he saw Duan Lingtian agreeing to the bet. Duan Lingtian, regardless of whether you're eliminated or I'm eliminated today, I'll go to the profound nether mansion to have a drink with you. I just hope you'll welcome me at that time. Shimin Haoxian smiled. Of course I'll welcome you. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Shimin Haoxian, so he smiled back at Shimin Haoxian. Since both of you are joining forces, I'm sure Wan Qingqing will be in charge of chasing after me while you'll be in charge of attacking. To be safe, I won't wait for both of you to make the first move. Shimin Haoxian smiled faintly before he made his move before Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing could make their moves. Swoosh! A gust of wind stirred up as Shimin Haoxian charged toward Duan Lingtian like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Duan Lingtian felt a sharp aura surging toward him when he saw Shimin Haoxian charging toward him at lightning speed. It was as though he was a weapon instead of a person. Swoosh! Shimin Haoxian's body was as nimble as a snake. However, when he approached Duan Lingtian, he seemed to have lost his balance. In the next moment, a black energy flashed around Shimin Haoxian's body before it transformed into an energy sword that shrouded him. Swoosh! Shimin Haoxian shook his right hand, and a black sword ray that contained a terrifying destructive aura shot toward Duan Lingtian. The moment the sword appeared, it seemed as though the color of heaven and earth had changed. The sword ray contained a terrifying sword essence. In the past, Duan Lingtian had obtained inheritance from Feng Qingyang, a sword Dao powerhouse from the Saint Province realm. Although his attainments in the sword Dao were not as high as Shimin Haoxian's, it was not difficult for him to sense how terrifying Shimin Haoxian's sword ray was. Swoosh! The sharp sword pierced through the air. It seemed as though the void was about to be pierced by it. Duan Lingtian felt goosebumps rising on his scalp when he sensed the sharp sword chi. He quickly cast the law of space's teleportation profundity. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported 100 meters behind Shimin Haoxian. His purple robe fluttered as the space territory appeared. Moreover, the void that was shrouded by the space territory seemed to tremble slightly. Moreover, the trembling frequency was getting faster and faster. As expected of the teleportation profundity, one of the 2 most peculiar speed profundities in heaven and earth, it's really impossible to guard against. Shimin Haoxian was not surprised that his sword had missed. If Duan Lingtian could not even dodge his first sword ray, he would not be able to defend himself. If that's the case, take another sword ray from me. As soon as Shimin Haoxian finished speaking, his body trembled, and the black energy halo on his body began to wreak havoc. A terrifying aura swept out from Shimin Haoxuan's body. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A series of black, translucent sword lights emerged from the halo of power around Shimin Haoxuan's body. They rapidly revolved around Shimin Haoxuan. When the sword rays wreaked havoc, Shimin Haoxian exuded a terrifying, destructive aura that seemed capable of destroying everything. Humph! As soon as Shimin Haoxian turned around, a scoff rang in the air. It was none other than Wan Qingqing. Even Wan Qingqing did not react to Shimin Haoxian's sudden attack. When Wan Qingqing saw Shimin Haoxian ignoring her and attacking Duan Lingtian again, her expression turned cold immediately. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the next moment, a gust of cold wind blew past, and Wan Qingqing was in the wind, heading straight for Shimin Haoxuan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Wan Qingqing moved with the wind, the emerald energy on her body surged. It was the celestial origin energy that had merged with the law of woods, with elemental profundity. In the next moment, swoosh, 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 swoosh. An ear-piercing sound rang in the air. The emerald energy on Wan Qingqing's body transformed into vines that were as thick as an adult's arm and shot toward Shimin Haoxian. Wan Qingqing, you can't trap me. Shimin Haoxuan faintly smiled in the face of those vines, which were sweeping towards him from all directions. Then, all the black sword lights around his body whizzed out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The black sword rays collided with the emerald green vines that were falling from the sky. The emerald green vines were destroyed before they could even get close to Shimin Haoxian. However, after the emerald green vines were destroyed, more emerald green vines shot toward Shimin Haoxian, evading the black sword rays. It's useless. Shimin Haoxian raised his hand, and a sword that had merged with the law of destruction's fundamental profundity and the destruction elemental profundity appeared out of thin air. Swoosh! As Shimin Haoxuan casually waved his sword a few times, those vines near him were chopped into several pieces and instantly lost their vitality, turning into yellow withered vines. At this moment, swoosh! 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 Specks of emerald green light poured down from the sky like the Buddha's radiance, illuminating the world and delivering all living things from torment, resplendent and dazzling. These emerald green specks of light scattered on the severed withered vines, and at the same time they scattered on the emerald green vines that were destroyed by the black sword rays that filled the sky. Those emerald green vines, which had originally been twisted into pieces, actually gathered together again after coming into contact with the emerald green light, returning to a complete vine. As for those withered vines that had lost their vitality, not only did they regain their vitality, but they also regained their emerald green color. Even the parts that had been severed were reconnected. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 3168. Child's Play. Shimin Haoxuan, who was trapped in the emerald green cage, surrounded by vines, was not nervous at all. His face was calm and relaxed. Although Wan Qingqing's binding technique was brilliant, it was not enough to trap him. As long as he was willing, he would only need a few breaths to break Wan Qingqing's technique. Wan Qingqing had to expend a lot of celestial origin energy to cast this technique. It would be extremely difficult for her to cast it again. At that time, he would be able to easily eliminate Wan Qingqing. However, just as Shimin Haoxian was about to spend a few breaths to break Wan Qingqing's technique, his eyes flashed and he saw a figure appearing not far away from him. The cage formed by Wan Qingqing's vines had completely blocked out all light. It was completely dark inside. However, for someone with Shimin Haoxian's cultivation base, the darkness did not affect him at all since he could easily see in the dark. Moreover, even if he did not use his night vision, he could still see through the darkness with his divine consciousness. At this moment, the person who appeared in front of Shimin Haoxian was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported in. Others would have to break Wan Qingqing's binding technique to enter the cage, but Duan Lingtian did not need to do so since he had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity. Buzz, 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 buzz. As soon as Shimin Haoxian saw Duan Lingtian, he could feel the void around him distorting as spatial energy swept toward him. These spatial powers were like sharp saber lights and sword shadows, emitting bursts of buzzing sounds. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. However, Shimin Haoxian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the destruction elemental profundity surged and transformed into black sword rays that revolved around him to ward off the spatial energy. It seems like the rumors are true. Speed is your weakness. Shimin Haoxian stared at Duan Lingtian and said bluntly, based on your actions, it seems like you intend to use Wan Qingqing's binding technique to limit my speed. You want to fight me in Wan Qingqing's binding of vines? Shimin Haoxian's words exposed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. It's not too late to crush the accumulative point jade and leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer some physical pain, Duan Lingtian said. Once he fought with Shimin Haoxian wouldn't have the chance to use his full strength to break through Wan Qingqing's vines. The shockwaves from their battle were not enough to destroy Wan Qingqing's vines in a short time. Of course, it was only enough to destroy it in a short period of time. If he didn't defeat Shimin Haoxian in a short time, Wan Qingqing's vines would be completely destroyed by the shockwaves of their attacks. Also, Wan Qingqing had told him, if her binding of vines was destroyed, she would need to rest for at least half a day before she could use the same level of binding of vines again. Therefore, he only had one chance. Chaos Divine Earth. Just to be on the safe side, I'll need you to lend me a hand this time. In order to defeat Shimin Haoxian in the shortest time possible, Duan Lingtian did not want to give Shimin Haoxian an advantage in terms of speed. Humph. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth snorted. Boy, you finally thought of me. Although I'm not as helpful as the profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame, I'm still comparable to an offensive profundity to the rudimentary stage. Outside the binding of vines. Boom, 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 boom. From the beginning, Wan Qingqing had been using all her strength to resist the binding of the vines. As time passed, her forehead was covered in sweat. This was because the shock waves from the battle were too strong. It was not as simple as the shock waves. It's only been 3 breaths, but the shock waves from their battle are already giving me so much pressure. Even if Shimin Haoxian attacks with all his might, it'll take him a few breaths to break through my defenses. However, they're not targeting me at all. After 4 breaths, Wan Qingqing's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She was not as pale as a sheet of ice, but she was under too much pressure. If this continues, I'll only be able to hold on for 6 breaths at most. Wan Qingqing was starting to panic. She discovered she had completely underestimated the aftershock of the fight between Duan Lingtian and Shimin Haoxian. The aftershock of the fight was not much weaker than the full force of Shimin Haoxian's attack on her binding vine. Wan Qingqing gritted her teeth and held on. She did not even have the time to send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, let alone use her divine consciousness to check the situation inside. This was because her nerves were completely taut. The moment she relaxed, the vines binding her would immediately be destroyed. It seems like we won't be able to eliminate Shimin Haoxian even if we join forces. Wan Qingqing's heart was filled with bitterness. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, she did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Shimin Haoshuan in 6 breaths. Even if Shimin Haoshuan could not make use of his speed, with Duan Lingtian's strength, he would need at least 10 breaths to defeat Shimin Haoshuan. This was Wan Qingqing's understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. Naturally, she also knew Shimin Haoshuan's strength. In the past, she had been eliminated by Shimin Haoshuan once. Naturally, she knew Shimin Haoshuan's strength. After 5 breaths, Wan Qingqing was shocked to discover that the binding of vines had disappeared. The terrifying shock waves from the binding of vines had disappeared, and everything had returned to normal. At the same time, the powerful pressure that had enveloped her body and made her unable to breathe had completely vanished. Thank you for showing mercy. Just as Wan Qingqing was about to extend her consciousness to investigate the situation, a voice came from the vines. It was filled with gratitude. This voice! Wan Qingqing's eyes lit up when she heard the voice. This was because it was Shimin Haoshuan's voice. In the next moment, Wan Qingqing removed the binding of vines, and 2 figures appeared in front of her. Duan Lingtian was unscathed. His purple robe had a few cuts, but there were no wounds on the parts of his robe that were cut. Apparently, only his robe was damaged and he was fine. On the other hand, Shimin Haoshuan had more than a dozen wounds on his body, especially the one on his chest. It was a ghastly sight. If Duan Lingtian had gone a little lower, Shimin Haoshuan would have died. Don't forget the bet between us. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Shimin Haoshuan and said, Don't worry, I'll deliver it to you personally. After Shimin Haoshuan recovered from his injuries, he took out his accumulative points jade and smiled at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Shimin Haoshuan did not seem like a person who had just walked past the gates of hell. He seemed completely fine as he smiled at Duan Lingtian, who had almost killed him. I'll wait for you. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's no need for that. I'll ask my junior uncle to bring me to the profound nether mansion after I leave. By the time you leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, I should be there as well. Shimin Haoshuan said. Shimin Haoshuan was a core disciple of the grade 6 Red Leaves Mansion. He was quite popular among his peers. Therefore, he would be informed about the changes in the scoreboard from time to time. For this reason, he roughly knew when Duan Lingtian would enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and when Duan Lingtian would leave the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I'll look for you for a drink later. Shimin Haoshuan smiled at Duan Lingtian before he crushed the accumulative points jade in his hand. After Shimin Haoshuan left, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his accumulative points jade. It was clear Shimin Haoshuan was curious about his current points. Shimin Haoshuan was one of the top 6 participants in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He was even ranked first on the scoreboard many times. Before he eliminated Shimin Haoshuan's ranking was already higher than his. However, he did not know his current ranking. After all, Shimin Haoshuan and the other participants had been in the top 6 for more than 6 years. The gap between their points was very small. It was easy for them to overtake those who were ranked ahead of them. How many points do I have now? Duan Lingtian was not the only one who was curious about his current points. Even Wan Qingqing was curious about Duan Lingtian's points. 1,207. Duan Lingtian put his accumulative points jade away and looked at Wan Qingqing with a bright smile on his face. This was Wan Qingqing's first time seeing Duan Lingtian smiling like this. She was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses when Duan Lingtian stopped smiling. At this moment, even Wan Qingqing herself didn't notice that a faint blush had appeared on her cheeks. Congratulations! Wan Qingqing congratulated Duan Lingtian when she learned about Duan Lingtian's current points. With your current points, you'll definitely rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this month. Based on what I know, it has been 12 years since anyone has accumulated more than 1,000 points in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In Wan Qingqing's opinion, Duan Lingtian's current points were enough to rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I'm sure those who are paying attention to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard are dumbfounded. None of them expected you to eliminate Shimin Haoshuan. The people from the Red Leaves Mansion must be even more dumbfounded. I'm sure they didn't expect Shimin Haoshuan, who they thought was invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, would be eliminated one day. Wan Qingqing's words were true. When Shimin Haoxian appeared at one of the portals in the Red Leaves Mansion that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, everyone was stunned. Chapter 3169. Shimin Haoxian was a core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already the strongest person below the Celestial King realm in the Red Leaves Mansion. In fact, even in the other celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory, no one below the Celestial King realm dared to say they could defeat Shimin Haoxian. However, Shimin Haoxian had been eliminated by someone else. How could the elders and disciples of the Red Leaves Mansion accept this? Senior Shimin Haoxian, what's going on? Senior Shimin Haoxian, who eliminated you. Could it be that 2 of the 5 have joined forces? The disciples of the Red Leaves Mansion looked at Shimin Haoxian with a disgruntled expression on their faces when they saw him being eliminated. Many elders from the Red Leaves Mansion looked at Shimin Haoxian with disbelief in their eyes. Shimin Haoxian had been eliminated? This was the first time Shimin Haoxian and the other 5 people were eliminated from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm since they were ranked in the top 6. Indeed, I was eliminated by 2 people. However, it's not one of the 5 people. Shimin Haoshuan said unhurriedly with a calm expression while facing gazes filled with shock, confusion, disbelief, and even disbelief. As he spoke, he shifted his gaze to the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like he's going to rank first this month. A smile appeared on Shimin Haoxian's face when he saw Shimin Haoxian's name on the scoreboard. What an interesting fellow. Shimin Haoxian did not seem disheartened at all. Instead, he remained calm as though nothing had happened. He was calm because he knew Shimin Haoxian had defeated Shimin Haoxian. He was convinced he was defeated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Naturally, he knew he had been careless and allowed Wan Qingqing to trap him. If he had not been careless, it would have been difficult for Wan Qingqing to trap him. However, if Wan Qingqing had focused on restraining him, coupled with Duan Lingtian, he would have been defeated in the end. Unless I improve my speed, I won't be a match for both of them. Shimin Haoshuan was well aware of this. Apart from Zhuge Yunqi, none of them would be a match for Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing if they joined forces. Because of this, Shimin Haoshuan wasn't discouraged by the fact that he had been defeated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Look, the first place on the scoreboard has changed hands. When Shimin Haoshuan looked at the scoreboard, some people's gazes also followed Shimin Haoshuan's gaze to the scoreboard. With a single glance, they saw that the first place on the scoreboard had already changed hands. What? First place has changed hands? It was by the second place. What? Duan Lingtian. When the group of Red Leaves Mansion's elders and disciples saw that the person ranked first on the scoreboard wasn't one of the 5 people they had expected, their expressions changed. Currently, the person ranked first was Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. No wonder Senior Brother Shimin Haoxian said it wasn't the 5 people who eliminated him. As it turns out, it was Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing who eliminated him. One of the Red Leaves Mansion's disciple was the first to regain his senses. The next moment, hiss, 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 hiss. Sounds of people sucking in cold breaths of air could be heard. The surrounding Red Leaves Mansion's elders and disciples were all shocked. They would never have thought that the core disciple of the Red Leaves Mansion, Shimin Haoxian, was eliminated by Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing are capable of defeating the 6 strongest people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm if they join forces. However, I didn't expect them to be able to eliminate Senior Shimin Haoxian. Since he can eliminate Senior Brother Shimin Haoxuan, doesn't that mean he can also eliminate the other 5? That's for sure. Senior Brother Shimin isn't any weaker than the other 5. Since Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing can eliminate Senior Brother Shimin Haoxian, it shouldn't be difficult for them to eliminate the other 5. The Red Leaves Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. When they thought about how Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing were able to eliminate the other 5 people in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they felt relieved. They could only sigh at Shimin Haoxian's bad luck for encountering Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. While the Red Leaves Mansion was in an uproar over Shimin Haoxian's elimination, the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were in an uproar as well. Duan Lingtian is ranked first? Is this for real? Heavens, is Duan Lingtian really heaven-defying? He's ranked first in the 2nd month after entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, his points have exceeded 1,000. If nothing goes wrong, he'll rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There shouldn't be any surprises. Gong Sun Wu Ji, who's ranked 2nd, only has slightly over 700 points. If he wants to surpass Duan Lingtian, he'll have to eliminate Wan Qingqing first. He's only eliminated 1 person in the top 10 who's ranked behind Wan Qingqing. It's impossible for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. The people from the other Grade 6 Celestial Mansions who were paying attention to the scoreboard stared at the name that was ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for a long time. The people from the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions were shocked by Duan Lingtian's current ranking. However, the people from the profound Nether Mansion could only be described as frenzied. I didn't expect to see a Celestial Duke from the profound Nether Mansion ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in my lifetime. Many elders and disciples of the profound Nether Mansion were so excited that their eyes turned red. After all, this was a great honor for the profound Nether Mansion. Similarly, it was a great honor for them as well. Even if Duan Lingtian was an outsider whom the profound Nether Mansion had hired, no matter what, the first place was still the first place. There was no doubt that a Celestial Duke from the profound Nether Mansion had ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to rank first. Gong Sun Wu Ji from the Azure Green Mansion only has slightly over 700 points. Only Wan Qingqing, the 7th-ranked Gong Sun Wu Ji, will be able to help him if he only eliminates 1 person from the profound Nether Mansion. A disciple from the profound Nether Mansion said excitedly, after Duan Lingtian eliminated Shimin Haoxian from the Red Leaves Mansion, Wan Qingqing's ranking had risen to the 1st place. After Shimin Haoxian was eliminated, not only did Wan Qingqing's ranking rise, but the other 90-odd people behind her also rose in rank. Wan Qingqing was eliminated. Shimin Haoxian was eliminated by Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing. Do you think Gong Sun Wu Ji will be able to eliminate Wan Qingqing and Duan Lingtian? Another disciple from the profound Nether Mansion said disdainfully, if he doesn't eliminate Wan Qingqing, it's impossible for Gong Sun Wu Ji to rank first, even if he eliminates the 8th-ranked Celestial Duke. I don't think Gong Sun Wu Ji has much time left in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? He seems to have entered the middle realm earlier than Shimin Haoxian. He's the first to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's why he has an advantage over the other 5. The group of elders and disciples from the profound Nether Mansion did not think Gong Sun Wu Ji would be able to obtain a large number of points in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It seems like Duan Lingtian will rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. Haha, this is great. Awesome. Duan Lingtian is truly a hero of the profound Nether Mansion. A commotion broke out in the profound Nether Mansion as soon as the news spread. Many of the elders and disciples who did not pay much attention to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm began to pay attention to it. After several thousand years, the profound Nether Mansion finally ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Unlike the people from the profound Nether Mansion who were excited, the people from the Azure Green Mansion felt as though they had just swallowed a fly. I'm really lucky to rank first before I leave. I wonder if the other 5 will surpass me in the end. Before Gong Sun Wuji was forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he did not receive any news from the Azure Green Mansion about Duan Lingtian's achievement. However, when he was forcefully transported out of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he heard people talking about Duan Lingtian's achievement. I didn't expect Senior Gong Sun Wuji to be ranked first in the end. Damn it. If it weren't for the Martial Battle Mansion's Wan Qing, Duan Lingtian wouldn't have been able to eliminate Shimin Hao Xian from the Red Leaves Mansion and oust Senior Gong Sun Wuji. I don't really care about the other 5 people who rank first. But why do I feel indignant that someone from the profound Nether Mansion is ranked first? Gong Sun Wuji's expression turned unsightly when he heard the discussions of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples. He quickly glanced at the scoreboard. With just a glance, he saw Duan Lingtian was ranked first. He was ranked second. As for the person ranked first, it was none other than Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had relied on the points he obtained by eliminating Shimin Hao Xian to climb to the top. With more than 1,000 points, it was basically impossible for anyone to push him down this month. Duan Ling Tian. Killing intent flashed in Gong Sun Wuji's eyes. In the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, in just a blink of an eye, another day had passed. I'll be forcefully transported out of the middle realm in 15 minutes. Wan Qing said to Duan Lingtian, once I'm forcefully transported out of the middle realm, you should leave as well. With your current points, you'll definitely be ranked first. In the past few days, Wan Qing and Duan Lingtian had encountered a few more people and obtained points from them. Duan Lingtian had given all the points to Wan Qing. Wan Qing was certain she would rank 7th on the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard. Chapter 3170. After Wan Qing left, Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base and left the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through the transporting formation in the profound Nether Mansion's base. It was just as Wan Qing had said. With his current points, it was only a matter of time before he would remain at the top of the scoreboard. It would not be difficult for him to accumulate more points if he continued to stay in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, it was unrealistic for him to accumulate more points. If that was the case, he might as well leave as soon as possible. When Duan Lingtian returned to the profound Nether Mansion's base, a group of 10 Direction Celestial Dukes greeted Duan Lingtian respectfully and addressed Duan Lingtian as senior brother. Now that they knew Duan Lingtian was at the top of the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm scoreboard, they were filled with admiration for this young man who was not even 100 years old. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was only an external aid that the profound Nether Mansion had invited, it did not dampen their enthusiasm. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian returned to the transporting formation in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it was already crowded with people. As soon as he appeared, as someone exclaimed his name, hundreds and thousands of gazes fell on him. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're amazing. You actually obtained more than 1,000 points. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, with your current points, you're destined to rank first this month. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you're my idol. When the profound Nether Mansion's disciples saw Duan Lingtian, they were filled with enthusiasm. Many of them stared at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes, clearly regarding Duan Lingtian as their idol. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I like you. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, do you have a Tao companion? Some of the bolder female disciples even blushed and asked Duan Lingtian if he had a partner. It was obvious they were willing to become Duan Lingtian's partners as long as Duan Lingtian agreed. Before coming out, Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared that he would be surrounded again. He did not expect the profound Nether Mansion's disciples to be so enthusiastic. This was especially true for the bold female disciples of the profound Nether Mansion. They were so passionate that Duan Lingtian found it hard to accept. Was he the man, or were these female disciples the men? Since when were women so proactive? Duan Lingtian, I never thought that you would actually eliminate Red Leaves Mansion's Shimin Haoshuan. At this moment, a profound Nether Mansion elder who was standing close to Duan Lingtian stepped forward to help Duan Lingtian fend off the disciples from the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and sighed emotionally. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Moreover, if it weren't for Wan Qingqing's help, I wouldn't have been able to eliminate Shimin Haoshuan. There are many people in the major celestial mansions who want to destroy Shimin Haoshuan and the others. However, you and Wan Qingqing are the only ones who have succeeded. There's no need to be humble. The profound Nether Mansion elder smiled. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he turned down the invitations of the profound Nether Mansion's elders and flew out of the transporting formation. Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief after he left the transporting formation. The profound Nether Mansion's elders were too enthusiastic. Those who had daughters and granddaughters were trying to sell their daughters and granddaughters to Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted him to be their son-in-law. Old Qi. After leaving the transporting formation, Duan Lingtian returned to Elder Qi's cultivation place. His temporary cultivation place was also here. Why did you come out so early? Qi Tianming was surprised to see Duan Lingtian. Aren't you supposed to stay in the Middle Realm for another 2 days? Since Wan Qingqing has left, it's meaningless for me to stay here. It's better for me to cultivate and comprehend the law of space as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian replied. That's true. In any case, with your current points, it's only a matter of time before you rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Qi Tianming had heard about Duan Lingtian ranking first a day ago. As soon as he heard the news, he sent a message to Duan Lingtian to congratulate him. I didn't expect you to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Before Duan Lingtian entered the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although Duan Lingtian had gathered a large number of points from the Fire Glaze Mansion's disciples in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Qi Tianming did not think Duan Lingtian would rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was too difficult to rank first in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, there were 6 monstrous geniuses standing in his way. In recent years, the 6 monstrous geniuses had occupied the top 6 spots on the scoreboard. None of them had been eliminated from the top 6 spots. Based on this, one could easily imagine how strong they were. Even when Qi Tianming learned that Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing had joined forces, he did not think there was a chance. I was lucky, Duan Lingtian replied. After encountering Shimin Haoshuan, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to underestimate the other 5 monstrous geniuses who had occupied the top 6 spots in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in recent years. Even if he did not get eliminated from the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would not be able to defeat any one of the 5 monstrous geniuses and Shimin Haoshuan. After all, the 6 monstrous geniuses were much faster than him. Although he could suppress the 5 monstrous geniuses with the help of the 5 divine elements, It was difficult for him to land a hit. At most, he could rely on that kind of attack to protect himself, making the 5 of them helpless. If he wanted to defeat the 6 monstrous geniuses, he would have to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity. Only then would he have a chance of defeating the 6 monstrous geniuses. Regardless of whether it's luck or not, you'll rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. Qi Tianming smiled. Qi Tianming sighed. It's a pity that you have Wan Qingqing's help this month, but you won't be able to meet her again next month. There's no one in the profound nether mansion who's as fast as Wan Qingqing. Although Qi Tianming did not witness how Duan Lingtian and Wan Qingqing worked together to eliminate Shimen Haoxian, it was not difficult for him to guess Wan Qingqing's speed played a huge role in that. If it were not for Wan Qingqing's speed, why would Duan Lingtian work together with her? If you have someone who can team up with you every month and whose speed isn't any slower than Wan Qingqing, it won't be difficult for you to complete the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's test, as long as your luck isn't bad. Qi Tianming sighed. Until now, he still found it difficult to accept the test the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had set for Duan Lingtian, because it was truly too difficult. It was simply too difficult for a young man like Duan Lingtian, who was not even 100 years old, to complete the test. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth were. We'll deal with it in the future. Contrary to Qi Tianming's worries, Duan Lingtian was much more optimistic. Old Qi, I'd like to visit the coupling celestial sect. Do you have time to bring me there? What? You want to look for your friend? Due to the incident, Qi Tianming had learned about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had a close friend in the coupling celestial sect. His name was Huang Jialong, yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. All right, I'll bring you there. Qi Tianming nodded before he brought Duan Lingtian to the coupling celestial sect. With Qi Tianming's speed, it only took him 2 to 3 days to arrive at the coupling celestial sect with Duan Lingtian. Qi Tianming, one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion, was naturally welcomed by the first sect leader and second sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Senior Uncle Qi. Senior Uncle Qi. Whether it was the first sect leader or the second sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, their seniority was lower than Qi Tianming. Therefore, when they saw Qi Tianming, they had to respectfully address him as senior uncle. This must be Duan Lingtian, right? Gong Sun Wenqing, the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Although Qi Tianming did not introduce Duan Lingtian, he could guess Duan Lingtian's identity. That's right, he's Duan Lingtian. Qi Tianming nodded. Nephew Duan, you're really amazing. As far as I know, it's been many years since someone from the profound nether mansion managed to rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound nether mansion is truly proud of nephew Duan's achievement. Gong Sun Wenqing said with a smile. You flatter me, sect leader Gong Sun. I'm here to look for Huang Jialong. Duan Lingtian smiled as he replied to Gong Sun Wenqing. No matter what, Gong Sun Wenqing was Huang Jialong's master. Naturally, he couldn't neglect him. I've already sent a message for him to come over. Not long after Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huang Jialong appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. After a long time apart, the two of them gave each other a big hug. At the same time, Qi Tianming and the other two left tactfully. Brother Duan, you're really amazing. I heard from Master that you're ranked first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. As far as I know, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is a stage for 10 directions, celestial dukes. Master said you consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Is that true? That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit helped you comprehend the law of space? Huang Jialong asked again. Duan Lingtian did not notice. When Huang Jialong asked this question, his expression became dignified. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something else. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's go. Come with me. Huang Jialong bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he led Duan Lingtian to the depths of the coupling celestial sex estate. Since Huang Jialong was the direct disciple of the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, his cultivation place was located in the depths of the coupling celestial sex estate, where the heaven and earth spirit energy was the most abundant. Under Huang Jialong's lead, Duan Lingtian entered his room. Swoosh! After scanning the room with his divine consciousness, Huang Jialong spread his hand in front of Duan Lingtian. Soon after, a diamond-shaped black stone appeared on his palm. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. Chapter 30, 171. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth exclaimed in shock. Duan Lingtian was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen the 5 divine elements lose their composure. What's the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity? Duan Lingtian asked the 5 divine elements curiously. However, the 5 divine elements did not respond to him. It was as though they were still in shock. Jialong, what's this? Duan Lingtian could only ask Huang Jialong since he did not receive any response from the 5 divine elements. Since Huang Jialong was the one who took it out, he must have some understanding of it. I don't know what it is, but I know it's related to a terrifying powerhouse. Apart from that, it can also derive the law of space. However, I'm not very talented. Although I've had it for many years, I still can't figure out how to use it. Huang Jialong said solemnly, Derive the law of space? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted in surprise. Where did you get it? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he recalled how the 5 divine elements had addressed the item hovering above Huang Jialong's palm. The Supreme Powerhouse Divinity? Although Duan Lingtian did not know what a divinity was, he knew what a supreme powerhouse was. A supreme powerhouse was the most powerful being in heaven and earth. Such beings were extremely rare in heaven and earth. For example, the realms of gods, which were separate from the Devata realms and the mundane realms, were all created by a supreme powerhouse. Moreover, the realms of gods were superior to the Devata realms. One could easily imagine how powerful a supreme powerhouse was. It all started 100 years ago. Huang Jialong said as he reminisced. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Huang Jialong's eyes as he said, At that time I was just an ordinary golden celestial. I was traveling around the supporting Fall Nation with a few friends. Naturally, we were protected by the powerhouses sent by our families. One day, I got separated from all of them in a dark, sunless swamp that blocked out the divine sense. I waited alone in the swamp for a few days in fear before they found me. During those few days, the space beside me started to distort and vibrate. In fact, I even managed to see the region of spatial turbulence behind the distorted space. There were 2 people fighting there. Their movements were so powerful that the spatial turbulence could not get close to them. I don't know how long they fought, but I watched them fight for a day and a night. When I first saw them, one of them was covered in wounds, while the other was in a wretched state. After a day and a night, the one who was covered in injuries was defeated, and he chose to escape. That was the only one who did not give up. They were leisurely strolling through the spatial turbulence as a matter of course. In the end, the person who escaped seemed to have seen me. He stretched out his hand and took out this stone from his body. He threw it at me and slapped it with his palm. At the same time the stone landed beside me, the turbulent space was also slapped by his palm and calmed down. Do you know? At that time I thought I was dreaming. Everyone knows the spatial turbulence in the Devata realms is extremely terrifying. Even heavenly emperors would die if they enter it. However, those two people are walking through it as if it's flat ground. They're treating it as a battlefield. When the spatial turbulence in the chaotic space hits them, it's like a gust of wind. They're completely unharmed. Huang Jialong's face was filled with shock and disbelief as he spoke. At that time, I knew the thing that the man threw at me while he was escaping was not simple at all. After that, I put this thing in my spatial ring. From then on, whenever I fell into a dream, that person's figure would appear in my dreams, and he would perform all kinds of tricks. In the beginning, I didn't know what kind of technique he was using. However, after reading through the books and understanding the law of space, I realized he was using the law of space. Unfortunately, up until now, I still haven't figured it out. Coincidentally, you obtained the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit and became a 10 directions celestial duke. Moreover, the fruit helped you comprehend many profundities from the law of space. Therefore, I thought it would be better for you to keep this instead of me. It'll only collect dust with me. As Huang Jialong spoke, he extended his hand and placed the stone in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not take the stone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded. He's walking through the spatial turbulence as though it's flat ground. The spatial turbulence in the Devata realms is completely different from the spatial turbulence in the mundane realms. Even heavenly emperors would die if they entered the spatial turbulence. Even an ordinary deity would have no chance of survival if they were to enter it. The profound divine metal and the others said this is the divinity of a supreme powerhouse. Is it possible that the two men are supreme powerhouses? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his breathing quickened when he thought about this. Boy, hurry up and take it. Boy, this is a great fortune. With this, your future path will be smooth sailing. There's almost no treasure in this world that's comparable to this. The voices of the profound divine metal and the chaos divine earth rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was as though they were afraid Huang Jialong would refuse to give the divinity to Duan Lingtian. What's this thing? Duan Lingtian asked the profound divine metal and the chaos divine earth. The supreme powerhouse, divinity, does it have something to do with the supreme powerhouse? The supreme powerhouse divinity is something a supreme powerhouse left behind after he condensed his comprehension of the law of space. Unless the supreme powerhouse is willing to leave behind the divinity, no one can force him to do so, the chaos divine fire said. The chaos divine flame's voice rang in the air. Earlier, he said that after he obtained the supreme powerhouse godhead, he saw someone practicing the law of space in his sleep. That means the supreme powerhouse, who left behind the supreme powerhouse godhead, had comprehended the law of space to the peak and became a supreme powerhouse. In terms of comprehension of the laws of space in this world, only other supreme existences who have reached the pinnacle through the laws of space can compare to him. If you can obtain this, no one will be able to match your speed in comprehending the law of space in the future. In fact, even if we help you comprehend the law of fire, the law of metal, and the law of earth, it won't be as fast as you comprehend the law of space after you obtain this thing. The chaos divine fire sighed as it said, "This boy has obtained the supreme powerhouse divinity for 100 years, but he hasn't even comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of space. This means he's not destined to comprehend the law of space in his life. He's just a piece of rotten wood when it comes to the law of space. In this world, there were some people who had high attainments in certain laws and comprehended them with ease. However, there were some laws that they would never be able to comprehend. Huang Jialong was clearly such a person. It was impossible for him to comprehend the law of space. This was because the divinity left behind by a supreme powerhouse who had comprehended the law of space to the pinnacle. As long as it was not impossible for someone to comprehend the law of space within 100 years, they would be able to comprehend the law of space." Gasp! Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard the chaos divine fire's words. When he looked at the supreme powerhouse divinity hovering in Huang Jialong's hand again, his eyes shone brightly. The supreme powerhouse divinity contained the law of space that Duan Lingtian had comprehended to the pinnacle. If he could obtain it, he would be able to comprehend the law of space without any obstacles in the future. Jialong, do you know how precious the thing in your hand is? Duan Lingtian asked solemnly as he looked at Huang Jialong. It doesn't matter if it's precious or not. It has been in my possession for 100 years, but it hasn't shown its full potential. Since you've comprehended the law of space, it means we're fated to meet. You don't have to be so polite with it, Huang Jialong said with a smile. This is the supreme powerhouse divinity. Duan Lingtian did not reach out to take it. Instead, he told Huang Jialong about the origin of the rhombus-shaped black stone. He did not hide anything from Duan Lingtian. The chaos divine earth was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's actions. Idiot, why are you telling him this? If you tell him this, he won't give you the supreme powerhouse divinity anymore. The chaos divine earth said in exasperation. However, Duan Lingtian ignored it. It had its own rules. Huang Jialong treated it as a brother. How could it lie to Huang Jialong? Impossible. Supreme powerhouses. As it turns out, the two powerhouses fighting in the turbulent space are the strongest existences in this world. They're even stronger than the heavenly emperors. Huang Jialong said with a sigh. Brother Duan, keep it. I believe with this supreme powerhouse divinity, you'll be able to go far in the future. I only hope that when you become a supreme powerhouse in the future, you'll come back and have a drink with me. Although Huang Jialong knew how precious the supreme powerhouse divinity was, he still wanted to give it to Duan Lingtian. This is the supreme powerhouse divinity. Keep it. Who knows? You might be able to comprehend the law of space and reach the heavens in a single bound. Duan Lingtian said. He did not reach out to take the divinity. Instead, he kindly reminded Huang Jialong, just take it. I know my limits. Huang Jialong shook his head and said with a smile, Moreover, it's all thanks to you that I'm able to reach the heavens in a single bound and become the last disciple of the coupling celestial sect. The further you go, the higher my position in the coupling celestial sect will be. Consider this supreme powerhouse divinity my investment in you. Huang Jialong said in a carefree manner. Chapter 3172. Duan Lingtian caught the stone in his hand. It felt as light as a feather. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, can I transfer the world cleansing divine water from my body to Jialong's? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. Since Huang Jialong had given him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he wanted to repay Huang Jialong. His status as the last disciple of the coupling celestial sect was nothing compared to the supreme powerhouse divinity. You can. However, the world cleansing divine water might not accept him as its host after it awakens. At that time, it might leave him. The Chaos Divine Flame replied, In that case, I'll keep him by my side. With me and your help, the world cleansing divine water will believe that Jialong will be able to bring it to greater heights, right? Duan Lingtian said bluntly as his eyes glinted. It's useless. The Chaos Divine Flame sighed. We're in your body. If the other world cleansing divine water attacks the world cleansing divine water in your friend's body, we won't be able to do anything. After all, if our energy enters your friend's body, it'll harm him as well. If you give him the world cleansing divine water, he'll have to rely on himself to keep the world cleansing divine water after it awakens. The Chaos Divine Flame said. I see. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. In the end, he decided to give the world cleansing divine water to Huang Jialong. After learning what the world cleansing divine water was, Huang Jialong naturally did not want to accept Duan Lingtian's gift. Jialong, If you're unwilling, I'll return the supreme powerhouse divinity to you. To me, the supreme powerhouse divinity is far more valuable than a second form world, cleansing, divine water. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. His tone was firm. In the end, Huang Jialong had no choice but to accept the gift. However, after I transfer it to your body, it'll remain dormant. When it awakens in the future, you'll have to rely on yourself to keep it. Duan Lingtian reminded Huang Jialong understood. Huang Jialong nodded solemnly. For the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian stayed at Huang Jialong's place. Huang Jialong had another room besides his own. During these 2 days, Huang Jialong asked Duan Lingtian about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After learning about how Duan Lingtian had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. It's true that fortune comes from danger. Although I knew that the reincarnated celestial emperor was not a simple person, I didn't expect him to set up such a huge trap. If you and Ling Jueyun didn't have a trump card, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to escape the fate of becoming the sacrificial offerings of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree. After learning about what had happened to Duan Lingtian, even though Duan Lingtian was fine in the end, Huang Jialong still broke out in cold sweat for him. Something worth mentioning was, over the past 2 days, Duan Lingtian had only slept for half a night before he successfully comprehended the teleportation profundity of the laws of space. Naturally, this was all thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinity. You already have a certain level of comprehension of the law of space's transportation profundity. With the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, it's not surprising that you managed to comprehend it in a dream. These were the chaos divine flame's words. It was not surprised that Duan Lingtian managed to comprehend the law of space's transportation profundity in a dream. The supreme powerhouse divinity in Duan Lingtian's possession was condensed from a supreme powerhouse's lifetime of comprehension of the law of space. Moreover, only a supreme powerhouse who had comprehended the law of space would be able to condense a supreme powerhouse divinity that contained the law of space. With this, Duan Lingtian would be able to comprehend the law of space to the fullest with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity. After all, Duan Lingtian would no longer encounter any obstacles on his path to comprehending the law of space. At this point, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, with the help of the supreme powerhouse divinity, it was only a matter of time before Duan Lingtian comprehended the remaining 2 profundities. Jialong, do you want to go to the profound nether mansion with me? When they were about to leave the coupling celestial sect, Duan Lingtian asked Huang Jialong. If Huang Jialong was willing, he could bring Huang Jialong to the profound nether mansion. I want to go, but I don't want to rely on you. I want to rely on my own strength. Huang Jialong said with a grin. Upon hearing Huang Jialong's words, Duan Lingtian no longer tried to persuade Huang Jialong then. I'll wait for you in the profound nether mansion. On the second day after returning to the profound nether mansion, Duan Lingtian was summoned by Qi Tianming. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Based on Qi Tianming's expression, it was obvious Qi Tianming wanted to talk to him about something. Shimin Haoxian from the Red Leaves Mansion is here with a vice mansion master of the Red Leaves Mansion. He specifically asked to see you. Qi Tianming asked, are you going to meet them? If not, I'll reject them on your behalf. Although the profound nether mansion had to give face to the vice mansion master of the Red Leaves Mansion, Duan Lingtian was not an exception. However, if Duan Lingtian was unwilling to meet them, Qi Tianming could still reject them. I have an appointment with them. Where is he? I'll go meet him. Duan Lingtian did not expect Shimin Haoxian to come so quickly. He was slightly surprised. After asking Qi Tianming about Shimin Haoxian's temporary residence, he made his way to Shimin Haoxian's residence. Duan Lingtian, we meet again. Shimin Haoxian greeted Duan Lingtian as soon as he arrived at the entrance. At the same time, he handed a floating image pearl to Duan Lingtian and said, "This is the floating image pearl I lost to you." Although the floating image pearl was not very useful to Duan Lingtian, since he already possessed the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still accepted it. Even so, he still accepted it. As the saying went, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend the law of space at a faster speed after looking at the floating image pearl. Although the chances of that happening were slim, it was still possible. At the very least, he had to give it a try. After that, Shimin Haoxian and Duan Lingtian continued chatting. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Shimin Haoxian did not ask about his origin at all. He did not even ask about it. After a while, Duan Lingtian learned a lot about the 10 major clans and the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory from Shimin Haoxian. These were not things that could be learned from books and memory celestial talismans. "Duan Lingtian, there's one more thing," Shimin Haoxian said as he looked around. Suddenly, Shimin Haoxian glanced at the surroundings. After he was certain no one was spying on them, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "The Blood Skull Gang has reactivated the mission targeting you. Initially, they thought you were sacrificed to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree by the reincarnated celestial emperor. However, they've received news about your outstanding performance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm." Shimin Haoxian looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood that Shimin Haoxian already knew a little about his background. No wonder he did not even ask a single question earlier. "How do you know the Blood Skull Gang has sent a mission to target me?" Duan Lingtian's brows raised as strands of terrifying cold lights were faintly suffused in the depths of his eyes that looked at Shimin Haoxian. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not related to the Blood Skull Gang. I only know about this because I overheard it from a friend of mine." Shimin Haoxian shook his head and said when he saw the coldness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, "His father is an internal affairs elder in the Blood Skull Gang." Shimin Haoxian had only learned about the mission to target Duan Lingtian the day before. When his friend found out he had been eliminated by Duan Lingtian, he had come to console him, saying that Duan Lingtian would not live for long. Unless Duan Lingtian decided to stay in the profound Nether Mansion forever. "Duan Lingtian, if you leave the profound Nether Mansion in the future, you must bring Inspector Chi with you. I heard Inspector Chi brought you here from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Based on how important you are to the profound Nether Mansion, I'm sure he'll take care of you." Shimin Haoxian said solemnly to Duan Lingtian, "If it's inconvenient for him, you can look for the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion with your current value. He'll definitely take care of you. He won't let anything happen to you. If you're unhappy in the profound Nether Mansion, just send me a message. I'll ask my old ancestor to bring you to the Red Leaves Mansion. As long as you're a member of the Red Leaves Mansion, the Red Leaves Mansion won't let you die in the hands of the Blood Skull Gang." Shimin Haoxian's words were sincere and came from the bottom of his heart. "Why do you have to remind me?" Duan Lingtian looked at Shimin Haoxian meaningfully. "You should know that if I'm killed by the Blood Skull Gang, it'll be a good thing for you and the other 5. Even so, I won't use such a method to eliminate you. Even if I want to defeat you, I'll defeat you fair and square in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm," Shimin Haoxian said sternly. Shimin Haoxian's magnanimity left a good impression on Duan Lingtian. "Since you've treated me so well, I won't team up with anyone to fight you the next time I meet you in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm afraid you won't be a match for me if you don't team up with anyone," Shimin Haoxian said with a smile. "Save your words for a few years later. Just because I wasn't a match for you in the past doesn't mean I'm not a match for you now." After comprehending the law of space's transportation profundity, Duan Lingtian knew his speed was among the best in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, he was confident he could defeat Shimin Haoxian even without Wan Qingqing's help. "You're so confident. I'll wait and see." Shimin Haoxian looked at Duan Lingtian in surprise. However, based on his tone, it was obvious he did not think Duan Lingtian would be strong enough to fight him in a one-on-one battle in such a short time. In terms of offense, Shimin Haoxian knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. However, in terms of speed, Duan Lingtian was no match for Shimin Haoxian. Shimin Haoxian was 70% confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with his speed. First place in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for 12 consecutive months. The Imperial Tutor Gong? As long as I'm lucky, I should be able to pass the test within a year. Chapter 30, 173. Currently, there were only 2 weeks left before the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would reset. However, among the top 6 people on the scoreboard, only one of them was still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, while the other 5 had already exited. Among the 5 people, Duan Lingtian was the only one who had exited the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm earlier than the others. Currently, there are only a few people in the top 30 who are still in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I don't think there will be any changes to the top 30 by the end of the month. I'm not sure if the other rankings will change, but I'm certain the first place on the scoreboard won't be replaced. With more than 1,000 points, he's half a point ahead of the second place. It's impossible to replace him. In everyone's opinion, Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, would definitely rank first in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. It was only natural that an unknown disciple of the profound Nether Mansion would take the first place in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from the Grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, even the 10 major clans and 5 great sects were aware of Duan Lingtian's existence. Investigate Duan Lingtian, the outer court disciple of the profound Nether Mansion. He's not even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 Directions celestial duke. Moreover, it seems like he has comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, and is in the process of comprehending the 7th profundity from the law of space. The high-ranking officials in the 10 major clans and 5 great sects sent people to investigate Duan Lingtian's background. Even the Su clan, one of the 10 major clans of the profound Nether Mansion, sent people to look for the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Soon after, news of Duan Lingtian being from the Simplicity Celestial Sect and Duan Lingtian consuming the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit spread to the 10 major clans and 5 great sects. Realization dawned on the 10 major clans and 5 great sects. If it was due to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit that Duan Lingtian was able to become a 10 Directions celestial duke and comprehend so many profundities from the law of space, in that case, Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension were not as heaven-defying as imagined. Although there were not many peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials under the age of 100 who had comprehended 2 or 3 profundities from a law, there were still some in the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Now, Duan Lingtian was viewed as such an existence, and for a time the 10 great clans and 5 great sects did not pay much attention to him. The Tao Scholar Profound sect was one of the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory. It was a 5th grade sect. That Duan Lingtian. Not only did he not die in Yanhuang Heaven, he even snatched the heaven's sacrificial divine fruit from the hands of the reincarnated immortal emperor. In a spacious courtyard in the Tao Scholar Profound sect's encampment, a young man raised his eyebrows slightly after receiving the message. This young man was dressed in a white robe. He had a handsome appearance and held a folding fan in his hand. He was elegant and had an outstanding temperament. One look and one could tell that he was not a simple person. He was none other than one of the 3 true disciples of the Tao Scholar Profound sect, Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu was also the youngest true disciple in the history of the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Chun-Li, Yenryu sent a message to Chun-Li, the son of Chun Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Have you heard about Duan Lingtian? You know about it? Clearly, Chun-Li had long known about it. Yes. Yenryu replied. Then he sent another message to Chun-Li. Are you all right? If you need my help with this matter, just give me a call. Don't worry, I'm fine. My father has already taken responsibility for this matter. The Blood Skull Gang will continue to target him. Chun-Li replied. The mission to target Duan Lingtian was issued by the Simplicity Celestial sect in the past, and Chun-Li was the guarantor. Initially, they thought it was a simple mission. However, the Blood Skull Gang lost many Celestial Kings because of it. This made the high-ranking members of the Blood Skull Gang extremely displeased. Under such circumstances, Chun-Li was in charge. As the guarantor, Chun-Li was under a lot of pressure. However, no matter what, Chun-Li's father was still the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. It was not difficult for him to take responsibility for this matter. The realm battlefield was a place where two realms of gods intersected. It would appear once every 10,000 years, and it would last for 1,000 years every time it appeared. This time, the realm battlefield would appear when the realm of gods, the divine offering land, and another realm of gods, the land of sanctions, met. It had been several decades since the opening of the planar battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. Mountains collapsed one after another. Following that, two figures flew out of the dust-filled sky. One of them was a burly man, and the other was a peerless beauty dressed in white. Blood could be seen trickling down the corner of the peerless beauty's mouth. On the other hand, the burly man was unharmed. You're not a match for me. The burly man grinned, and his smile was very proud. At this moment, the peerless beauty seemed to be in a daze. A bitter smile could be seen on her face. No wonder I'm going to die here today. No. If I die here, what about Sister Li Fei? What about Nian Tian? What about Si Ling? What about Father, Mother, and Uncle Feng? The peerless beauty's eyes were filled with unwillingness. If I had the strength from my past life, I wouldn't be afraid of this person. Unfortunately, I'm still a step away from regaining the strength I had in my past life. This step is like a moat that I haven't been able to cross. Her heart was filled with despair. Wisps of faint blood qi appeared on the peerless beauty's body. The rising blood qi gathered together and turned into a strange beast. You're a direct descendant of the Xia clan in the divine offering land? The burly man frowned slightly when he saw the strange beast formed from the blood energy. Who's Xia Jie to you? You know my third uncle. The peerless beauty looked at the burly man in surprise. The blood energy that rose from the surface of her body dissipated in just a blink of an eye. He's your third uncle? The burly man's eyes widened slightly before he sighed. 10,000 years ago, he went to the land of sanctions and saved my life. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in the burly man's eyes as he sighed. It was as though he had returned to the past. Since you're his niece, I won't kill you. The burly man shook his head before he turned around and left. The peerless beauty only regained her senses when the burly man's figure disappeared from her sight. The bitter smile on her face widened as she muttered to herself, I didn't think I'd be so lucky today. It's all thanks to third uncle that I'm still alive. The peerless beauty was none other than Kerr. Naturally, Kerr was also the young miss of the Xia clan in the divine offering land, Xianing Shui. With my strength, it seems like I shouldn't venture too deep into the realm battlefield. If I didn't run into third uncle's old acquaintance, I would have died. With this thought in mind, Kerr turned around and left. She no longer dared to take any risks. Death was like an extinguished lamp. She still had many things to do. She could not die just yet. I miss Brother Tian so much. Ku Ursai was filled with longing. in the spirit overarching heaven, in the profound nether mansion in the southern heaven territory. Ker. Duan Lingtian woke up with a start from a nightmare. Originally, there was only a figure in his dream that was demonstrating the laws of space. However, for some reason, he suddenly dreamt of Ker. Moreover, he dreamt that something had happened to Ker. When he woke up, Duan Lingtian was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. In fact, it was not entirely a coincidence that Duan Lingtian had such a nightmare. An omnipotent Godhead was the condensation of an omnipotent's lifetime comprehension of the laws. It also contained the omnipotent's power. An omnipotent was the most powerful life form in the world. Every action of theirs involved the laws of heaven and earth. When Ker encountered danger, Duan Lingtian was still able to receive some sort of hint from the omnipotent Godhead. Of course, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He only thought that it was a pure nightmare. He didn't know that Ker had indeed just experienced a life-and-death calamity. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was finally released. Those who were still in the middle realm were forcibly transported out. Duan Lingtian is in first place. Although everyone in the profound nether mansion knew this would happen, they were still excited when the result was announced. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion even announced that Duan Lingtian would be allowed to become an inner court disciple of the profound nether mansion. Nobody in the profound nether mansion had any objections to this. In fact, nobody was dissatisfied even if they were secretly unhappy. After all, Duan Lingtian had brought glory to the profound nether mansion. It was only natural for him to be given this privilege. Everyone in the profound nether mansion thought so. However, to Duan Lingtian, it did not matter if he became an inner court disciple of the profound nether mansion or not. What mattered to him was that he would be heavily nurtured by the profound nether mansion after he became the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Now that he had the supreme powerhouse divinity, he no longer needed to rely on the profound nether mansion for the law of space. However, he still needed to rely on the profound nether mansion for his cultivation base. Once one became a 10-direction celestial duke, it would take a long time for Duan Lingtian to cultivate and become a 10 directions celestial duke. Although Duan Lingtian had the divine crystal and the main branch from the divine tree of life in his little world, he still needed to cultivate step by step. However, it would allow him to absorb as much heaven and earth spirit energy as possible. In the Devata realms, there were many celestial fruits and medicinal pills that could increase one's cultivation base. Such celestial fruits and medicinal pills were extremely precious. Even the profound nether mansion did not have many of them. Usually, only the core disciples of the profound nether mansion would be able to obtain such celestial fruits and medicinal pills through competitions. After becoming the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, I'll be able to obtain as many celestial pills and celestial fruits as I wish. Of course, that's only if the imperial tutor status in the profound nether mansion is as high as old Qi said. Duan Lingtian trusted Qi Tianming. A month later, the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm opened again. Chapter 30, 174. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and arrived at the profound nether mansion's base, he was greeted by a group of profound nether mansion's disciples. The disciples from the profound nether mansion spoke in a respectful tone. Yes, Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at the group of profound nether mansion's disciples before he made his way out of the profound nether mansion's base. It's a pity Senior Brother Duan Lingtian can't join forces with Wan Qingqing. Otherwise, even Gongsun Wu Ji wouldn't be able to do anything to them if they joined forces. One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples said with a sigh as he was about to leave the profound Nether Mansion's base. Over the past few years, Gongsun Wu Ji has visited the profound Nether Mansion's base 3 times. During those 3 times, not many people dared to leave the base. Another profound Nether Mansion's disciple sighed. Blocking a grade 6 celestial mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was tantamount to offending the grade 6 celestial mansion. Not many people would do such a thing. However, it was normal for 2 grade 6 celestial mansions who were at odds with each other to do such a thing. After all, 2 grade 6 celestial mansions were like fire and water. There was no need to worry about offending each other. Gongsun Wu Ji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, was one of the 6 strongest people in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Every time the profound Nether Mansion's disciples learned about the location of the profound Nether Mansion's base, he would come to the profound Nether Mansion's base. Nobody in the profound Nether Mansion was a match for Gongsun Wu Ji. Therefore, the profound Nether Mansion did not have a way to deal with him. The profound Nether Mansion's disciples could only hole up in the profound Nether Mansion's base, not daring to leave. What? Do you know where the Azure Green Mansion's base is? Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the 2 profound Nether Mansion's disciples and asked bluntly, "Are you sure?" Senior Duan Ling Tian, a friend of mine, passed by the Azure Green Manor's encampment yesterday, and he was nearly killed. Fortunately, he managed to escape by crushing his jade token. He knows the exact location of the Azure Green Manor's encampment, so it won't be difficult for him to find it. The profound Nether Mansion's disciple who spoke first quickly replied when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. He sighed before he continued to say, "It's a pity no one in the profound Nether Mansion is as fast as Wan Qingqing. Otherwise, we could have assisted you, Senior Duan Ling Tian, in stopping the Azure Green Mansion's base. Where is the Azure Green Mansion's camp? Tell me the route from here." Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as a bright light shot out from his eyes. "Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, we know you're not weak. However, there's still Gongsun Wu Ji in Azure Green Mansion." One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples reminded Duan Ling Tian, "Gongsun Wu Ji isn't any weaker than Shimin Haoxian from the Red Leaves Mansion." "That's right, Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. The Azure Green Mansion is different from the Fire Glaze Mansion. The strongest person in the Fire Glaze Mansion is Tan Yuan. He's not even on the same level as Gongsun Wu Ji." Another profound Nether Mansion's disciple chimed in, "Gongsun Wu Ji isn't any weaker than Shimin Haoxian?" Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. "Just tell me the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base. You don't have to worry about anything else." Since Duan Ling Tian insisted on knowing the location of the Azure Green Mansion's base, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple did not hide it from him. He told Duan Ling Tian the route from the profound Nether Mansion's base to the Azure Green Mansion's base. "Thank you." After thanking the disciple, Duan Ling Tian left the profound Nether Mansion's base and disappeared from the sight of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples. "Do you think Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is going to stop the Azure Green Mansion's base?" One of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples gulped and asked with difficulty. "I don't think so. Although Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is strong, I don't think he's a match for Gongsun Wu Ji. It's not realistic for him to go to the Azure Green Mansion's base unless he finds someone to help him." Another profound Nether Mansion's disciple chimed in. The rest of the profound Nether Mansion's disciples shared the same thoughts. A day passed in just a blink of an eye. Although Duan Ling Tian's name had entered the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was obvious that he had made a name for himself. However, no one knew he had gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base. For this reason, the profound Nether Mansion's disciples were certain Duan Ling Tian had gone to the Azure Green Mansion's base to find someone to help him. The Azure Green Mansion's Gongsun Wu Ji has also entered the middle realm. At the same time, the people from the other celestial mansions saw Gong Sun Wu Ji's name on the scoreboard. Moreover, Gong Sun Wu Ji's name was rising faster than Duan Lingtian. In just a day, Gong Sun Wu Ji had surpassed Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, Duan Lingtian was roaming the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He nodded at the profound nether mansion's disciples and eliminated the disciples from the other celestial mansions. During this time, he encountered 2 disciples from the azure green mansion. One of them was eliminated by Duan Lingtian. The other disciple's eyes were filled with killing intent when he recognized Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian killed him. Duan Lingtian knew this was the case. If he was weaker than Gong Sun Wu Ji, Gong Sun Wu Ji would not let him go so easily. Duan Lingtian, in the martial battle mansion, before Wan Qingqing entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, she saw Duan Lingtian had risen to the top 10. If I run into him again, I might be able to join forces with him. However, the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is huge. It won't be easy to run into him, Wan Qingqing thought to herself. Wan Qingqing knew this very well. Therefore, she did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian again in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion is too strong. I didn't even have time to react before. He almost killed me. If he didn't show mercy, I would have died. In the past, I was skeptical about Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion. However, I'm truly impressed this time. Didn't they say Duan Lingtian's strength is so strong that he can't even enter the second tier? My speed is enough to enter the second echelon, but why isn't he faster? It wasn't easy for me to fight my way into the top 20. In the end, I was sent out by Duan Lingtian. My many days of hard work were all for naught. As time passed, Duan Lingtian gradually eliminated people from the various grade 6 immortal mansions. These people were genuinely shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Some people even felt that, even if Duan Lingtian did not join forces with Wan Qingqing, he might still be able to fight Shimin Haoxian and the others. On the 6th day, Duan Lingtian entered the southern heaven ancient realm. With this, he was ranked 7th on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. At this time, he had accumulated 383 points. At this time, something unexpected happened. Duan Lingtian returned to the profound nether mansion's base. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations on making it to 7th place again. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, congratulations! In the profound nether mansion's base, a group of profound nether mansion's disciples congratulated Duan Lingtian respectfully as they watched Duan Lingtian enter the transporting formation and return to the profound nether mansion's base. It seems like senior brother Duan Lingtian didn't join forces with anyone to enter the 7th place on the scoreboard. How amazing! However, compared to Shimin Haoxian, Gong Sun Wu Ji, and the others, he's still lacking in experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't be ranked 7th since he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm so early. Everyone needs time to accumulate experience. Senior brother Duan Lingtian has done well. After Duan Lingtian left, the profound nether mansion's disciples in the profound nether mansion's base began to whisper among themselves. Nobody knew why Duan Lingtian had left the profound nether mansion's base. At one of the transporting formations in the profound nether mansion's estate that led to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Duan Lingtian, naturally, attracted everyone's attention. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to the excited crowd. Instead, he looked at the scoreboard. Shimin Haoxian is ranked 3rd. Gong Sun Wu Ji is ranked 2nd. Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw Gong Sun Wu Ji's name on the scoreboard. It's time. If I wait any longer, he might not be able to make it back to the azure green mansion's base in time. Under the shocked gazes of the profound Nether Mansion's elders and disciples, Duan Ling Tian returned to the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the profound Nether Mansion's base in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, a group of profound Nether Mansion's disciples did not expect Duan Ling Tian to return. This time, before they could even greet Duan Ling Tian had already teleported and disappeared before their eyes. A day later, the Azure Green Mansion's base. Duan Ling Tian followed the route he had learned from the profound Nether Mansion's disciples and arrived outside the Azure Green Mansion's base. He did not bother to hide at all. At this moment, 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples walked out of the Azure Green Mansion's base. Buzz! A gray saber ray shot out from the spatial rift and left bloody wounds on the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' bodies before they could react. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' expressions changed drastically. They felt as though they were facing a formidable enemy. After all, they knew Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. If Duan Ling Tian did not show mercy earlier, they would have died. Most importantly, they were not weak at all. They did not even see who had attacked them. Swoosh! When the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples were still terrified, Duan Ling Tian teleported and appeared in front of them. Return to the Azure Green Mansion's base or die. Duan Ling Tian said coldly as he stared at the 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples. Duan Ling Tian. The 2 Azure Green Mansion's disciples' expressions changed drastically when they saw the identity token hanging on Duan Ling Tian's waist. They hastily turned around and returned to the Azure Green Mansion's base. Although Duan Ling Tian's voice was not loud, the group of Azure Green Mansion's disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base still heard it clearly. Chapter 31:75. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air above the Azure Green Mansion's base, looking down at the Azure Green Mansion's base with a calm expression on his face. On the other hand, the disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base had an unsightly expression on their faces. More and more Azure Green Mansion disciples were trapped in the Azure Green Mansion's base. They wanted to leave, but did not dare to. Damn it! How did Duan Ling Tian find out where the Azure Green Mansion's base is? An Azure Green Mansion disciple cursed with a grim expression on his face. I heard a profound Nether Mansion's disciple passed by earlier and was eliminated by our men. He must have leaked the news because we didn't manage to kill him. Another Azure Green Mansion disciple who was well informed said, Damn it! Is Duan Ling Tian really planning to stop us from leaving the Azure Green Mansion's base? Is he trying to imitate Senior Gong Sun Wu Ji and block the profound Nether Mansion's base? Imitate Senior Gong Sun Wu Ji? What a joke! How can he compare to Senior Gong Sun Wu Ji? He's overestimating himself. Now that news has spread, Senior Gong Sun Wu Ji must have received the news and is on his way back. Let's see how Senior Gong Sun Wu Ji is going to deal with this when he arrives. Duan Ling Tian was ranked first last month. Does he really think he's that strong? If it weren't for Wan Qingqing from the Martial Battle Mansion, would he have been able to eliminate Shimin Haoxian? If he had Wan Qingqing's help, he might be able to fight Senior Gong Sun Wu Ji. However, if he's alone, Senior Gong Sun Wu Ji can easily defeat him and kill him. The Azure Green Mansion disciples were furious that Duan Ling Tian had blocked their way in the Azure Green Mansion's base. At the same time, more and more Azure Green Mansion disciples appeared in the Azure Green Mansion's base. They were here to watch the show. There were even overarching, heavenly supreme, celestials among the Azure Green Mansion disciples. However, when the number of people in the Azure Green Mansion's base reached a certain number, not many people came in. Clearly, the number of people who could enter the base was limited. He's the Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion? As expected, he's not even 100 years old. I thought the rumors were fake. You're really amazing. However, in the end, he is no match for senior brother Gong Sunwooji. Humph. In my opinion, when senior brother Gong Sunwooji arrives, the first thing he will do is flee. Escape? Could he escape? Gong Sunwooji's senior martial brother is no weaker than Wan Qingqing. With his speed, how can he escape from Gong Sunwooji's senior martial brother? Senior Gong Sunwooji has no choice but to crush his accumulative point jade and leave the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The group of Azure Green Manor disciples who had just entered had heard that Duan Lingtian had come to the Azure Green Manor's camp to watch the show. The transporting sites in the Azure Green Mansion that led to the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were packed with people. Why don't you let us in? I want to see how senior brother Gong Sun kills Duan Lingtian. Even if I can't see senior brother Gong Sun killing Duan Lingtian, I want to see Duan Lingtian crush his accumulative point jade and flee from senior brother Gong Sunwooji. Duan Lingtian ranked first last month, and yet he's so arrogant this month. How dare he come to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? More and more Azure Green Mansion disciples were making their way to the transporting sites in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They could only wait outside for news. Their eyes were focused on two names on the scoreboard in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Gong Sunwooji ranked 2nd and Duan Lingtian ranked 7th. Currently, Gong Sunwooji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, had 522 points, while Duan Lingtian had 383 points. If senior brother Gong Sunwooji can eliminate Duan Lingtian, senior brother Gong Sunwooji is destined to be first this month. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian is here to give senior brother Gong Sun points. While the Azure Green Mansion disciples were paying attention to the meeting between Gong Sunwooji and Duan Lingtian, the high-ranking officials of the Azure Green Mansion were also paying attention to the scoreboard. As soon as news of Duan Lingtian's arrival in the Azure Green Mansion's camp spread, they immediately sent a message to Gong Sunwooji. After all, Gong Sunwooji was the only person in the Azure Green Mansion who was capable of defeating Duan Lingtian in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. None of the others were capable of defeating Duan Lingtian. In the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Gong Sunwooji was naturally the person with the best performance in the Azure Green Mansion was none other than Gong Sunwooji. However, after Gong Sunwooji, the person with the best performance did not even rank in the top 30. For this reason, he was not a match for Duan Lingtian at all. When news of Duan Lingtian's arrival in the Azure Green Mansion's camp in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm reached the ears of the other Grade 6 celestial mansions, Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Green Mansion's camp again? Is he addicted to visiting other Grade 6 celestial mansions' camps? In my opinion, Duan Lingtian must be targeting the Azure Green Mansion. Everyone knows the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion don't get along well. Moreover, Gong Sunwooji has visited the profound Nether Mansion's camp a few times before. The Azure Green Mansion is different from the Fireglaze Mansion. Last month, Duan Lingtian managed to stop the Fireglaze Mansion's camp because he defeated Tan Yuan, the Fireglaze Mansion's strongest disciple in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. On the other hand, Gong Sunwooji isn't someone Tan Yuan can compare to. Gong Sunwooji is on par with Shimin Haoxian. Although Duan Lingtian defeated Shimin Haoxian before, that was only because he had Wan Qingqing's help. How is he going to defeat Gong Sunwooji without Wan Qingqing's help? Most of the people from the Grade 6 celestial mansions were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. In the profound Nether Mansion, senior brother Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? How reckless! He's too reckless. Doesn't he know the Azure Green Mansion has Gong Sunwooji? Tan Yuan from the Fireglaze Mansion can't compare to Gong Sunwooji. I hope he'll leave after staying in the Azure Green Mansion's camp for a while. If Gong Sun Wuji arrives, he'll have no choice but to crush his accumulative point jade. Similar to the people from the Grade 6 celestial mansions, the people from the profound nether mansion were not optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. What are you trying to do? Hurry up and leave the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Once Gong Sun Wuji arrives, you won't be able to escape. After Qi Tianming learned about Duan Lingtian's actions in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he hurriedly sent a message to urge Duan Lingtian to leave the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Meanwhile, in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, more and more people joined the crowd to watch the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Duan Lingtian went to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Wan Qingqing, an inner court disciple from the Martial Battle Mansion, had also entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm a few days ago. She had also received messages from her senior and junior sisters about Duan Lingtian's visit to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. He's too rash. However, he doesn't seem like a reckless person. Why would he do such a thing? Is it possible that he's confident he can deal with Gong Sun Wuji? Wan Qingqing shook her head when she thought about it. She felt she was being too naive. About half an hour later, Wan Qingqing received another message. Wan Qingqing received another message. This time it was from one of her junior sisters, telling her the route to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Moreover, it was not far from her. I wonder if Gong Sun Wuji has returned to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? After receiving the message, Wan Qingqing immediately made her way to the Azure Green Mansion's camp. Initially, there were only a few people from the other celestial mansions outside the Azure Green Mansion's camp. All of them stayed as far away from Duan Lingtian as possible. After all, they were afraid Duan Lingtian would attack them. As time passed, more and more people arrived. The people from the other celestial mansions gathered in groups and avoided attacking each other. All of them were looking at Duan Lingtian. So many people are here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback when he saw the people from the other celestial mansions. He could see a familiar face among them. It was Hung Feng, an inner court disciple of the Martial Battle Mansion. When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Hung Feng nodded at Duan Lingtian and forced an ugly smile on his face. Soon after, another figure appeared among the people from the Martial Battle Mansion. It was none other than Wan Qingqing, who had just arrived. It's Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing is here. Will she join forces with Duan Lingtian? I don't think so. If she joins forces with Duan Lingtian to deal with Gong Sun Wuji, the Azure Green Mansion won't let her off the hook easily. That's right. If it were any other place, the Azure Green Mansion would have nothing to say if she joined forces with Duan Lingtian to eliminate Gong Sun Wuji. However, this is the Azure Green Mansion's camp. If she joins forces with Duan Lingtian, she'll definitely offend the Azure Green Mansion. Apart from those from the profound Nether Mansion, I'm afraid no one would dare to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Regardless of which celestial mansion they're from, anyone who dares to join forces with Duan Lingtian would be an enemy of the Azure Green Mansion. Many people turned to look at Wan Qingqing as soon as she appeared. Do you need help? Wan Qingqing stepped forward and asked through voice transmission as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Qingqing. Hung Feng's expression changed drastically. Although he could not hear Wan Qingqing's voice transmission, he could tell what she was thinking based on her expression and gaze. Wan Qingqing wanted to help Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he heard Wan Qingqing's voice transmission. He looked at Wan Qingqing and saw the determination in her eyes. He could tell she was sincere about helping him. She was willing to risk offending the Azure Green Mansion. Duan Lingtian was touched by Wan Qingqing's actions. After all, although he had worked with Wan Qingqing for a few days, he did not expect Wan Qingqing would be willing to risk her life for him. Are you confident Wan Qingqing asked through voice transmission again. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied. Wan Qingqing finally retreated. Hung Feng sighed in relief when he saw this. Duan Lingtian. About 15 minutes later, a cold voice rang from the distance. It was getting closer and closer. It was clear the person who had spoken was rapidly approaching Duan Lingtian. Senior Gongsun Wuji. Chapter 3176. It's Gongsun Wuji's voice. Gongsun Wuji is here. Many of the people from the various immortal mansions had heard the voice of Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion. Therefore, they recognized him immediately. A moment later, a figure clad in a black robe appeared in front of them. It was a handsome young man with sharp eyes. In a flash, he appeared above the Azure Green Mansion's camp and stared at Duan Lingtian from afar. You're Duan Lingtian? The black-robed young man stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and asked in a cold voice, Gongsun Wuji? Duan Lingtian looked at the black-robed young man with battle intent in his eyes. Ever since he obtained the Supreme Godhead, his strength had skyrocketed. His current strength was completely different from before he obtained the Supreme Godhead. It could even be said that the difference between them was like heaven and earth. However, he did not make a move after that. This time, he didn't eliminate the 2 Azure Green Mansion disciples when he arrived at the Azure Green Mansion's encampment. Instead, he gave them a chance to escape back to their camp. This was because he did not come to the Azure Green Mansion's camp just to accumulate points. His main goal this time was to force Gongsun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, to show himself and fight him. He wanted to fight Gongsun Wuji to show off his strength and also for the points Gongsun Wuji had. Before he came to the Azure Green Mansion's camp, he had gone out once to check the scoreboard. At that time, Gongsun Wuji was ranked second with 513 points. Now, Gongsun Wuji's points had to be higher. What helpers do you have? Call them out. You alone aren't a match for me. Gongsun Wuji sneered at Duan Lingtian. He had a rough idea of Duan Lingtian's strength. Although he did not have much of a relationship with Shimen Haoshuan, he had a close relationship with Shimen Haoshuan. However, he had a good relationship with one of the Red Leaves Mansion's inner court disciples who knew Shimen Haoshuan. From that Red Leaves Mansion's disciple, he learned about Duan Lingtian's strengths and weaknesses. Duan Lingtian's advantage was offense. Speed was Duan Lingtian's weakness and shortcoming. It's just me. I don't have any helpers. Duan Lingtian said faintly, as for whether or not I'm your opponent, we haven't even fought yet, and you're already jumping to conclusions. Aren't you being too hasty? Just you? Gongsun Wuji's sneer deepened, and then his eyes flashed with killing intent. It seems that you are here to die today. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Seeing the killing intent in Gongsun Wuji's eyes, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed through them. From the moment Gongsun Wuji's killing intent rose, he had no intention of holding back in this battle. 10 breaths. To kill you, I only need 10 breaths of time at most. Gongsun Wuji said coldly. As his voice fell, Gongsun Wuji's black robe fluttered, and a piercing blue wind rose from his body. Clearly, Gongsun Wuji had comprehended the law of wind. Swoosh! As soon as the blue wind rose from his body, Gongsun Wuji locked his gaze on Duan Lingtian. With a sway of his body, he left after images in his wake as he shot toward Duan Lingtian. Buzz! 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 Gongsun Wuji left after images in his wake as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, wind blades shot toward Duan Lingtian as well. Gongsun Wuji's speed was so fast that many people could not even see his movements. How fast? Gongsun Wuji must have comprehended all the profundities from the law of wind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fast. In the past, I only knew Gong Sun Wuji was strong, but I've never seen him in action. Thanks to Duan Lingtian, I'm lucky enough to see him in action. Apart from the Azure Green Mansion's disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's base, even the weakest among them was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. They were shocked by Gong Sun Wuji's speed, but it was not difficult to tell. Gong Sun Wuji had comprehended all the profundities from the law of wind. Gong Sun Wuji's speed seems to be slightly faster than Wan Qingqing's. Even Shimin Haoshuan's speed is slightly inferior to him. Duan Lingtian could tell Gong Sun Wuji's speed was the fastest he had seen in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Previously, even if he joined forces with Wan Qingqing might not be able to stop Gong Sun Wuji if Gong Sun Wuji was determined to escape. The law of wind focused on speed, so it would be easy for Gong Sun Wuji to break free from Wan Qingqing's law of wood. This was an advantage that Shimin Haoxian, who had comprehended the law of destruction, did not have. Naturally, this did not mean Shimin Haoxian was weaker than Gong Sun Wuji. Both of them had encountered each other many times, and they had even fought several times. However, they had always ended in a draw. Although Shimin Haoxian was slightly slower than Gong Sun Wuji, he was not much slower. In terms of overall strength, the two of them were equally matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Swoosh! When Gong Sun Wuji charged toward Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. The teleportation profundity. It's the law of space's teleportation profundity. I can't see any traces of Duan Lingtian moving from one end to the other. This means he vanished into thin air before vanishing into thin air. The teleportation profundity allows one to teleport from one place to another. It's normal that we can't see his movements. Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity caused the eyes of the people from the other celestial mansions to light up. This was the first time they had seen someone use the law of space's teleportation profundity. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws. It was difficult to comprehend. Although there were many celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory who had comprehended the law of space, most of them had only comprehended the space elemental profundity. Those who had comprehended the teleportation profundity were extremely rare. Gong Sun Wuji was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's teleportation profundity. He snorted coldly before he moved again. Whoosh! 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 Gong Sun Wuji charged toward Duan Lingtian at an even faster speed. This time, Duan Lingtian was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian before Gong Sun Wuji teleported away. It looked like a close call. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian when they saw this. Although the law of space's teleportation profundity is profound, it can't be used consecutively. Based on the current situation, Gong Sun Wuji should be able to catch Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian can use the teleportation profundity for the 3rd time. A disciple from a grade 6 celestial mansion said. It was obvious he had seen through Gong Sun Wuji's trick. In fact, many people had seen through Gong Sun Wuji's trick as well. Now that 2 breaths have passed, I'd like to see how you're going to dodge my next attack. Gong Sun Wuji's cold laughter rang in the air, causing the disciples in the Azure Green Mansion's camp to grow excited. Senior brother Gong Sun Wuji, kill him. Senior brother Gong Sun Wuji, kill Duan Lingtian. With Gong Sun Wuji's senior brother, why would he need 10 breaths? He'll only need 3 breaths to kill him. The disciples from the Azure Green Mansion were confident in Gong Sun Wuji. Swoosh! 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 A series of afterimages appeared again as they streaked across the sky, heading straight for Duan Lingtian, who had teleported 100 meters away again. It was as though he would not give up until he had hit his target. This time, most people thought Duan Lingtian would be caught by Gong Sun Wuji. Even Gong Sun Wuji thought so. However, When Gong Sun Wuji was still a distance away from Duan Lingtian teleported again. Impossible. Seeing this, Gong Sun Wuji abruptly stopped in his tracks. His originally calm expression finally changed. However, he soon discovered something else. Duan Lingtian did not teleport 100 meters away. Instead, he appeared 50 meters away. It's the transportation profundity. As expected, Duan Lingtian has comprehended the law of space's transportation profundity. With his cultivation base and his comprehension of the law of space's teleportation profundity and transportation profundity, his speed is definitely in the top echelon in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He's not much slower than Wan Qingqing. I was only willing to let him join forces with Wan Qingqing because of her speed. However, it seems like he's not any slower than Wan Qingqing. It seems like the reason he joined forces with Wan Qingqing last month was to find someone who could help him restrain his opponent. The disciples from the other Grade 1 celestial mansions were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian casting the transportation profundity after the teleportation profundity. When did he comprehend the transportation profundity? Wan Qingqing was shocked. She knew Duan Lingtian did not comprehend the transportation profundity last month. At most, he had only comprehended the basics. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian could have eliminated her as well after eliminating Hung Feng. Since Duan Lingtian had comprehended the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity at the same time, it was impossible for him to be slower than her. It seems like he comprehended the transportation profundity before entering the middle realm. I was wondering where he got the confidence to come to the Azure Green Mansion's base. Hung Feng, who was standing at the side. Not many people knew Duan Lingtian's strength. However, since Hung Feng had been eliminated twice by Duan Lingtian, he knew a lot about Duan Lingtian's strength. However, even if he has comprehended the transportation profundity, he's still slower than Gong Sun Wuji. As long as he doesn't flee and gives Gong Sun Wuji enough time, Gong Sun Wuji will catch up to him. However, before Gong Sun Wuji catches up to him, I'm afraid Gong Sun Wuji won't be able to withstand his attacks. Chapter 30:177. In terms of overall strength, Shimin Haoxian was on par with Gong Sun Wuji. In terms of speed, Shimin Haoxian was slightly inferior to Gong Sun Wuji. However, in terms of other aspects, Gong Sun Wuji was slightly inferior to Shimin Haoxian. Duan Lingtian's attack was so strong that even Shimin Haoxian admitted he was inferior to Duan Lingtian. In fact, Shimin Haoxian had publicly said Duan Lingtian's attack was unrivaled in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This meant Gong Sun Wuji was confident in his strength. If he fought Duan Lingtian head-on, there was no way Gong Sun Wuji would be a match for him. If Gong Sun Wuji had fought Duan Lingtian before Duan Lingtian cast the law of space's transportation profundity, he might have had a chance of winning with his speed. However, now that Duan Lingtian had revealed he had comprehended the transportation profundity to the rudimentary stage, Gong Sun Wuji was no longer able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Although Gong Sun Wuji was still faster than Duan Lingtian, the difference was negligible. Damn it, he actually comprehended the laws of space's transportation profundity. Although Gong Sun Wuji was unwilling to admit defeat, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian at this moment. He had already lost this battle. Return. Although Gong Sun Wuji was reluctant, he had no choice but to return to the Azure Green Mansion's base. Even if he did not return to the Azure Green Mansion's base, he had to stay away from Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. Swoosh! Gong Sun Wuji's figure blurred as he made his way back to the Azure Green Mansion's base. At this moment, a purple figure appeared in his path. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had teleported to block Gong Sun Wuji's path. What's wrong? Didn't you want to kill me? Are you trying to run away now? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Gong Sun Wuji with a mocking smile on his face. Ha! Gong Sun Wuji, didn't you say you were going to kill senior brother Duan Ling Tian? Why are you fleeing back to the Azure Green Mansion's camp? Gong Sun Wuji is a joke. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian from our profound nether mansion is the best. Even Gong Sun Wu Ji had to flee from him. Some of the profound nether mansion's disciples had come to watch the battle as well. Initially, they did not have much confidence in Duan Ling Tian. However, their eyes lit up when they saw the scene. He couldn't help but mock Gong Sun Wuji. At this moment, they felt a sense of exaltation. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Azure Green Mansion's base had turned silent. When Duan Ling Tian used the law of space's teleportation profundity, many knowledgeable Azure Green Mansion disciples had already guessed the outcome of this battle. However, even more people didn't know. Now that they saw Gong Sun Wuji trying to escape back to the Azure Green Mansion's campsite and hide with them, they couldn't help but feel suffocated. After all, most of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples had come to watch the show. They wanted to see Gong Sun Wuji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, defeat Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion. However, not only did they fail to defeat Duan Ling Tian, but they were the ones who had to flee. Let's go. How boring. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian from the profound Nether Mansion to be so strong. Even senior brother Gong Sun isn't a match for him. From now on, who in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will be able to defeat him? In front of Duan Ling Tian, even senior Gong Sun Wu Ji can only flee. Among the 6 strongest people in the past, apart from senior Gong Sun Wu Ji, the other 5 aren't necessarily faster than Duan Ling Tian. Senior Gong Sun Wu Ji might be able to flee, but they might not be able to. In other words, Duan Ling Tian's appearance will break the balance in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Unless he's extremely unlucky, he'll definitely rank first on the scoreboard in the future. The Azure Green Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves with gloomy expressions on their faces. Many of them left the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through transporting formations. He's out. Someone's coming out. Now that someone's coming out, I can go in, right? I want to go in. I want to go in. At the teleportation points of the Azure Green Manor, a group of Azure Green Manor disciples saw someone coming out, and their eyes lit up. They felt that they could enter now. Go in. Do you want to see how humiliated the Azure Green Mansion is? It's meaningless to go in. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gone in. Humiliating. This is too humiliating. Meanwhile, the group of Azure Green Mansion disciples who had just left the Middle Realm shook their heads when they heard the commotion in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Humiliating? What's going on? Is senior brother Gong Sun not here yet? The Azure Green Mansion's disciples were dumbfounded. They only learned about what had happened when the people who came out of the transporting formations explained the situation. Gong Sun Wu Ji, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, who they thought could defeat Duan Ling Tian, was forced to flee by Duan Ling Tian? I'm not going in. I'm not going in. It's really boring. I'm not going in as well. Apart from the Azure Green Mansion's disciples, even the Azure Green Mansion's elders had grim expressions on their faces. If Gong Sun Wu Ji could not defeat Duan Ling Tian in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, who else in the Azure Green Mansion would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian? It was obvious the Azure Green Mansion's disciples would not be able to perform well in the Middle Realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm this month. It's a good thing senior brother Gong Sun is currently ranked 2nd. With his ranking, he'll definitely be able to. Many of the Azure Green Mansion's disciples were looking at the scoreboard with a relieved expression on their faces when they saw Gong Sun Wu Ji's name. This was because Gong Sun Wu Ji's name had disappeared from the scoreboard. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian, who was originally ranked 7th, had instead replaced the person who was originally ranked 1st on the scoreboard. He had once again ascended to the top of the scoreboard. How's this possible? Senior brother Gongsun was eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. Wasn't he planning to flee? Isn't he faster than Duan Ling Tian? What's going on? The transporting formations in the Azure Green Mansion were in an uproar. Nobody expected Gongsun Wu Ji to be eliminated by Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian's speed was not much slower than Gongsun Wu Ji's, Gongsun Wu Ji would still be able to escape if he wanted to. Who could tell them what was going on? At this moment, the people who had witnessed Gongsun Wu Ji's elimination from the Azure Green Mansion's campsite were even more shocked. To be more precise, they had witnessed Gongsun Wu Ji being killed. If Duan Ling Tian had only comprehended the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity from the law of space, his speed would be slightly slower than Gongsun Wu Ji's. If Gongsun Wu Ji wanted to flee, he could have easily escaped. However, when Duan Ling Tian caught up to Gongsun Wu Ji and killed Gongsun Wu Ji under Gongsun Wu Ji's incredulous gaze, the onlookers realized something was amiss. Even though Duan Ling Tian had killed Gongsun Wu Ji earlier, he had still held back. How terrifying! 3 spatial tiers and 3 cross-dimensional profundities surrounded Gongsun Wu Ji from all directions. Gongsun Wu Ji didn't even have time to dodge. Tearing 3 spatial tiers and casting 3 cross-dimensional profundities at the same time. I don't think the rudimentary stage of the cross-dimensional profundity is capable of that, right? Based on what I know, only the initial stage of the cross-dimensional profundity is capable of tearing 3 spatial tears and casting 3 cross-dimensional profundities at the same time. Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old, but he's already a 10 directions celestial duke. How did he comprehend the profundity of a law to the initial stage at such a young age? Inside and outside the Azure Green Mansion's base, the people from the profound Nether Mansion and the other major celestial mansions were stunned. At this moment, their attention was not on Gongsun Wu Ji, who had just been killed by Duan Ling Tian, but on Duan Ling Tian himself. Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage. Normally, only those who had comprehended 9 profundities from a law to the rudimentary stage would have a chance of comprehending a profundity to the initial stage. Most of those who had comprehended profundities to the initial stage were celestial lords or stronger. Even among immortal kings, there were very few people who could comprehend the profound meaning of a certain law to the initial stage. They had never heard of celestial dukes before. Even throughout the history of the Southern Heaven Territory, they had never heard of anyone who had comprehended a profundity to the initial stage of a law before becoming a celestial king. Duan Ling Tian must have concealed his strength. Hung Feng from the Martial Battle Mansion said with a solemn expression on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian hovering in the air above the Azure Green Mansion's base. Meanwhile, Wan Qing, who was standing not far away from him, was stunned. Her originally cold and beautiful face was now filled with shock and horror. What she had just witnessed was too shocking for her. Apart from Hung Feng, even she felt Duan Ling Tian had concealed his strength. In fact, there was no need for Duan Ling Tian to join forces with her. He was strong enough to dominate the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He would not find it strange if Duan Ling Tian managed to completely comprehend the transportation profundity that he had only comprehended previously in just half a month. However, she did not believe that Duan Ling Tian had only comprehended the cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage in just half a month. Since Duan Ling Tian has comprehended the cross-sectional profundity to the initial stage, he should have comprehended the other 7 profundities from the law of space to the rudimentary stage at the very least, apart from the fundamental profundity. Among the spectating disciples of various immortal mansions, There was no lack of knowledgeable people who came to such a conclusion. It has been 2 months since Duan Ling Tian entered the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and killed Gong Sun Wu Ji in the Azure Green Mansion's base. After this battle, I'm certain no one in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will dare to challenge him. Chapter 30, 178. You've comprehended the law of space's dimensional/profundity to minor completion. Why did you ask for my help last month? Wan Qingqing asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. She could not help but ask. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional/profundity to the initial stage, he was confident Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat and kill them even if he was not as fast as them. The speed of the dimensional decapitation profound, which was at the minor completion realm, was not something that the 6 people could dodge with their speed. Take Gong Sun Wuji, the Azure Green Mansion's core disciple, for example. He did not even have time to dodge before he was killed by Duan Lingtian's dimensional/profundity. Last month, I didn't have a breakthrough in the dimensional/profundity. Duan Lingtian replied to Wan Qingqing's question through voice transmission. This was not a secret, so there was nothing for him to hide. It was fine as long as he did not reveal the quintessential Godhead. In truth, even Duan Lingtian did not expect he would be able to comprehend the law of space's dimensional/profundity to minor completion in such a short time. According to the Chaos Divine Flame, the quintessential Godhead was the quintessential Godhead's strongest dimensional/profundity when he was alive. That was why he was able to comprehend the law of space's dimensional/profundity in such a short period of time. Apart from the fundamental profundity, for any law profundity, the initial realm and the initial realm were 2 completely different concepts. They could not be compared. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's strength had increased by several levels after comprehending the law of space's dimensional/profundity to minor completion stage. You mean you only recently comprehended the law of space's dimensional/profundity to minor completion? Although Wan Qingqing found it hard to believe, she believed Duan Lingtian's words. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. What about the other profundities from the law of space? Since you've comprehended the law of space's profundity to minor completion, it means you've comprehended all the profundities from the law of space, right? Even so, you're not any weaker than Gong Sun Wuji, Shimen Haoshuan, and the others. Why do you want to join forces with me? Wan Qingqing asked again, via voice transmission. She seemed determined to get to the bottom of this matter. Duan Lingtian was at a loss for words. In any case, all you need to know is that last month, I alone didn't have the strength to eliminate them. If I had a choice, I wouldn't join forces with you. After Duan Lingtian said this, his eyes lit up as he looked at the disciples of the various immortal mansions present. These people had come to watch the battle between him and Gong Sun Wuji. Not good. When Duan Lingtian's wolf-like gaze swept over them, the expressions of the disciples of the various immortal mansions changed drastically. Immediately, a group of people wanted to flee. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian disappeared into thin air. With a teleportation, he appeared in the path of several escaping inner palace disciples of an immortal mansion, blocking their path. Do you want me to do it? Duan Lingtian smiled mockingly as he looked at the few inner palace disciples in front of him. It's all right, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself as well. The few inner palace disciples who were blocked by Duan Lingtian had an unsightly expression on their faces. However, they did not dare to wait for Duan Lingtian to make a move, so they crushed their accumulative point jades. After obtaining their points, Duan Lingtian continued to look for more targets. Apart from the disciples of the profound Nether Mansion and the Martial Battle Mansion, everyone else became his targets. However, since the disciples of the Azure Green Mansion were hiding in the Azure Green Mansion's base. He could not make a move on them, since no one dared to come out of the Azure Green Mansion's base. He did not eliminate anyone else from the Azure Green Mansion after Gong Sanwuji. The disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion had thought they would be in danger. However, they were surprised that Duan Lingtian did not make a move on them. They sighed in relief. Junior sister Qingqing, it seems that it's all thanks to you this time. Han Feng smiled wryly as he looked at Wan Qingqing. It was not difficult for him to guess why Duan Lingtian did not make a move on the disciples of the Martial Battle Mansion. It must be because of Wan Qingqing. He could not think of any other reason. In the Azure Green Mansion's base, news of Gong Sanwuji's death spread like wildfire in the Azure Green Mansion. Bang! When the Manor Master of the Azure Green Manor gathered the upper echelons of the Azure Green Manor for a meeting, he was so furious that he smashed the table in front of him into pieces. Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion has killed Gong Sanwuji. From now on, it'll be difficult for the Azure Green Mansion to obtain any benefits from the 10 major clans in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for a long time. Duan Lingtian deserves to die. He'd better pray that I don't run into him. If I do, I'll tear him to pieces. The high-ranking officials of the Azure Green Mansion were furious. Gong Sanwuji was the Azure Green Mansion's trump card in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now that Duan Lingtian had killed Gong Sanwuji, they had lost their trump card. The Azure Green Mansion had suffered an unprecedented loss. This was the first time the Azure Green Mansion had suffered such a heavy loss in a battle with the profound Nether Mansion. Let's get an assassin to kill Duan Lingtian. One of the Vice Mansion Masters of the Azure Green Mansion said in a deep voice, I have a way to contact the Blood Skull Gang. Contact them immediately. After receiving permission from the Mansion Master of the Azure Green Mansion, the Vice Mansion Master of the Azure Green Mansion immediately contacted the high-ranking officials in the Blood Skull Gang. However, a strange expression soon appeared on his face. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has some kind of shocking background that even the Blood Skull Gang doesn't dare to accept the mission? The Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. If they don't dare to accept a mission to kill Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid no one in the Southern Heaven Territory would dare to accept a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. A group of high-ranking officials from the Azure Green Mansion asked curiously when they saw the strange expression on the Vice Mansion Master's face. No. The Vice Mansion Master shook his head. I've asked my friend, and he said there's no need for me to issue a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. This is because the Blood Skull Gang has already issued a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. The Vice Mansion Master finished speaking in one breath. There's already a mission to kill Duan Lingtian. It seems like Duan Lingtian has offended many people. Humph, that's not a bad thing. Our Azure Green Mansion can save a lot of celestial crystals. Unlike the Azure Green Mansion, in the profound Nether Mansion, a commotion broke out when news of Gong Sanwuji's death, a core disciple of the Azure Green Mansion, spread. Gong Sanwuji from the Azure Green Mansion is dead? Moreover, he was killed by Duan Lingtian? That's great news. I didn't expect Gong Sanwuji would die one day. My cousin was killed by him. It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. Where did senior brother Duan Lingtian come from? How is he so powerful that he can even kill Gong Sanwuji? I heard that not only has senior brother Duan Lingtian comprehended all the profundities from the law of space, but he has also comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. He has comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage? Is that true? As far as I know, there hasn't been anyone below the Celestial King stage who has comprehended a profundity to the initial stage in the history of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian has created history in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Meanwhile, the elders and disciples of the profound nether mansion were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. They were delighted by Gongsun Wuji's death. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was still in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Look, senior brother Duan Lingtian's points have exceeded 1,000 again. At this moment, a group of disciples from the profound nether mansion witnessed Duan Lingtian's points surpassing 1,000 points again, after he ranked first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Amazing! Amazing! It's expected. Since senior brother Duan Lingtian managed to kill Gongsun Wuji, he should be able to eliminate those 5 people as well. Those 5 people must know that senior brother Duan Lingtian killed Gongsun Wuji. I'm afraid they won't even have the courage to fight senior brother Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect the profound nether mansion to be invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm one day. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is so strong. I'm afraid he won't be staying in the profound nether mansion for long. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, but he has such achievements. He won't be staying in the profound nether mansion for long. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Sioux clan takes him away. Every grade 6 celestial mansion was governed by a clan. The 10 major clans were in charge of each grade 6 celestial mansion. The Sioux clan was in charge of the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian, you've obtained 1,000 points. Come out. The person from the Imperial Tutor Mansion wants to see you. After receiving the message from the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion, Qi Tianming, the Inspector of the Profound Nether Mansion, immediately sent a message to Duan Lingtian, who was still in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Qi Tianming was also aware that Duan Lingtian had killed Gongsun Wuji. He was also shocked by the news that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. He was skeptical and wondered if the people who spread the news were intentionally exaggerating the truth. Therefore, he planned to ask Duan Lingtian about it when he returned to the Duan Lingtian mansion to verify the authenticity of the rumor. If you've really comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage, the person from the Imperial Tutor Mansion will definitely end the test and allow you to join the Imperial Tutor Mansion. After Qi Tianming sent the first message, he sent a second message to Duan Lingtian. After receiving the 2 messages from Qi Tianming, Duan Lingtian returned to the profound nether mansion's base and returned to the profound nether mansion. Along the way, Duan Lingtian was greeted warmly by the elders and disciples of the profound nether mansion who recognized him. It could be said that he was the most popular person in the profound nether mansion. After leaving the middle realm, Duan Lingtian went to look for Qi Tianming. I'll bring you there. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived, Qi Tianming brought Duan Lingtian to the Imperial Tutor Mansion. Chapter 3179. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Qi Tianming's question. This was no longer a secret. Many people from the Celestial Mansion had witnessed him killing Gongsun Wuji from the Azure Green Mansion. Gasp! Although Qi Tianming was prepared for this, he could not help but gasp when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. When did you comprehend it? Last month, you had to join forces with Wan Qingqing to eliminate Shimin, Haxian from the Red Leaves Mansion, and rank first in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Qi Tianming asked curiously, a few days ago, before I entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Qi Tianming's lips twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He asked, what about the other profundities from the law of space? Have you comprehended all of them to the rudimentary stage? Nope. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I haven't comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, he had also comprehended the territory profundity, the restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, the teleportation profundity, the transportation profundity, and the cross-dimensional / profundity. In total, he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. There were 9 profundities from the law of space. Apart from that, he had not comprehended the other 2 profundities. Currently, he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Apart from the basic profundity, he had already comprehended the dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. As for the other 5 profundities, he had only comprehended the rudimentary stage. You haven't comprehended 2 profundities? Duan Lingtian's words shocked Qi Tianming so much that he came to a halt in midair. Then he turned to look at Duan Lingtian with an incredulous expression on his face. Is what you said true? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already guessed why Qi Tianming was so shocked. Generally speaking, to comprehend a profundity to the initial stage, one had to comprehend the profundity to the rudimentary stage first. Only then would he have a greater opportunity to comprehend the profundities of that law to the minor accomplishment realm. Out of 10,000 people, 9,999 were like this. However, nothing was absolute. There was still a portion of people who could comprehend a certain profundity of a law to the initial stage in advance, and these people were all people with extraordinary comprehension abilities. I thought you were only able to comprehend the law of space because of the heaven, sacrificial, divine fruit. However, it seems like your comprehension of the law of space is 1 in a million. Qi Tianming sighed. Spatial laws were very difficult to comprehend in the first place. People who could comprehend it were in the minority. Out of 10,000 people who comprehended the law of space, only 1 person would be able to comprehend the initial stage of the law of space in advance before comprehending the full profundity of the law of space. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was clearly such a person. Of course, he wasn't wrong. The reason Duan Lingtian had been able to comprehend the dimensional / profundity to the minor completion stage so quickly was because of the paramount Godhead. However, since he possessed the paramount Godhead, his comprehension of the law of space was 1 in a million. In fact, in this world, perhaps only other people who possessed the paramount Godhead would be able to comprehend the law of space as well as he did. Under Qi Tianming's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Imperial Tudor Pavilion again. This time, as soon as Duan Lingtian and Qi Tianming arrived at the illusory formation outside the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, the illusory formation disappeared before Qi Tianming could even speak. After the illusory formation disappeared, Duan Lingtian saw a figure standing in the void not too far away. The figure was looking at him and Qi Tianming calmly. To be more precise, the figure was looking at him. The figure was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a dignified expression. He was dressed in a dark green robe, the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's pavilion master. While Duan Lingtian was trying to guess the identity of the person standing in front of him, Qi Tianming bowed to the person standing in the void in front of them. Lord Mansion Master. Mansion Master? Upon hearing Qi Tianming's greeting, Duan Lingtian knew he had guessed wrongly. He followed Qi Tianming and bowed to the person standing in front of them. Mansion Master. As it turned out, this person was the Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion nodded at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian, you've done well in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound Nether Mansion won't mistreat you. Now, follow me to meet my Grandmaster. As soon as the Mansion Master finished speaking, he turned around and led the way. At the same time, he turned around and said to Qi Tianming, Inspector Qi, you can leave now. Grandmaster? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The person standing in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion I think he's Lord Mansion, Master's Grandmaster. Qi Tianming sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian before he cupped his fists and left. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion is the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Grandmaster? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to be the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Grandmaster. Duan Lingtian followed the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion into the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and followed the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion to the backyard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The backyard was vast and half of it was a lake. At this moment, a skinny and short old man wearing a bamboo hat could be seen fishing at the side of the lake. Grandmaster. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion bowed respectfully at the old man. I've brought him here. As soon as the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion finished speaking, the old man put down his fishing rod and stopped fishing. The old man stood up and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. His eyes that were initially cloudy were now deep and profound, as though he could see through a person's heart. When the old man looked at him, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was being seen through. I thought you'd need some time to complete the test I set for you. I didn't expect you to be strong enough to defeat everyone in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in just 2 months. As soon as the old man spoke, Duan Lingtian recognized the old man's voice as the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. In that case, you've passed the test. The old man continued to say, from today onward, you, Duan Lingtian, are the new Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. The Imperial Tudor Pavilion will be restored to its former glory. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his eyes shone brightly as though they could illuminate heaven and earth. Thank you, Senior. Because he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian was not surprised and calmly thanked him. You may return first. The old man glanced at the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion indifferently before he left. At this moment, only the old man and Duan Lingtian were left in the backyard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Previously, I've asked you why you want to become the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Since you've answered me, I won't ask you again. The old man said. Duan Lingtian remembered the old man had asked him the same question previously. At that time he had answered the old man. If he became the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he would be able to enter the profound Nether Mansion through a shortcut. Apart from that, he wanted to use the profound Nether Mansion as a stepping stone to leave the Southern Heaven territory. With your current strength, it's meaningless for you to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Here, take these 2 celestial fruits. The old man casually tossed 2 celestial fruits to Duan Lingtian. One was red and the other was green. The red one was hot while the green one was cold. These are Duan Lingtian instinctively caught the 2 celestial fruits. His eyes widened as he looked at the celestial fruits. The Ice King celestial fruit and the Fire King celestial fruit. Boy, you're quite knowledgeable to recognize these 2 celestial fruits. The old man was surprised to see Duan Lingtian calling out the names of the 2 celestial fruits. Since you know their names, I'm sure you know their effects as well. In that case, I won't explain it to you, the old man said. From the beginning until now, the expression on the old man's face had not changed at all. It was as if nothing could change the expression on his face. However, Duan Lingtian did not hear the old man's words. His attention was completely focused on the 2 celestial fruits in his hands. He had only read about these 2 celestial fruits in the memory celestial talisman in the Simplicity Celestial Sex Library. This was his first time seeing them in person. Both the Fire King celestial fruit and the Ice King celestial fruit were extremely rare celestial fruits. Even if such celestial fruits were sold in the black market, their value would not be lower than an ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, one of the celestial fruits was worth more than the other. The Fire King celestial fruit and the Ice King celestial fruit were worth more than 1+1. It was comparable to a purely defensive royal grade celestial weapon. The reason these two celestial fruits were so valuable was due to their heaven-defying effects. It was common knowledge that in the Devata realms, the higher a celestial's cultivation base was, the harder it was to raise one's cultivation base. This was especially true for the gap between two major stages. However, these two celestial fruits were enough for a 10 directions celestial duke to break through and become a celestial king. Although one would only be a one basic celestial king, it was still heaven-defying. After all, some people might be stuck at the level of a 10 directions celestial duke for the rest of their lives. However, if they consume these two celestial fruits, they would be able to break through and become a 10 directions celestial duke. These two immortal fruits could be said to have the ability to defy the heavens and change the fate of those people. Senior, are you really going to give these two celestial fruits to me? When Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses with great difficulty, he gasped and looked at the old man before him with uncertainty. Why would I take them out if I don't give them to you? The corners of the old man's mouth curled up into a rare smile. Thank you, Senior. Although Duan Lingtian knew there would be many benefits to becoming the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he did not expect the old man would give him a Fire King celestial fruit and an Ice King celestial fruit as a welcome gift. Was this welcome gift not a little too extravagant? There's one more thing. In a few days, the people from the Su clan will be here. At that time, it won't be easy for me to hide you. The old man's expression turned solemn as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I can promise you that the benefits you'll receive in the profound Nether Mansion will be more than what you'll receive in the Su clan. Naturally, when the time comes, I won't let you stay in the profound Nether Mansion. I'll personally send you to the Su clan. With your strength at that time, you'll definitely receive the best treatment in the Su clan. Chapter 3180. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Senior, you don't want me to join the Su clan too early? It's not that I don't want you to join the Su clan, but I think it's too early for you to attract their attention. The old man shook his head and said, However, if you insist on joining the Su clan, I won't stop you. Moreover, if you want to stay, you'll have to agree to one condition. If you agree to it, you'll be better off staying in the profound Nether Mansion than joining the Su clan. If you don't agree to it, I suggest you join the Su clan. The old man continued to say, Condition? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. What condition? It's not a condition. It's a rule in the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Ever since the Imperial Tutor died, I've been in charge of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. The old man said, Those who become the Imperial Tutors of the profound Nether Mansion and are willing to avenge their former Imperial Tutor will receive the best treatment in the profound Nether Mansion. The Imperial Tutor? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Senior, are you talking about the Imperial Tutor whose wife was defiled 30,000 years ago? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he felt a terrifying aura sweep out from the old man in front of him. It slapped on his body and shook him to the point his vital energy and blood surged. At this moment, he could feel the old man's emotions fluctuating violently. Moreover, it was obvious the old man was furious. Why is he angry? It's only the Imperial Tutor from 30,000 years ago. Is it possible that he was the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion when the Imperial Tutor was still alive? Is he the one who groomed the Imperial Tutor? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, realization dawned on him. If that was the case, it was understandable that the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was enraged. Yes, it's the Imperial Tutor. The old man seemed to have noticed his loss of composure. He quickly regained his composure and looked at Duan Lingtian before he asked, Are you willing to follow the rule and avenge the Imperial Tutor when you're strong enough? Before that, I have to remind you that the person who killed the imperial tutor is currently the patriarch of the He clan, one of the 10 major clans. He's a celestial lord. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian, waiting for Duan Lingtian's response. I'm willing to follow that rule. Duan Lingtian said that man is devoid of conscience. Everyone has the right to kill him. Although Duan Lingtian didn't consider himself a chivalrous hero, he still couldn't stand some people who went too far. Previously, when Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had told him about the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, he did not have a good impression of the clan leader of the He clan for causing the destruction of the imperial tutor's family. In fact, if he had the chance, he wouldn't mind killing the clan leader of the He clan to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian didn't reject the old man's rule and directly agreed to it. All right. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's agreement. Then he said solemnly, Duan Lingtian, my seniority is the highest in the profound Nether Mansion. Even the current mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion is my grand disciple. Today, I promise you that after you become the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion, you'll be treated better than the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Apart from that, you'll also be under my protection. For example, I'll personally visit the Bloodskull Gang and ask them to cancel the mission. Moreover, they won't accept any missions that target you in the future. The old man's tone was firm, as though he didn't care about the Bloodskull Gang at all. Based on the old man's words, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that the old man's strength was probably among the top in the 10 major clans and 5 major sects. Otherwise, why would the old man be so confident? Senior, I'll accept your offer, but please don't interfere with the Bloodskull Gang's matters. Duan Lingtian said to the old man, I'll deal with the Bloodskull Gang on my own. Deal with the Bloodskull Gang on your own? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, There are many celestial lords in the Bloodskull Gang. The leader of the Bloodskull Gang is not an ordinary celestial lord. His strength is not inferior to mine. Senior, how's the leader of the Bloodskull Gang compared to the clan leader of the He clan? Duan Lingtian asked. Naturally, the clan leader of the He clan is stronger. The old man's eyes glinted as he replied, If the clan leader of the He clan was weaker than the leader of the Bloodskull Gang, he would have killed the clan leader of the He clan a long time ago. Due to the fact that the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion was stronger than him, he could not kill the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. That was why he had set up the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's rule against the patriarch of the He clan. If that's the case, why do you have to remind me that the Bloodskull Gang isn't as simple as it seems? Duan Lingtian said, If I can't even deal with the Bloodskull Gang, how am I supposed to deal with the clan leader of the He clan in the future? Duan Lingtian's words left the old man speechless. Inwardly, he praised Duan Lingtian for his courage. Naturally, he did not show it on his face. I hope you'll be able to deal with the Bloodskull Gang as soon as possible. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Just as the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had said, a few days later, the Su clan sent a messenger to the profound Nether Mansion to bring Duan Lingtian to the Su clan. Duan Lingtian, the profound Nether Mansion's disciple, has outstanding innate talent and comprehension ability. The Su clan would like to bring him to the profound Nether Mansion. This was what the messenger from the Su clan told the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. The profound Nether Mansion has no objections as long as Duan Lingtian agrees. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion replied with a smile, Do you think he'll reject the Su clan? The Su clan's messenger asked confidently. However, when the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion asked Duan Lingtian to reject the Su clan's messenger, the messenger was stunned. You rejected the mansion master? It's not exactly a rejection. I just feel that I'm not strong enough yet. When I'm stronger, I'll definitely join the Sioux clan. As for the other clans and the 5 great sects, I won't consider them at all. Duan Lingtian looked at the Sioux clan's emissary and said, "This is also my promise to the emissary and the Sioux clan. Don't you want to reconsider?" The Sioux clan's messenger frowned. He was ordered by the Grand Elder of the Sioux clan to bring Duan Lingtian to the Sioux clan. If he did not bring Duan Lingtian to the Sioux clan, the Grand Elder would definitely reprimand him for his incompetence. Naturally, the Grand Elder of the Sioux clan had also said that he could not force Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he could not use force. "I've made up my mind." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Good. I hope you'll remember your promise." The Sioux clan's messenger looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he bade farewell to the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and left. He did not come back empty-handed. At the very least, based on Duan Lingtian's performance, the 10 major clans and 5 great sects would only join the Sioux clan. Thinking about it, the Great Elder won't blame me too much when he learns that I brought his promise back. The messenger thought to himself as he made his way back. After the messenger left, Duan Lingtian looked at the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and asked, "Mansion master, Senior Palace Master said there's no need for me to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm anymore. He wants me to break through and become a Celestial King. Don't you have any objections to this?" In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was very important to a Grade 6 Celestial Mansion. Otherwise, the Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory would not have specially nurtured 10 directions Celestial Dukes to enter the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "I'll listen to Grandmaster." The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion did not object to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's decision. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's position in the profound Nether Mansion. In fact, he had already guessed the answer before he asked the question. He only asked because he wanted to confirm it further. Moreover, he was prepared to break through and become a Celestial King with the help of the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit. In the past, he had relied on his consumable royal grade celestial weapon to possess celestial origin energy that was comparable to a Celestial King. However, that was just a short-lived power. Now his own cultivation level had broken through to the Celestial King tier, and his celestial origin power was no longer just a flash in the pan. It really belonged to him. After returning to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian went into closed-door cultivation. He swallowed the Ice King Celestial Fruit and the Fire King Celestial Fruit. Their medicinal efficacies flowed through his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian circulated his cultivation method and began to cultivate. Currently, he was still cultivating the King Grade cultivation method, the Tai Profound method that Huan Er's great-aunt had passed to him. Duan Lingtian was so immersed in his cultivation that he lost track of time. It was only when he had broken through and become a Celestial King that he finally snapped out of his reverie. At the same time, he discovered the celestial origin energy in his body had undergone tremendous changes. It had become purer, more powerful, and more powerful. Of course, the biggest change was in the small world inside his body. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, the small world not only became bigger, but it also became more like a real world. In particular, the main branch of the divine tree of life in the center of the little world had grown larger. It looked like a sapling that was brimming with vitality. Now that I've broken through and become a Celestial King, it seems like I can create another little world apart from the little world in my body. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and waved his hand in the air. In the next moment, a spatial tear appeared in the air. However, it was not a spatial tear that led to the turbulent space. It was a spatial tear that led to another little world that he had created. With a wave of his hand, He drew the heaven and earth spirit energy from his little world instead of his own celestial origin energy. Chapter 30, 181. For immortal kings, they could open up a minor world of their own in any location they wished. A little world could contain anything, including living beings. When Duan Lingtian had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had entered the little world created by a celestial king from the blissful sect. He had even fallen in love with Morongbing, a disciple of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. So far, everything seems to be going well. I've become a celestial king in less than 100 years since I ascended. There are only 900 years left before the 1,000 years are up. Today, I'll set a goal to stand at the peak of the Devata realms in 500 years. This way, in the remaining 400 years, I will have the opportunity to obtain greater strength and go to the world of divine remains to rescue Ka-Er and Fei-Er. Duan Lingtian casually created a little world. With just a thought, the little world shattered and ceased to exist. Celestial King Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and stood up. Although he had experienced the strength of a celestial king in the past, the strength he possessed and the strength granted by the consumable celestial weapon were two completely different concepts. Not to mention anything else. Just the feeling alone was a world of difference. Senior. About half an hour later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the backyard of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The old man, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, was still fishing. "You've made a breakthrough?" The old man did not turn around, but it was clear he knew Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a celestial king. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Not bad. You managed to make a breakthrough in less than a month. Although it's mostly due to the celestial fruits, if it weren't for your innate talent, it would have been difficult for you to make a breakthrough in such a short time," the old man said. Duan Lingtian nodded. "You should focus on comprehending the law of space and cultivating at the same time. It's best if you don't leave the profound nether mansion before you become a 10 directions celestial king. Now, you've made quite a few enemies outside." The old man continued to say, "Not only the Blood Skull Gang, but even the Azure Green Mansion has sent people to spy on the profound nether mansion. 10 directions celestial king? How long will he have to stay in the profound nether mansion?" Although Duan Lingtian wanted to become a 10 directions celestial king as soon as possible, he was only a 1 basic celestial king. How long would it take for him to become a 10 directions celestial king? With your talent, 300 years shouldn't be a problem, the old man said. 300 years? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. He was only close to 100 years old. If he really needed 300 years to break through to become a 10 directions celestial king, wouldn't that be too long? Of course, he was also clear that celestials in the Devata realms would need more time to cultivate as they progressed. For many people, the time it took for them to break through to the 10 directions celestial king realm from the 1 basic celestial king realm was more than 10 times the total time it took for them to become a 1 basic celestial king. The profound nether mansion will provide you with the easiest way to break through from a 1 basic celestial king to a 10 directions celestial king. Will provide you with celestial fruits and celestial pills as long as you can find them. 300 years is a conservative estimate. If you're lucky, you might be able to break through even faster. The old man said, "Currently, the profound nether mansion has some resources that can help you break through quickly. However, the resources aren't limitless. I've already asked my grand disciple to look for celestial fruits and celestial pills that can help you break through to the 10 directions celestial king realm in the profound nether mansion compared to the Sioux clan. There's a process to becoming a celestial king. It's impossible to break through in one go. The effects of a god-grade celestial fruit, like the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, won't appear in the celestial king realm. Duan Lingtian fell silent for a long time after listening to the old man's words. Moreover, didn't you say you'll deal with the Bloodskull Gang on your own? With your current strength, you'll only be killed if you don't cultivate diligently. Based on what I know, the Bloodskull Gang sent a 10 Directions Celestial King and 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings to kill you. Duan Lingtian nodded. A 10 Directions Celestial King and 2 9 Palaces Celestial Kings? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was not worried at all. At most, he would use his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to temporarily boost his celestial origin energy and soul energy to the level of a 1 basic celestial lord. Then he would be able to kill all of them using the law of space. After all, even a 10 Directions Celestial King from the Bloodskull Gang would not be able to comprehend the profundity of the law to the initial stage. With his attainments in the law of space, even if his strength as a 1 basic celestial lord was just a flash in the pan, he would still be able to kill all 3 of the Bloodskull Gang's assassins. However, at this moment he was more concerned about another matter. Should he stay in the profound Nether Mansion and cultivate until he became a 10 Directions Celestial King? Senior, after taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian decided to tell the old man his thoughts. If I leave the profound Nether Mansion and stay in the Southern Heaven Territory, is it possible that I'll have a fortuitous encounter that will allow me to become a 10 Directions Celestial King faster? How naive! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man put down his fishing rod and rose to his feet. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "The cultivation resources provided by the profound Nether Mansion are equivalent to fortuitous encounters for you. Even if you leave the profound Nether Mansion, you won't be able to obtain more cultivation resources than the profound Nether Mansion. If you're looking for someone to spar with, I can suppress my cultivation base and spar with you at any time. It doesn't matter if you're slightly injured, severely injured, or half crippled. I'll be able to help you." When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he smiled so widely that it sent chills down Duan Lingtian's spine. This is the Southern Heaven Territory, not the Upper 7 regions. If we were in the Upper 7 regions, I wouldn't dare to say such words. However, in the Southern Heaven Territory, if you want to break through as quickly as possible, staying in the profound Nether Mansion is the best choice for you. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. Nevertheless, he knew the old man's understanding of the Southern Heaven Territory was far superior to his. "Senior, what will happen when I become a 10 Directions Celestial King? Are you going to let me go to the Sioux family?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian asked casually. To his surprise, the old man nodded solemnly. "Once you've become a 10 Directions Celestial King, you can head to the Sioux clan and seek fortuitous encounters in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the Southern Heaven Territory, it's extremely difficult for a 10 Directions Celestial King to break through and become a Celestial Lord on their own. However, if one manages to find a fortuitous encounter in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one might be able to break through and become a Celestial Lord. The middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is only a stage for the disciples of Grade 6 Celestial Mansions in the Southern Heaven Territory. If that's the case, the upper realm will be the stage for Celestial Kings in the Southern Heaven Territory. The 10 major clans, 5 great sects, other forces, and sectless cultivators are all allowed to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in search of fortuitous encounters. After listening to the old man's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned that the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a stage for Celestial Kings in the Southern Heaven Territory. Apart from the profound Nether Mansion, where else in the Southern Heaven Territory can help you become a 10 Directions Celestial King faster, I'm afraid it's the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is filled with danger. It's not as safe as staying in the profound Nether Mansion. For this reason, I won't allow you to enter the upper realm until you're strong enough. However, if you can improve your comprehension of the law of space and comprehend another profundity to the initial stage, I'll allow you to enter the upper realm even if you're only a 7-star celestial king or an 8 trigrams celestial king. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he continued to say, "For now, it's best for you to stay in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Senior, based on your words, there should be many celestial kings who have comprehended profundities to the initial stage in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, right?" Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. The old man was aware that he had comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Although Duan Lingtian was only a 1 basic celestial king, with his comprehension of the law of space, he was not afraid of ordinary 3-talent celestial kings or 4 phenomenons celestial kings. However, if his opponent had comprehended a profundity to the initial stage as well, he would not be a match for him. A lot of things were relative. If one had something that others did not, one would naturally have an advantage. However, if one had something that others had, one would lose one's advantage. That's only natural. Even in the 10 great families and 5 great sects, there are many disciples of those clans and sects who have comprehended some of the profundities to the initial stage, and they are the overlords of those clans. Based on your current comprehension of the law of space, even if you're a 10 directions celestial king, you'll only be able to enter the 2nd tier in the upper realm. It had to be said that the old man's words had dealt a blow to Duan Lingtian. One had to know that he was still very confident in his current strength. If he was given the strength of a 10 directions celestial king, he felt that there would be very few people below the celestial lord realm who could be a match for him. But now he heard the old man say, even if he was a 10 directions celestial king now, with the profundities from the law of space that he had comprehended, he would only be able to enter the 2nd echelon in the upper realm. Perhaps, in this senior's opinion, I'll be lucky if I can comprehend 1 profundity from the law of space to the initial stage after I become a 7-star celestial king or an 8 trigrams celestial king in the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "It's just that he doesn't know that I have the omnipotent divine spark left behind by an existence who became an omnipotent through the laws of space. The speed at which I comprehend the laws of space is beyond his imagination. All right, I'll stay in the profound nether mansion for now. Once I have comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage, I'll be able to enter the upper realm even if I'm not a 7-star celestial king or an 8 trigrams celestial king." Chapter 3182. Most of the people in the profound nether mansion, including Qi Tianming, were unaware that Duan Lingtian had become a celestial king. They were still waiting for Duan Lingtian to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and continue to create a legend. They were confident that with Duan Lingtian's strength and luck, he would definitely rank first. However, after waiting for half a month, Duan Lingtian had yet to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian seemed to have vanished without a trace. What's going on? Where's senior brother Duan Lingtian? Don't tell me senior brother Duan Lingtian has left the profound nether mansion? That's possible. Otherwise, why hasn't he entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm since it's been half a month? Isn't it said that senior brother Duan Lingtian is the reinforcements the profound nether mansion has hired? It's normal for him to leave, right? Based on the news, senior brother Duan Lingtian isn't the reinforcements the profound nether mansion has hired. He's from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The Simplicity Celestial Sect? One of the 3 sects and 2 clans? Heavens! I didn't expect senior brother Duan Lingtian to be from the Simplicity Celestial Sect. I think senior brother Duan Lingtian must have been taken away by the Su clan. Otherwise, he would have entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Everyone in the profound nether mansion was talking about Duan Lingtian, who had yet to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. "You're not going to enter the middle realm this month?" Qi Tianming asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. "Enter what?" Duan Lingtian was conversing with the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion when he received Qi Tianming's message. For a moment, he did not understand what Qi Tianming meant. "The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm," Qi Tianming replied. "Now that I've become a celestial king, do you think I'll still be able to enter the middle realm?" Duan Lingtian replied. Qi Tianming was stunned when he received Duan Lingtian's reply. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would reply like this. He has become a celestial king? Qi Tianming was truly shocked. Based on his knowledge, Duan Lingtian had become a 10 Directions celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, he had just become a 10 Directions celestial duke, and yet he had already broken through to the celestial king realm. He remembered that after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he would be able to make a breakthrough from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to a 10 Directions celestial duke. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian's Duan of Heaven, the Imperial Pavilion Senior, "Since you've said so, I'll stay in the profound nether mansion. I'll leave when I'm strong enough to enter the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm," Duan Lingtian told the old man. Tian, the old man, nodded in satisfaction when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. Then, as though he was reminded of something, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Speaking of which, there's a new woman keeping an eye on the profound nether mansion. Strangely enough, there are 2 people tailing her." That woman came to the profound nether mansion after the 3 assassins from the Bloodskull Gang and the people from the Azure Green Mansion. "Do you know her?" the old man asked. "A woman." Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. "What does she look like?" "I can't see her face. Not only is she wearing a veil, but she's also wearing a bamboo hat as well," the old man replied. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He was reminded of someone when he heard the old man's words. "Huaner." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He looked at the old man and asked anxiously, "Senior, where is she now?" "She might be a friend that I've been looking for a long time. Perhaps she heard that I'm in the profound nether mansion, and that's why she's here." The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more he felt it was likely that the woman was Huaner. "A friend of yours?" The old man raised an eyebrow. With a wave of his hand, an invisible energy surged out of his hand and shrouded Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered the old man had brought him out of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Due to the speed of the old man's movement, he could not see his surroundings at all. "She's over there." When Duan Lingtian saw the old man had slowed down, the old man's voice rang in his ears again. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian turned to look. With just a glance, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the distance. It was a woman with a bamboo hat on her head and a veil on her face. She wore a white robe and had a graceful figure and an extraordinary temperament. No matter if it was the veil on the woman's face or the bamboo hat on her head, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to them. After all, he was the one who had brought her to buy them. "Huaner." Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. He did not expect to see Huaner in the profound nether mansion. He was relieved to see that Huaner was fine. "Don't be in such a hurry to show yourself." Just as Duan Lingtian was about to step forward, the old man's voice rang in the air. "There are 2 people following her. They're not humans, but celestial beasts. I've used my divine consciousness to probe them. If I'm not mistaken, they're from the Phantom Fox clan." Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard the old man's words. The Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian could still remember what Huaner's great-aunt had told him. Huan Er's great-aunt had told him that before she became a celestial emperor, she was not to interact with anyone from the Phantom Fox clan other than her mother. However, if anyone from the Phantom Fox clan set their eyes on her, she would kill them unless their surname was due otherwise. Huan Er's life would be in danger. It seemed like it was related to the internal strife of the Phantom Fox clan. Senior. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he looked at the old man and asked, "Are you sure they're from the Phantom Fox clan?" "I'm sure they are," the old man replied. "Senior, please take me to them. I'll ask for their names. If they don't tell me their surname is due, I'll need your help to kill them. Try not to let them use communication celestial talismans before they die," Duan Lingtian said solemnly as he looked at the old man. "All right." The old man nodded and did not ask any further questions. It was as though he was willing to help Duan Lingtian for no reason. In fact, he'd already taken Duan Lingtian to be his last, life-saving straw. If Duan Lingtian wasn't here, his chances of taking revenge for his father would be even slimmer. There was one thing that Duan Lingtian was unaware of. In fact, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was not only related to the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion from 30,000 years ago, but he was also the biological son of the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. At that time, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion and his mother were being hunted down. His mother had given birth to him before she died. He had only learned about his birth through the memory celestial talisman that his mother had left for him. Although he had joined the Profound Nether Mansion and rose to the top due to his hatred, he was still unable to kill the patriarch of the He clan to avenge his parents. For this reason, he could only place his hopes on someone else. However, Duan Lingtian's appearance had given him hope. From the moment Duan Lingtian promised to avenge his father, Duan Lingtian's life was more important than his own. Let alone Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian wanted him dead, he would not hesitate to kill himself as long as Duan Lingtian wanted him to avenge his father. Swoosh! Swoosh! The old man brought Duan Lingtian with him and appeared in front of the two men who were tailing Huaner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw the two men. They were a young man and a middle-aged man. They were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. "Why are the two of you sneaking around the Profound Nether Mansion?" Duan Lingtian glared at the two men and said in a deep voice, "You'd better tell me where you're from. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the two men's expressions changed drastically. They did not see clearly how Duan Lingtian and the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion had arrived. They did not even have time to react. This was enough to show that at least one of the two was far stronger than them. "Sir, we're from the Phantom Fox clan. My name is Zhang Qiyu, and his name is Zhang Lizhong. We bear no ill will toward the Profound Nether Mansion." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the young man took the initiative to speak. "His surname is not Du." Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. When Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, who was standing next to him, raised his hand casually. Swoosh! 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 Before Duan Lingtian could react, the two men from the Phantom Fox clan who were tailing Huan were pierced by vines. In just a blink of an eye, they were dead. In such a short time, they didn't even have time to react, let alone send a message. The smiles on their faces were still plastered on their faces. How powerful! At this moment, Duan Lingtian could sense how terrifying the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion was. "Thank you, Senior." Duan Lingtian sucked in a breath of cold air. When he regained his senses, he thanked the old man repeatedly. After thanking the old man, Duan Lingtian asked, "Senior, even if the other members of the Phantom Fox clan don't know who killed them, I'm sure they know. They died outside the Profound Nether Mansion." They won't bring trouble to the profound Nether Mansion, right? In terms of strength, the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory is no match for the profound Nether Mansion. Even if they come looking for trouble, the profound Nether Mansion isn't afraid. The old man replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Huan With the old man leading the way, Duan Lingtian appeared near Huan Er. Huan was still looking at the profound Nether Mansion's estate from afar. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan from afar. His eyes were brimming with excitement when he called out her name. Chapter 30, 183. Huan whose back was facing Duan Lingtian, trembled violently when she heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Then she slowly turned around. With just a glance, she saw the purple-clad young man standing nearby. Although she had not seen him for a few years, he did not seem to have changed at all. Big brother Lingtian? I'm not dreaming, am I? Huan removed the bamboo hat and veil from her head, revealing her flawless face. Everything around her seemed to pale in comparison. Even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was shocked by Huan Er's appearance. He had lived for more than 30,000 years, but this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. How can there be such a perfect woman in this world? Huan Upon seeing Huan Er's face, Duan Lingtian could no longer hold himself back. He stepped into the air and hurried toward her. Huan seemed to have turned into a gust of wind as she flew into Duan Lingtian's arms and hugged him tightly. Big brother Lingtian, I missed you so much. I missed you so much! She could not stop muttering to herself as she lay in Duan Lingtian's arms. 2 streams of tears could be seen rolling down her beautiful eyes. I missed you too. Duan Lingtian hugged Huan tightly in his arms. The longing that had been buried deep in his heart erupted in an instant. When Huan had left without saying goodbye, he had nearly gone mad with worry. Now that he saw Huan standing in front of him safe and sound, he sighed in relief. Huan promise Big Brother Lingtian that you won't leave without saying goodbye in the future, okay? Duan Lingtian said after about 15 minutes had passed. He slowly pushed Huan away and looked into her eyes. Big brother Lingtian, I've been away for a few years. Have you missed me? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a pang of heartache when he saw the tears that streaked down her cheeks. Of course, Big brother Lingtian is worried about you. He's worried that something might happen to you while you're out there alone. When you left without saying goodbye, Big brother Lingtian searched for you for a long time, but he couldn't find you. Where did you go? Duan Lingtian said seriously. In that case, Huan Er's departure was not completely meaningless. Huan said, You little girl, how can you think like that? Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Huan Er's words. He could not help but recall the words recorded in the celestial talisman that Huan had left behind when she left without saying goodbye. Big brother Lingtian, I'm leaving. I didn't want to leave, but I've decided to leave. Perhaps you'll miss me more when I'm gone, just like how you miss Sister Morongbing, Sister Kerr, Sister Li Fei, and Sister Feng Tianwu. This was the reason why Huan had left without saying goodbye. Even now, Duan Lingtian still felt that Huan was too willful and childish. However, he knew that Huan was still a child. After all, she had only begun to see the world after meeting him. It was understandable for her to do something like that. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not coaxing Huan promise Big Brother Lingtian that you won't leave again. During your absence, Big Brother Lingtian realized how important you are to Big Brother Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said. Although Duan Lingtian was coaxing Huan the truth was, after Huan left, he realized she was more important to him than he had imagined. Is that true? Huan emotions stirred when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly, as though she wanted confirmation from Duan Lingtian. It's true. Duan Lingtian nodded. Big brother Lingtian, I don't want to leave you again. Huan threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms again. She did not let go for a long time until Duan Lingtian told her that there was someone else present. Then she shyly pulled away from Duan Lingtian's embrace. Senior, this is Huan She's my younger sister. Duan Lingtian held Huan hand and introduced her to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Younger sister? The old man smiled. You're my lover, right? Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward when he heard the old man's words. Huan on the other hand, smiled when she heard the old man's words. Old man, you really know how to talk. Are you from the profound Nether Mansion as well? Huan, don't be rude. Duan Lingtian hastily stopped Huan. It's all right. The old man waved his hand dismissively and said, I think this girl is inexperienced. It's only natural that she doesn't know the ways of the world. However, why would the Phantom Fox clan target her? The old man studied Huan intently for a moment, but he did not notice anything amiss. He did not even notice that Huan was not human. Huan was a rare Thousand Phantoms ice fox in the Phantom Fox clan. Her aura had always been well hidden. Now that her cultivation base had improved, only celestial emperors and above would be able to tell that she was not human. Naturally, those from the Phantom Fox clan would be able to sense her aura. Those who were more knowledgeable would be able to tell that she was a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you when we have the time, Senior. Duan Lingtian did not intend to lie to the old man, so he changed the topic and asked, Senior, it shouldn't be a problem for Huan to join the profound Nether Mansion, right? Of course. A 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's not even 100 years old. She's as monstrous as you. You're really trying to squeeze me dry, the old man said with a sigh. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that Huan had become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. Just like a month ago, he had become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. After all, he had only become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke in such a short time because he had obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, Huan did not consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. If Huan didn't encounter any fortuitous encounter after we parted ways, it's true that she's a Thousand Phantoms ice fox. In the end, Duan Lingtian could only attribute Huan cultivation base to her true form, the Thousand Phantoms ice fox. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he brought out an exquisite box. When Duan Lingtian opened the box, he was shocked. There were 2 celestial fruits in the box. They were none other than the Ice King celestial fruit and the Fire King celestial fruit. These 2 celestial fruits could help a 10 Directions Celestial Duke become a 1 basic Celestial King in a short time. Duan Lingtian knew the effects of these 2 celestial fruits, since he had consumed them before. However, he did not expect this. After the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had given him 2 celestial fruits, he did not expect the old man to give him 2 more celestial fruits. When did the Ice King celestial fruit and the Fire King celestial fruit become so worthless? Little girl, this is the first time we've met. Here's a gift for you. The old man closed the box and passed it to Huan. However, Huan did not accept the gift. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian. Senior, isn't this a little too valuable? Duan Lingtian asked with a solemn expression on his face. He wanted Huan to consume the celestial fruits since she was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. After all, she would be able to become a Celestial King in a short time if she consumed the fruits. However, the celestial fruits were indeed very valuable. Before the old man could reply, Duan Lingtian said, Why don't we accept the celestial fruits and take it as I owe you a favor. Brat, you clearly want the fruits. But why are you being so courteous? They're not for you. So stop trying to put on an act. The old man said snappily, This is my gift to the little girl. She's called Juan, right? Based on what he had seen earlier, the old man could see Juan Er's feelings for Duan Lingtian. He could also see how important she was to Duan Lingtian. With these two celestial fruits, there was no doubt that he would be able to tie Duan Lingtian to him even more firmly. Moreover, he found Juan pleasing to the eye. Juan since Senior insists on giving it to you, just accept it. Duan Lingtian said to Juan At the same time, he made up his mind to return the favor if he had the chance in the future. Thank you. Juan thanked the old man before she took the box and passed it to Duan Lingtian. Clearly, she had no intention of keeping it for herself. Juan, keep it for yourself. Don't underestimate these two fruits. After you consume them, you'll be able to break through and become a celestial king in a short time. Duan Lingtian hastily said when he saw Juan passing the box to him. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he added, I consumed these two celestial fruits a month ago, and I'm now one basic celestial king. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could not help but look at the old man. He wondered how many Ice King, Celestial Fruits, and Fire King, Celestial Fruits the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had. Little guy, don't even think about taking advantage of me. I only have 2 Ice King Celestial Fruits and 2 Fire King Celestial Fruits, and I'll give them to you now. The old man seemed to have seen through Duan Lingtian's thoughts when he saw through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Juan Er's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She did not expect the 2 fruits to be so powerful. After a short while, Duan Lingtian and Juan were led back to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion by the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion returned to the backyard and did not disturb Duan Lingtian and Juan Er's reunion. Juan how have you been these past few years? Duan Lingtian asked Juan in the room. He wanted to know what she had gone through in the past few years for her to become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke so quickly. After listening to Juan Er's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned that she had spent most of her time cultivating in seclusion. As for her breakthrough in cultivation, it was natural. Duan Lingtian was greatly affected by Juan Er's words. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is a rare existence in the Phantom Fox clan that only appears once in 1,000,000 years. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, even without consuming the Heaven's sacrificial divine fruit, she was still able to become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke in such a short time. In terms of cultivation speed, few people in the spirit overarching heaven could compare to her. By the way, have you comprehended any profundities? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian remembered this important matter. Yes. Juan nodded. What law did you comprehend? Chapter 30, 184. The Law of Space. Juan replied to Duan Lingtian's question. The Law of Space. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian widened his eyes in shock. He did not expect Juan to comprehend the law of space as well. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt relieved. The Phantom Fox clan specialized in the Tao of illusions. As a rare 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan, it was only natural for her to comprehend one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. How many profundities have you comprehended? Duan Lingtian asked again. I think 5, Juan replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. 5. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was not as shocked as before. After all, he had comprehended 7 profundities from the law of space. Moreover, he had even comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. Which 5? Duan Lingtian asked again. Teleportation, distortion, confinement, magnetic storm, and creation. These 5, Juana replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. Magnetic storm? Creation? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard these 2 profundities from the law of space. There were a total of 9 profundities from the law of space. Apart from the space elemental profundity, there were also 8 profundities: teleportation, distortion, confinement, territory, dimensional slash, magnetic storm, and creation. Juan, you've comprehended 6 profundities. You still have the space elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not expect Juan to have comprehended 6 profundities from the law of space, only 1 less than him. Juan, you haven't comprehended any profundities to the initial stage, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. Yes. Juan nodded. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Which profundities have you comprehended to the initial stage? Creation, Juan replied. Duan Lingtian nodded. The creation profundity was one of the profundities from the law of space. It was a supportive profundity. Once it was cast, it could create countless spaces to confuse the opponent. The effect of the creation Upanishad was similar to an illusion formation. As 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox who has comprehended the creation profundity, she should have an advantage. However, I didn't expect her strength to improve so much in just a few years. Duan Lingtian was a little shocked. Fortunately, the 2 Phantom Fox clan members did not do anything to Juan. They only followed her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to track Juan's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox for so long. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. On the way back to the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian had already asked the Imperial Tutor Pavilion Master about the cultivation of those 2 people. One was a 7 stars immortal king, while the other was an 8 trigrams immortal king. If they made a move, Juan wouldn't be a match for them. Even if they can't confirm that she's the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, they're still suspicious of her. I wonder if they have told the other members of the Phantom Fox clan about this matter. If he tells others, I'm afraid things will get a little troublesome. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He could not help but feel worried. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was right. After the 2 Phantom Foxes were killed by the Imperial Tutor Pavilion Master, the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory learned about this. After all, the 2 Celestial Kings had left their soul orbs in the Phantom Fox clan. Naturally, the Phantom Fox clan was alerted when their soul orbs shattered. Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong are dead. Before they died, they sent a message saying that they had encountered a woman suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? Isn't she the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that the main clan in the 7 Upper Province ordered us to keep an eye on? Are you sure? No, it's just a suspicion. However, with Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong's deaths, it seems like things aren't as simple as they seem. Didn't Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong say that the woman is only a 10 Direction Celestial Duke? Moreover, she's not even 100 years old. A 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's not even 100 years old? With her innate talent, it's highly likely that she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. What's so rare about a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's not even 100 years old? Haven't you heard that the profound Nether Mansion has a 10 Directions Celestial Duke who's not even 100 years old? Not only that, but she has also comprehended 9 profundities from the law of space and has even comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. No matter what, we have to investigate that woman. Did Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong say where they are in their last message? They did say that they're in the profound Nether Mansion. The profound Nether Mansion? The profound Nether Mansion where Duan Lingtian, who swept through the central province of the Southern Heaven Territory, is from? At this moment, 3 figures flew out from the Phantom Fox clan. They were led by a white-clad, white-haired, and white-browed young man. The white-haired, white-browed young man looked to be in his early 20s at most. However, it was such a young man that the two old men behind him were extremely respectful towards him. The white-clad young man was none other than the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. He was a celestial lord. Since he had received news about the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox and the profound Nether Mansion, he had no choice but to personally investigate the matter. The main Phantom Fox clan was located in the 7 Upper Province of the Spirit Overarching Heaven. The Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory was only a branch clan. However, 10 years ago, the branch clans in the Southern Heaven Territory, including the Phantom Fox clan, had received an order from the main Phantom Fox clan. They were looking for the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan. Clan leader, why do you think the main Phantom Fox clan is so desperate to find the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? Based on what I know, the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Foxes that appeared in the Phantom Fox clan in the past were kept in the wild until they became celestial emperors. One of the old men could not help but ask the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Upon hearing the old man's question, the other old man looked at the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan curiously. Based on what I know, the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that appeared in the Phantom Fox clan is from the Du clan. Do you understand what I'm saying? The clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan said indifferently. The Phantom Fox clan was divided into 3 main surnames, one of which was the Phantom Fox clan. First, the Phantom Fox clan was a branch clan with the surname Zhang. Second, the Du clan. Third, the Yuan clan. The Zhang clan has always been neutral. However, the Yuan clan and the Du clan have been fighting each other for years. Do you think the higher-ups intend to help the Du clan or the Yuan clan? The old man who had remained silent earlier asked. That's not something we can speculate on. All we can do is investigate if the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that Zhang Lizhong and Zhang Qiyu are after is really the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. If it's true, we'll report it to the main Phantom Fox clan and be rewarded handsomely. The eyes of the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan in the Southern Heaven Territory shone brightly when he thought about the rewards promised by the main Phantom Fox clan. The eyes of the 2 old men behind him lit up when they heard the clan leader's words. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that the people from the Phantom Fox clan had made their way to the profound Nether Mansion. Moreover, the person leading the group was the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, a celestial lord. Since Huan has also comprehended the law of space, she should be able to use the supreme powerhouse divinity as well. Duan Lingtian decided to share the supreme powerhouse divinity with Huan after learning that she had also comprehended the law of space. As long as one carried the supreme powerhouse divinity with them, they would be able to see the law of space in their dreams. Huan Before sharing the supreme powerhouse divinity with Huan Duan Lingtian decided to let Huan try it first to see if she could see the law of space in her dreams. After all, Huan was not human. After Huan woke up, Duan Lingtian knew the supreme powerhouse divinity would be beneficial to her. Huan since the supreme powerhouse divinity is beneficial to you, you can sleep while I cultivate. You can cultivate while I sleep. Duan Lingtian said to Huan, I'll listen to you, brother Lingtian. Huan nodded obediently. Huan has always been 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, and her innate talent and comprehension are frightening. With the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's cultivation resources and the supreme divinity, her cultivation speed and comprehension speed are definitely above mine. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. However, he did not feel disappointed or jealous. Instead, he felt happy for Huan. No matter how strong Huan was, she was still his woman. She would only help him deal with others, not others. It was no different from him becoming stronger on his own. While Duan Lingtian and Huan were cultivating and sleeping, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion received a message from the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan. Grandmaster. Since the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had informed the mansion master of the profound nether mansion after killing the 2 members of the Phantom Fox clan, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion immediately contacted the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The leader of the Phantom Fox clan is here. The old man was slightly surprised when he heard the message from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. His eyes glinted as he said, "It seems like that girl isn't as simple as she seems. Meet him. If possible, try to sound him out and see why he's here." The old man replied to the mansion master of the profound nether mansion, "All right." Upon receiving the message, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion went to meet the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan. Clan leader Zhang, may I know why you've come to the profound nether mansion? Based on what I know, this is your first time visiting the profound nether mansion. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked with a smile, "Mansion master Zhang, one wouldn't visit a temple without a reason." I'm here because 2 members of the Phantom Fox clan are suspected to have died outside the profound nether mansion. Do you have any leads? The mansion master of the Phantom Fox clan asked without beating around the bush. Is that so? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion was shocked. However, why are the members of the Phantom Fox clan here? Don't tell me they're working for the Bloodskull gang? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked curiously. The Bloodskull gang? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan frowned. There are 3 other assassins from the Bloodskull gang outside the profound nether mansion. Is it possible that your clansmen had a conflict with them? Chapter 3185. Assassins from the Bloodskull gang? Moreover, there are 3 of them. The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan frowned when he heard the mansion master's words. Mansion master Zhang, why did you allow the assassins from the Bloodskull gang to ambush the profound nether mansion? They didn't do anything, so it's not appropriate for us to act recklessly. After all, the Bloodskull gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. The patriarch of the profound nether mansion said, "They're here for Duan Lingtian." The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan asked, "Although I rarely leave the Phantom Fox clan, I've heard of Duan Lingtian's name. Rumor has it that he has become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke before the age of 100. Moreover, he has comprehended all the profundities from the law of space and has even comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage. Patriarch Zhang, it seems like you know a lot about Duan Lingtian. However, it seems like you're behind the times. He's no longer a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. He has become a Celestial King." The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said with a smile, "A breakthrough?" The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. Then realization dawned on him. No wonder I haven't heard about him entering the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Initially, I thought he couldn't find a match in the middle realm, so he didn't bother to enter. Mansion Master Zhang, may I have the honor of meeting him? The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan asked with a glint in his eyes. Although the 2 men from the Phantom Fox clan had died outside the profound nether mansion's estate, they had said they were following a woman who seemed to be 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Moreover, the woman was not even 100 years old, but she was already a 10 Directions Celestial Duke. However, when the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan thought about Duan Lingtian in the profound nether mansion, he could not help but wonder if the woman was 1,000 phantoms ice fox as well. After all, the 1,000 phantoms ice fox that had appeared in the Phantom Fox clan 1,000,000 years ago was a man. The patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan was unaware that Duan Lingtian had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He's currently cultivating in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. I'll have to ask the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion if he's free. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion said. Imperial Tudor Palace? The leader of the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. Duan Lingtian is already the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? However, with his innate talent and comprehension ability, he's indeed qualified to be the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. He had heard about the significance of being the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Yes, he's currently the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. The Mansion Master of the profound Nether Mansion nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian, asking if he was willing to meet the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion also asked Duan Lingtian. I'll go. Duan Lingtian was awakened from his cultivation. He did not expect the leader of the Southern Heaven Territory's Phantom Fox clan would come to the profound Nether Mansion after the deaths of the two Phantom Foxes. Moreover, the clan leader of the Southern Heaven Territory wanted to kill him. The reason he wants to see me isn't because I'm involved in the deaths of the two Phantom Foxes. It must be because of something else. Duan Lingtian decided to meet the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. After all, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a potential threat to him. Perhaps the day would come when the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan would oppose him. Now that he had the chance to meet the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, he could use this opportunity to test the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Under the guidance of an elder from the profound Nether Mansion, Duan Lingtian arrived at the place where the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion was entertaining the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Mansion Master. As Duan Lingtian greeted the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion, he saw 3 people sitting at the side. Among the 3 people, only one of them was seated. He was a young man with white hair and eyebrows. 2 old men stood behind him, one on his left and one on his right. They looked like 2 competent bodyguards. Duan Lingtian, this is clan leader Zhang from the Phantom Fox clan. He's heard about you a long time ago. He came to the profound Nether Mansion to meet you because he's curious about you. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion smiled. Clan leader Zhang. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan and greeted the patriarch. At the same time, the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, a fox is cunning. Since Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, wants to see you, it's not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Duan Lingtian, I've long heard of you. Now that I've met you, I can see you live up to your reputation. As expected of a prodigy among humans, Zhang Dongnan said with a sigh as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As soon as he saw Duan Lingtian, he was certain Duan Lingtian was not 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. After all, he did not sense the aura of a Duan Lingtian from the Phantom Fox clan. Therefore, he did not suspect Duan Lingtian. If 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was a 10 Directions Celestial Duke, it would be difficult for him to confirm Duan Lingtian's identity with his cultivation base. Therefore, he could only suspect Duan Lingtian's identity. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion had warned Duan Lingtian because he was worried Zhang Dongnan would lead Duan Lingtian by the nose and try to pry information out of him. However, he did not expect Zhang Dongnan would only chat with Duan Lingtian after meeting him. He did not have any intention of trying to get information out of him at all. Duan Lingtian was puzzled. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was puzzled as well. It seemed like Zhang Dongnan only wanted to get to know him. After chatting with Duan Lingtian for about half an hour, Zhang Dongnan suddenly recalled something. He looked at the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion and asked, Mansion Master Zhang, did anyone join the profound Nether Mansion recently? For example, a young woman who's not even 100 years old and wears a veil, a bamboo hat, and a white robe. The only person who joined the profound nether mansion recently is Duan Lingtian, the mansion master of the profound nether mansion said. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said, Clan leader Zhang, I'm sure you've heard that the profound nether mansion only accepts disciples at certain times. Apart from monstrous geniuses like Duan Lingtian, the profound nether mansion won't accept disciples. All right, Zhang Dong Nan nodded. Then he rose to his feet and bade farewell to the mansion master of the profound nether mansion and Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you have time, you can visit the Phantom Fox clan. There are many beauties in the Phantom Fox clan. Who knows? You might find your celestial companion there. Zhang Dong Nan said to Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he left. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion sneered when he heard Zhang Dong Nan's words. He knew Zhang Dong Nan intended to use the women from the Phantom Fox clan to bind Duan Lingtian to the Phantom Fox clan. However, he was not worried Duan Lingtian would fall for his trick. This was because his grand ancestor had told him through voice transmission that the woman whom his grand ancestor had killed was extremely beautiful. It would be difficult to find another woman who could compare to her in this world. His grandmaster had lived for more than 30,000 years and had seen countless women. Based on his grandmaster's words, it was not difficult for him to imagine that the woman by Duan Lingtian's side was a peerless beauty. You must be joking, clan leader Zhang. I, Duan Lingtian, am married. I even have a son and a daughter, but I don't dare to fool around outside. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Which capable man doesn't have multiple wives and concubines? Take me, for example. I just recently took in my 16th concubine. Zhang Dong then gave Duan Lingtian a knowing look before he left with the two men behind him. Duan Lingtian, remember what I said. Come visit the Phantom Fox clan when you're free. Before Zhang Dong then left, he did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Why was the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan acting like a matchmaker? Duan Lingtian, Zhang Dong Nan, is here for the two dead members of the Phantom Fox clan. I'm curious, who's the woman by your side? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Mansion master. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, Due to some reasons, I can't reveal her identity to you. Please forgive me. The fact that she was 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was related to her safety, so it was best if fewer people knew about it. Outside the profound nether mansion. After Zhang Dong Nan left the profound nether mansion with the two old men, he was in no hurry to return to the Phantom Fox clan. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said there are 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang waiting outside the profound nether mansion. Perhaps they have seen Zhang Qiyu and Zhang Lizhong. Zhang Dong Nan's eyes glinted as he said to the two old men behind him, Let's split up and find those 3 assassins. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. The two old men nodded and left. Zhang Dong Nan was the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan, a celestial lord. The two old men he brought with him this time were also outstanding 10 directions, celestial kings. Both of them had comprehended profundities to the initial mastery stage, even in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. These two old men were well-known figures. About 15 minutes later, Zhang Dong Nan received news that one of the two old men had discovered the 3 assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. North of the profound Nether Mansion's estate, a man and 3 men were facing each other on a lofty mountain. The 3 men were dressed in black, and they were led by a middle-aged man with a cold expression on his face. However, at this moment, this middle-aged man with a grave and stern face was looking at the old man in front of him with deep fear in his eyes. Situyu, I didn't expect you to come personally. It seems like your target this time isn't as simple as it seems. The old man looked at the middle-aged man with a surprised expression on his face. Based on the middle-aged man's words, it was obvious he was an old acquaintance of the middle-aged man. Zhang Jinhai, why are you here? The middle-aged man, Situyu, asked in a deep voice. Zhang Jinhai. Upon hearing Situyu's words, the eyes of the two men standing behind him widened in shock. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would recognize the two men standing behind Situyu as the two assassins from the Blood Skull Gang who had chased after him in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Chapter 3186. Leng Yi, one of the two assassins from the Blood Skull Gang who had gone to the Jade Yellow Heaven to hunt down Duan Lingtian, had been waiting for Duan Lingtian outside the Simplicity Celestial Sex Estate for a long time. However, Duan Lingtian had managed to escape with a Wind Shadow escape talisman. Leng Yi was ashamed of this. Initially, Leng Yi thought he could kill Duan Lingtian in the Heaven of Yellow Heaven. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to escape from him again. This time, in order to kill Duan Lingtian, the Blood Skull Gang had sent a 9 Palaces Celestial King Assassin who had gone to the Jade Yellow Heaven with Leng Yi. Apart from that, they had also sent their trump card. This trump card was none other than Situyu, the strongest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang, who was not a Celestial Lord. Not only was Situyu an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, but he was also famous in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He had comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Wind, and had even comprehended one of the profundities to the initial stage. Zhang Jinhai, the one who has comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Metal and the Light Shadow profundity to the initial stage? Leng Yi and the other 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang exchanged a look. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. Zhang Zhenhai was too famous, although Zhang Zhenhai's profundities were on par with Situyu's profundities. Situyu's profundities were much stronger than Zhang Zhenhai's. However, Zhang Zhenhai was stronger than Situyu. Situyu was only a human and did not have much to rely on. On the other hand, Zhang Zhenhai was a celestial beast, a phantom fox. Most importantly, Zhang Zhenhai was a phantom fox. After all, Zhang Zhenhai had defeated Situyu in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I came here with my patriarch. Zhang Zhenhai replied to Situyu's question. As soon as Zhang Zhenhai finished speaking, he seemed to have sensed something. His body trembled as he took a few steps back. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhang Zhenhai like a phantom. It was none other than Zhang Zhenhai, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Whoosh! After Zhang Dongnan, another figure appeared behind Zhang Dongnan, standing side by side with Zhang Zhenhai. Zhang Yenting. When Situyu saw the other old man standing beside Zhang Dongnan, his pupils shrank again, and he let out a cry of surprise. Zhang Yenting. Leng Yi and the other man behind Situyu looked at the other old man beside Zhang Zhenhai, and their pupils shrank simultaneously. Zhang Yenting's strength was on par with Zhang Zhenhai. He was also a famous figure in the upper realm. Most importantly, like Zhang Zhenhai, he was also a member of the Phantom Fox clan. Just now, Zhang Zhenhai said that he came with their clan leader? Then isn't the person standing in front of him and Zhang Yenting? Leng Yi and the other Blood Skull Gang assassin beside him exchanged a glance. While they were communicating via soul transmission, their pupils constricted simultaneously. Greetings, Lord Dongnan. I'm Situyu from the Blood Skull Gang. While Leng Yi and the other Blood Skull Gang assassin were trying to guess the identity of the person standing in front of Zhang Zhenhai and Zhang Yinting, Situyu bowed respectfully at the white-haired, white-browed young man with a solemn expression on his face. He had met the white-browed young man before, so he knew the white-browed young man was the current clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, a celestial lord. Greetings, Lord Dong Nan. After Sitayu bowed, Lung Yi and the other Blood Skull Gang assassin quickly bowed humbly at Zhang Dong Nan as well. In fact, both of them were not even qualified to introduce themselves in front of Zhang Dong Nan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Sitayu. Zhang Dong Nan looked at Sitayu in surprise. I'm curious who your target is this time. I didn't expect the Blood Skull Gang to send you here, personally. Zhang Dong Nan had long heard of Sitayu, the top assassin in the Blood Skull Gang. In fact, he was also aware that Sitayu was known as a Celestial King assassin in the Southern Heaven Territory. There were many Celestial Kings who were undefeated in a direct confrontation with him, but very few Celestial Kings were able to survive his assassination attempts. At the very least, Sitayu had never failed a mission that targeted a Celestial Lord or below. Lord Dong Nan, this is no longer a secret. My target this time is Duan Lingtian from the profound Nether Mansion, Sitayu said. Duan Lingtian? Zhang Dong Nan was shocked. I know him. However, don't you think the Blood Skull Gang is making a mountain out of a molehill by sending you to kill him? Zhang Dong Nan felt the Blood Skull Gang was making a mountain out of a molehill by sending Sitayu to kill someone who had just become a Celestial King. Lord Dong Nan, there's something you're unaware of. Previously, Lung Yi, a 9 Palaces Celestial King and a 9 Palaces Celestial King, fought Duan Lingtian head-on, but he failed to kill him. After that, they crossed the Devata realm to the Yen Huang heaven to kill Duan Lingtian. However, they couldn't even find a trace of Duan Lingtian. Based on Sitayu's words, it was clear he was unaware that Lung Yi and the 9 Palaces Celestial King had encountered Duan Lingtian. Lung Yi and the 9 Palaces Celestial King had intentionally concealed this matter from the Blood Skull Gang since they were worried the Blood Skull Gang would punish them. After all, he had been careless at that time. Oh! Zhang Dong Nan was slightly surprised when he heard Sitayu mention the Yen Huang heaven. They went to the Yen Huang heaven to kill Duan Lingtian? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian is from the Yen Huang heaven? No. Sitayu shook his head. Sitayu shook his head. Duan Lingtian has only been to the Yen Huang heaven. Lord Dong Nan, I'm sure you've heard about the reincarnated Celestial Emperor plotting against the heaven sacrificial divine fruit in the Yen Huang heaven, right? You're saying he's the reincarnation of a Celestial Emperor. Zhang Dong Nan raised an eyebrow. He had heard about the rumor a few years ago, but he was not certain if it was true. No. Sitayu shook his head again. Sitayu shook his head again. He was deceived by the reincarnated Celestial Emperor when he went to the Yen Huang heaven. In the end, he managed to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from the reincarnated Celestial Emperor. That's how he managed to become a 10 Directions Celestial Duke and comprehend the law of space. He consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Zhang Dong Nan was shocked. No wonder. I was wondering how a human boy who's not even 100 years old managed to achieve so much in just a few hundred years. As it turns out, he consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Realization dawned on Zhang Dong Nan as he thought to himself. However, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit only allows one to comprehend 8 profundities of a law, right? How did he manage to comprehend all the profundities from the law of space? Moreover, he even comprehended the law of space's cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage? I don't know. Perhaps he has a high comprehension ability, Sitayu said. Zhang Dong Nan nodded. From the beginning until the end, Sitayu's expression was solemn and humble as he spoke to Zhang Dong Nan. Yes, Zhang Dong Nan nodded. Then he looked at Sitayu and asked, Have you seen these 2 people around the profound Nether Mansion recently? Zhang Dong Nan raised his hand and tapped his finger in the air. In just a blink of an eye, 2 lifelike figures appeared in the air. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the two figures Zhang Dongnan had drawn in the air were the two phantom foxes he had met before. They were the two phantom foxes whom the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had killed. Yes, Situ Yu nodded. Some time ago, we saw them following a white-clad woman here. However, they have nothing to do with our target, so we didn't pay them any heed. They're from the Phantom Fox clan. They were last seen outside the profound Nether Mansion, but they're dead. I suspect someone killed them outside the profound Nether Mansion. Zhang Dongnan's eyes turned cold as he spoke, causing the temperature in the air to drop by a few degrees. Upon hearing Zhang Dongnan's words, Situ Yu's expression changed slightly. The expressions of Leng Yi and the other phantom foxes changed drastically as well. Lord Dongnan, although we've seen them, we didn't do anything to them. Lord Dongnan, I swear we didn't do anything to them. At this moment, Leng Yi and the young man could tell that the reason the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was here was because of the deaths of the two Phantom Fox clan members. Needless to say, Situ Yu was here because he suspected them. Lord Dongnan, we're from the Bloodskull Gang. Unless we're on a mission or someone provokes us, we won't kill for no reason. Unlike Leng Yi and the other Phantom Foxes, Situ Yu quickly regained his composure and said bluntly, moreover, the Bloodskull Gang won't accept missions that target members of the noble clans. Yes, I agree. Zhang Dongnan nodded. At the same time, his expression returned to normal. Do you know why the woman they were following appeared outside the profound Nether Mansion? Clearly, Zhang Dongnan wanted to use the woman he suspected to be the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox as a breakthrough point. I really don't know. Situ Yu shook his head before he said. However, although she appeared outside the profound Nether Mansion, she seemed to be looking in the direction of the mansion's estate. It was as though she was waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Zhang Dongnan narrowed his eyes. Does this mean she has an acquaintance in the profound Nether Mansion? If she wasn't waiting for someone, I really don't understand why she would look in the direction of the mansion's estate. Situ Yu continued to speculate. Do you know anything about her? Zhang Dongnan asked. I didn't pay much attention to her at that time. I only know she was dressed in white and had a graceful figure. She wore a veil and a bamboo hat. I didn't see her face. Situ Yu shook his head. Lord Dongnan. At this moment, Leng Yi, who was standing behind Situ Yu, seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up immediately. HM? Zhang Dongnan looked at Leng Yi curiously. Lord Dongnan, I've read the Bloodskull Gang's investigation on the Duan Lingtian. The Duan Lingtian came from the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory, Situ Yu said. Chapter 30, 187. Are you certain? As soon as Leng Yi finished speaking, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, narrowed his eyes and stared at Leng Yi. Lord Dongnan, I'm certain. Leng Yi nodded confidently. Lord Dongnan, if you don't believe me, you can investigate this matter. After all, Duan Lingtian is quite famous in the borderlands of the 6 southeastern regions. Many people know that there's a beautiful woman by his side. Previously, when she was with him, she always wore a veil and a bamboo hat when she was outside. Come to think of it, the reason why such a beautiful woman wore a veil and a bamboo hat was because she didn't want to cause trouble because of her peerless beauty. Leng Yi revealed everything he knew about Duan Lingtian. All right, I'll look into this matter. Also, you'll follow me to the Phantom Fox clan's estate for the time being. If what you said is true, I won't mistreat you. Zhang Dongnan's voice turned cold as he looked at Leng Yi. However, if I find out that you lied to me, don't even think about leaving the Phantom Fox clan alive. Lord Dongnan, I can follow you. However, I'm afraid you'll have to inform my organization first. Leng Yi did not seem to feel guilty at all. I have a way to contact the vice leader of the Bloodskull Gang. You don't have to worry about that, Zhang Dongnan said indifferently. As soon as Zhang Dongnan finished speaking, he nodded at Sityu before he brought the two old men and Lang Yi back to the Phantom Fox clan. Sityu did not say anything when Zhang Dongnan brought Lang Yi away. After all, he knew it was useless for him to say anything. After all, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a celestial lord. Apart from that, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a celestial lord as well. Sityu, you would have to resort to assassination to deal with the two old men behind the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The Phantom Fox clan's methods were too strange. He had fought with Zhang Jinhai before. Although their cultivation bases, profundities, and celestial weapons were on par with each other, Zhang Jinhai was able to defeat him with his illusion, divine ability. Send a message back to inform Vice Chief Qin of this matter, Sityu Yu said to the remaining Bloodskull Gang assassin behind him. The assassin nodded and sent out a message. The Bloodskull Gang had more than one vice leader. Sityu Yu did not know which vice leader the Phantom Fox clan was acquainted with. Therefore, he asked his men to contact Qin Yuanshan, the vice leader of the Bloodskull Gang. Now, the mission to deal with Duan Lingtian was personally handled by Qin Yuanshan. On the other side, on the way back to the Phantom Fox clan's estate, Zhang Zhenhai, who was following behind Zhang Dongnan, could not help but say, Lord Patriarch, if what Lang Yi said is true, that woman must be in the profound Nether Mansion right now. She might even be with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, there's no doubt the profound Nether Mansion has something to do with the deaths of our two clansmen. Zhang Yenting said, Everything you've said is ultimately just a guess. Do you have any proof? Are we supposed to search the profound Nether Mansion ourselves? Zhang Dongnan said indifferently. When the two heard this, they fell silent for a moment. There are many grade 6 celestial mansions under the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. However, the only one I'm truly afraid of is the profound Nether Mansion. A hint of dread could be seen in Zhang Dongnan's eyes as he continued to say, My father told me there's a powerful celestial lord hidden in the profound Nether Mansion. He's not much weaker than a titled celestial lord. His strength is even comparable to the patriarchs of some of the 10 great clans. When Zhang Dongnan said this, it wasn't just Zhang Jinhai and Zhang Yenting who were frightened. Even Lang Yi, who was on the side, was frightened. One had to know that the patriarchs of the 10 great clans were all powerful immortal emperors. Ordinary immortal emperors couldn't be compared to them at all. And now, Zhang Dongnan was telling them, there was a hidden celestial lord in the profound Nether Mansion? How could they not be shocked? That person is said to be the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion. In terms of seniority, he should be the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. Zhang Dongnan continued, The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? Zhang Zhenhai's eyes widened slightly. Lord Patriarch, I remember when we visited the profound Nether Mansion. The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion said, Duan Lingtian is the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian is protected by that powerhouse? Zhang Zhenhai's eyes were filled with dread when he spoke. You only realize this now. Zhang Zhenhai shook his head. We don't have any evidence. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to prove it. To put it bluntly, the profound Nether Mansion isn't afraid of the Phantom Fox clan at all. In fact, even 3 Phantom Foxes might not be a threat to the profound Nether Mansion. As the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, Zhang Zhenhai was well aware of the profound Nether Mansion's strength. He knew the profound Nether Mansion was the strongest force in the Southern Heaven Territory below Grade 5 forces. Naturally, not many people in the Southern Heaven Territory were aware of this. If the profound Nether Mansion is so powerful, why would the Azure Green Mansion dare to go against them? Zhang Yunting had heard about the conflict between the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion. Indeed, there's conflict between them. However, have you heard of any of the stronger celestial kings from either side dying? Zhang Dongnan said the conflict between the profound Nether Mansion and the Azure Green Mansion is just a small matter. There's no way the profound Nether Mansion's celestial lords would lower themselves to deal with the juniors. Realization dawned on Zhang Yunting when he heard Zhang Dongnan's words. The profound Nether Mansion is so powerful. Is the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion as strong as the clan leaders of the 10 major clans? And now, Duan Lingtian is the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion? Lung Yi followed behind Zhang Dongnan and the other two. When he heard their conversation, he felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to his head. He did not expect the profound Nether Mansion to be so powerful. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a high status. If we kill Duan Lingtian outside the profound Nether Mansion, do you think the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion won't know about it? Will he let it go so easily? Thinking of this, Lang Yi couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I think it's better for us to inform the vice leader of this matter. I'm sure the vice leader knows about the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and Duan Lingtian's current status as Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Lun Yi sent a message back to the Bloodskull Gang and to Chen Yuanshan, the deputy leader. Who's that? Duan Lingtian is the Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. According to Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, the old man from the profound Nether Mansion is still in the profound Nether Mansion? Chen Yuanshan's expression changed drastically when he received Lan Ye's message. It seems like we have to let the leader decide on this matter. Let's see if we should continue with the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. While Chen Yuanshan was looking for the vice leader of the Bloodskull Gang, he also sent a message to Sitayu and Duan Lingtian outside the profound Nether Mansion, telling them not to act rashly even if they saw Duan Lingtian leaving the mansion. Sitayu and Situ were confused. What was going on? In the profound Nether Mansion, in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. After Duan Lingtian returned from the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion, he went back to cultivating. With the help of the celestial fruits and celestial pills given to him by the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. When Huan woke up and gave him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he went asleep while Huan began to cultivate. The cycle repeated itself endlessly. Half a month later, Huan had completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the Ice King's celestial fruit and the Fire King's celestial fruit and successfully became a one basic celestial king. As expected of 1,000 phantoms, Ice Fox, not only is her cultivation speed fast, but she's also able to absorb the medicinal efficacy of the celestial fruits so quickly. Although Duan Lingtian had expected this, he could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about Huan Er's breakthrough. Duan Lingtian was about to cultivate when he received a message from the mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. I've received news that the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan has sent his men to the borderlands of the Southern Heaven Territory after returning to the Phantom Fox clan. Do you think it has something to do with the woman next to you? The mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion asked. The borderlands? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. It seems like the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan is aware of something. Is it the Bloodskull Gang? As for how the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan found out about the borderlands, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan must have leaked the information to him. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked Senior to kill those 3 assassins. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, Streaks of killing intent flashed in his eyes as though they were about to devour someone. Mansion Master, we're from the borderlands. Duan Lingtian replied. Do you need me to send someone to deal with the Phantom Fox Clan's men? Since the clan leader of the Phantom Fox Clan sent someone to the borderlands, it means he knows something and wants to confirm it. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion sent a message to Duan Lingtian. It was as though he would send someone to deal with the Phantom Fox Clan's men as soon as Duan Lingtian gave the order. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian stopped the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Let him investigate. Even if we kill him, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox Clan will send someone else to deal with the matter. Although Duan Lingtian appeared calm on the surface, he felt a sense of foreboding. In truth, he was filled with a sense of crisis. The Blood Skull gang must have found out a lot about me in the borderlands, including the fact that Juan and I were together. Juan was outside the Profound Nether Mansion's estate for a long time, so the Blood Skull gang's assassins must have seen her. As long as Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, interrogates the assassins, he'll definitely be able to find out about Juan and me. I'm afraid Zhang Dongnan already knows Juan is in the Profound Nether Mansion. Chapter 3188. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian left his room. To be safe, he went to look for the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to see if the Profound Nether Mansion would be able to stop the Phantom Fox clan. After all, he did not know much about the Phantom Fox clan's strength. Although the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had said the Profound Nether Mansion was not afraid of the Phantom Fox clan, he did not think it was a lie. Senior, Duan Lingtian went straight to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and said, I'm afraid it won't be long before the Phantom Fox clan comes to the Profound Nether Mansion. Is the Profound Nether Mansion able to protect my sister? Duan Lingtian asked with a grim expression on his face. What's going on? The old man was still unaware of the situation. The Phantom Fox clan's leader must have found out about us through the Blood Skull gang's assassins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent someone to investigate the place where I used to live. Duan Lingtian told the old man everything the mansion master of the Profound Nether Mansion had told him. Why is the Phantom Fox clan following Juan? Why is the Phantom Fox clan's leader targeting Juan? The old man asked. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Senior, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's too important for me to tell you. I'm here to ask you if the Phantom Fox clan's leader will be able to protect Juan, or if he comes to the Profound Nether Mansion to ask for Juan. This was Duan Lingtian's true purpose of coming here. So, that's what you're worried about. The old man shook his head. Didn't I tell you the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to act recklessly in front of the Profound Nether Mansion? You don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to confirm it. Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward. After all, he had come to look for the old man because he doubted the old man's words. However, after listening to the old man's words, he knew the old man was not lying. Don't worry. Let alone the Phantom Fox clan. The Profound Nether Mansion wouldn't be afraid even if there were 2 more branch clans in the Southern Heaven territory. Based on the old man's words, it was clear he did not care about the Phantom Fox clan at all. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. You can focus on your cultivation and raise your cultivation base as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about anything else as long as I'm in the Profound Nether Mansion. The old man said, Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian thanked the old man with a serious expression before he left to cultivate. After Duan Lingtian left, the old man's eyes glinted as he muttered to himself, It seems like that girl is the Thousand Phantoms ice fox that the Phantom Fox clan in the Seven Upper Province is looking for. The main Phantom Fox clan in the Seven Upper Province has offered a reward in the black market. Anyone who can provide information about the Thousand Phantoms ice fox will be rewarded handsomely. That reward, even I am tempted. The old man shook his head and smiled. However, there's nothing I can do about it. Since I've placed all my bets on that lad, I can only follow him to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man continued to sit by the lake and fish. He resumed his calm and collected demeanor as if nothing had happened. Time continued to pass by quietly. During this time, Duan Lingtian had left the divine offering land. His friends and family who were in various mundane realms had their own encounters as well. Naturally, most of them did not have any fortuitous encounters. Only a small number of them had fortuitous encounters. However, even if he did not encounter any amazing fortuitous encounters, he had been in the realm of gods, the world of divine offering. He had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy there, and was baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy. Now that he had returned to the mundane realm, his cultivation speed was much faster than before. In fact, it was difficult to find anyone in the mundane realms whose cultivation speed was comparable to theirs. The Purple Spike realm was one of the many mundane realms in the colossal world. Moreover, it was a large mundane realm with countless planets. Aunt Xuanai, you should leave now. I'll lure these people away. You can avenge me in the future. In a star field outside a planet, a handsome figure stood there and spoke to a young woman with a solemn expression. The person who spoke was a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. However, a hint of anxiety could be seen on his face at this moment. Nian Tian, you should leave now. If I can't even take care of you, how am I supposed to face Brother Ling Tian and Sister Fei in the future? The young woman had a face that could topple the world. Her every move seemed to make everything around her pale in comparison. These two people were none other than Duan Yentian and Han Xuanai, who were sent away from the divine offering land by Xiajia. Both of them were sent to the same mundane realm. Although they were separated in the beginning, it did not take long before Han Xuanai found Duan Yentian. Many years later, Duan Yentian had grown from an ignorant child into a young man. Aunt Xuanai! Duan Yentian was about to say something when he heard the sound of wind whistling in the distance. In just a blink of an eye, he and Han Xuanai were surrounded. You won't be modest anymore since you won't be able to run away. There were 20 to 30 people surrounding Duan Yentian and Han Xuanai. The leader was an old woman who was riding a strange beast that resembled a lion or tiger. She held a crooked walking stick in her hand. Granny, are you with them? Lu Ping Wu 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 Gao Ji 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 Gao Ji? Are you with me? 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 A middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes stood next to the old woman as he stared coldly at Duan Yentian and Han Xuanai. It was these two people who had killed his only son. Humph! Duan Yentian glared at the middle-aged man. If your son didn't pester my aunt, we wouldn't have attacked him. He deserved to die. A hint of anger could be seen on Duan Yentian's youthful face as he glared at the middle-aged man. Yentian, why are you wasting your breath on them? If they want to fight, let's fight. Han Xuanai shouted. With a raise of her hand, energy surged out of her body and transformed into a dazzling light blade that slashed the 3 people standing nearby. Although she had killed 3 people in an instant, she did not feel happy at all. After all, these 3 people were the weakest in the group. You're seeking death. As soon as Han Xuanai made her move, the old woman, who was the leader of the group, was infuriated. She shouted coldly before she made her move as well. Her target was Han Xuanai. At the same time, the middle-aged man beside him also flew toward Duan Yentian. As for the other people brought by the old woman and the middle-aged man, they also charged toward Duan Niantian. The old woman was the strongest person present, followed by Han Shuanai and the middle-aged man. However, when the old woman made her move, Han Shuanai was completely suppressed. As for Duan Niantian, although he was not any weaker than the others, he was slightly weaker than the middle-aged man. Due to this reason, he was at a disadvantage when the middle-aged man targeted him. Die, boy! The middle-aged man shouted coldly as strands of energy shot out from his fingers toward Duan Niantian. Niantian! Han Shuanai's heart was burning with anxiety when she saw this. She forcefully blocked the old woman's attack and risked her life to save Duan Niantian. At this moment, Han Shuanai, who was severely injured, was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Niantian, are you all right? Han Shuanai stood with Duan Niantian's back, facing each other. Her face was pale as she asked worriedly, Aunt Shuanai, I'm fine. At this moment, Duan Niantian did not see Han Shuanai's pale face. He also did not see Han Shuanai forcefully blocking the old woman's attack. Humph, you can't even protect yourself. How can you protect this boy? The old woman sneered as she stared at Han Shuanai. Boy, today will be your doomsday. The middle-aged man sneered as he looked at Duan Niantian. It was as though Duan Niantian was already a dead man in his eyes. However, Duan Niantian was staring blankly at the sky in the distance, as though something had attracted his attention. The middle-aged man's gaze followed Duan Niantian's gaze. With just a glance, he saw a purple-clad woman hovering in the sky in the distance. The purple-clad woman stood there. Her graceful figure and enchanting face seemed as though she was a beauty who had walked out of a painting. Her beautiful hair danced even though there was no wind. On the surface of her body, streaks of purple aura energy were pulsating like bolts of purple lightning. They revolved around her body at a rapid speed. Sister Fea? When the old woman followed the middle-aged man's gaze, Han Shuanai also noticed the purple-clad woman standing in the distance. Mother. Duan Niantian looked at the familiar figure in the distance. He was so excited that his eyes turned red and misty. The purple-clad woman standing in the distance was none other than Li Fei, who had been searching for Duan Niantian in the Purple Spike realm for many years. She had finally found her son's whereabouts 2 days ago. She had appeared just in time when her son was on the brink of death. Mother, let's go. However, when Duan Lingtian thought about his current situation, horror dawned on him. He quickly sent a voice transmission to urge Li Fei to leave. In his opinion, his mother's strength was, at most, on par with him. Even if she was stronger than him, it would not be by much. Even Aunt Shuanai was no match for that old woman. Even if his mother was here, it would be useless. Sister Fei, or let's go. Han Shuanai's expression changed as well. She sent a voice transmission to urge Li Fei to leave. At the same time, she looked away as though she did not know Li Fei at all. Both of you, Li Fei hovered in the air as she looked at Duan Niantian and Han Shuanai excitedly. However, when she shifted her gaze to the others, her gaze turned cold. As soon as Li Fei's gaze turned cold, everyone present on the scene could feel the air in the stellar province turning cold as though winter had arrived. Chapter 30, 189. Swoosh! Swoosh! The old woman and the middle-aged man's expressions changed drastically. Putting everything else aside, based on the fact that Duan Lingtian did not even make a move earlier, it was obvious that Duan Lingtian was much stronger than them. Sir! The old woman wanted to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she saw streaks of purple light suddenly appear in the void around her. They were like purple meteors streaking across the sky. The purple meteors flew toward the old woman, the middle-aged man, and the people they brought with them. Swoosh! 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 The old woman, did not have time to finish her sentence, since she was busy dodging the streaks of light. If she did not focus on dodging, she would definitely die. Ah, spare me! No. While the old woman was dodging the streaks of purple meteors in the sky, a series of shrill cries rang in her ears. A few moments later, the cries stopped, and the streaks of purple meteors disappeared. However, when she looked around, she discovered the people she brought with her, including the middle-aged man, were all dead. I'm too late. Li Fei took a step forward. In just a blink of an eye, she appeared next to Duan Niantian. Xuanai, thank you for taking care of Niantian all these years. At the same time, Li Fei looked at Han Xuanai, who was standing behind Duan Niantian. Then, she took out a bottle of pills and handed it to her. This is a healing pill. Take it. Sister Fei Eru. Han Xuanai was stunned for a long time before she took the bottle of pills from Li Fei. She could not figure it out. In just a few years, how did Li Fei, who was not as strong as her, become so strong? Based on her strength, she had probably reached the peak of the mundane realm. Mother, Duan Yantian was also shocked by Li Fei's strength. He did not expect his mother, who he had almost caught up to, would become so strong. Mother? The old woman was shocked when she heard Li Fei's words. However, when she heard Duan Yantian calling Li Fei his mother, she regained her senses. Run! Without any hesitation, the old woman turned around and tried to flee. Right now, the exotic beast she was riding on had already been killed by the purple streak of light. Thus, she could only flee on her own. However, would she be able to escape? Humph! Li Fei coldly glanced at the old woman's back. Her face turned cold as she raised her hand and grabbed in the direction the old woman fled. Suddenly, swoosh! In the void, a gigantic hand formed by purple light grabbed the old woman and brought her back. Then it turned into a purple rope and tied the old woman up. Swizz-whoosh! 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 Li Fei asked faintly. Her tone had become increasingly cold. Sir, as long as you're willing to spare my life, I can give you all of my family's wealth. Swoosh! The old woman said with a pale face as her body trembled violently. That's not enough for me. As Li Fei spoke again, she flicked her finger and shot out a purple light blade, cutting off one of the old woman's arms. Ah! The old woman shrieked in pain. She tried to circulate her energy to stop the bleeding, but Li Fei destroyed her cultivation base with a flick of her finger. You destroyed my cultivation base? The old woman glared at Li Fei. Her eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. You'll die a horrible death. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'm not even afraid of you as a human. Why would I be afraid of you as a ghost? Li Fei sneered. You can come and look for me after you become a ghost. I'll make sure you won't be able to leave even if you become a ghost. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, she flicked her fingers again. A purple sword light shot out and cut off one of the old woman's legs. When the old woman shrieked in pain again, Li Fei made her move again and cut off the old woman's other arm and leg. Duan Niantian's scalp tingled when he saw this. Mother, however, his heart was filled with warmth. He knew his mother was venting her anger on his behalf. As for Han Xuanai, she looked at the old woman coldly. If she was as strong as Li Fei, she would have tortured the old woman even more. I beg you, give me a quick death, the old woman, who had lost all 4 of her limbs and was covered in blood, begged Li Fei. She no longer had the angry look from before. Li Fei looked at her coldly. Don't beg me. Beg my son. The old woman looked at Duan Niantian with a pleading look in her eyes. Please! Duan Niantian was only a young man after all. He did not hesitate to kill the old woman when he saw her pitiful state. Mother! After killing the old woman, Duan Niantian threw himself into Li Fei's arms. He was so emotional that his eyes were red. All right, how old are you now? Don't forget that your Aunt Xue, Nai, is going to laugh at you. Li Fei patted Duan Yantian's back before she pulled him away. She patted his head and said, "In just a blink of an eye, you're already taller than me." Han Shu and I waited for Li Fei to reunite with Li Fei before she asked, "Sister Fei, how did you become so strong?" "I obtained the Purple Spike Supreme, Celestial's inheritance." Li Fei replied, "The Purple Spike Supreme, Celestial's inheritance?" Han Shu and I and Duan Yantian widened their eyes in shock when they heard Li Fei's words. Naturally, they knew who the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was. This mundane realm was called the Purple Spike Realm after the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Based on this, one could easily imagine the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial status in the mundane realm. It was said that the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was one of the strongest beings in the Devata realms. Later on, she returned to her hometown, the mundane plane, and left behind her inheritance. "Mother, I heard that someone obtained the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance a few years ago. Is that person you?" Duan Yantian looked at Li Fei in shock. He did not expect the person who obtained the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance was his mother. "Sister Fei, congratulations." Han Shu and I quickly congratulated Li Fei after recovering from her shock. "Actually, it's because I appeared in the Purple Spike realm near the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's place of inheritance. That's why she chose me. If both of you were close to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, she would have chosen both of you as well." At this moment, Li Fei knew why the Redbud Supreme Celestial had chosen her. It was because her body had been cleansed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Therefore, the Redbud Supreme Celestial was certain Li Fei would not be inferior to her in the future. Yes, Han Shu and I and Duan Yantian were puzzled when they heard Li Fei's words. They finally understood after listening to Li Fei's explanation. "Mother, even if that's the case, the fact that you're close to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial means you're fated with her." Duan Yantian smiled. He was genuinely happy that his mother had such a fortuitous encounter. He knew his mother very well. All these years, his mother had been under a lot of pressure. After all, among all the women by his father's side, his mother was the only one who was mediocre in terms of cultivation. Whether it was Aunt Kerr or Aunt Tianwu, both of them were more outstanding than his mother in terms of cultivation. In his opinion, his mother's suffering was finally over. Nian Tian is right. Han Shu and I agreed with Duan Yantian's words. They're out. At this moment, Li Fei suddenly looked into the distance and called out softly. In the next moment, 4 figures appeared in the distant starry sky. It was as though they had appeared out of thin air. The owners of the figures were 4 women. These 4 women all possessed beauty that far surpassed that of ordinary people. When the 4 of them stood together, the most eye-catching thing about them was their nearly identical faces. Apart from their different auras, their appearances were almost identical. Apart from that, they wore different outfits as well. The woman standing on the left wore a purple robe embroidered with plum blossoms. The woman on the right was also wearing a purple robe. However, there were orchids embroidered on her purple robe. The third woman was dressed in a purple robe embroidered with bamboo leaves. The fourth woman was dressed in a purple robe embroidered with chrysanthemums. Young master. After the 4 women appeared, they bowed to Li Fei in unison, their tone respectful and reverent. "I found them," Li Fei said to the 4 women. "Now I can return to the Devata realm with all of you. However, I want to bring my son and sister with me." At the same time, Li Fei introduced the 4 women to Han Shu and I and Duan Yantian. The 4 women were the servants the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had sent to the mundane realm to wait for her successor. They were in charge of bringing her successor back to the Devata realm. It's a pity we don't know which mundane realm Xi Ling and the others are in. Otherwise, we could have gone to pick them up. Duan Yentian sighed. I remember it clearly. At that time, only the three of us entered the mundane realm. The others were in other mundane realms. Han Xuanai said, I remember it as well. That's why I decided to bring them to the Devata realm after finding all of you. Li Fei paused for a moment before she said with a sigh, I didn't expect all of you to be together for such a long time. Sister Fei, will it be inconvenient for you to bring Yen Tian and me to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's place? Han Xuanai asked hesitantly. It's not inconvenient at all. When Master sees all of you, I'm sure she'll be willing to accept all of you as her disciples. After all, your innate talent and potential aren't inferior to mine. Li Fei said as she shook her head. Whether it was her son, Duan Yentian, or Han Xuanai, she was confident in them. Father should be in the Devata realm as well, right? Duan Yentian muttered to himself. Upon hearing Duan Yentian's words, Li Fei and Han Xuanai fell silent. A purple figure appeared in their minds at the same time. Pieces of memories from the past also appeared one by one at this moment. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.